Spadafora had even worked with a district attorney in Miami to draw up gun charges against Noriega, but his attempts to seek justice fell deaf ears.
Spadafora was chased out of Panama by death threats from Noriega's men. Meanwhile, in the United States, the CIA, DEA, and State Department had hampered every attempt by the Miami District Attorney to press charges against Noriega. They made it clear that if he wanted a prosperous career, he would drop his attempts to convict the dictator.
By 1985, however, Dr. Spadafora was determined to return to Panama and fight Noriega once and for all. He believed if he could make it across the border, he stood a fighting chance of convincing the Panamanian people to join his cause.
On September 13th, 1985, Dr. Spadafora got on a bus and crossed into Panama. He had only just made it across the border when the bus was pulled over by the Panamanian Defense Forces, formerly known as the National Guard.
A soldier asked Spadafora to get off the bus. He held up his ID, told the other riders his name, and said that he was being detained illegally.
He went willingly with the soldier, believing he'd be detained and released soon enough. But that wasn't going to happen. 14 soldiers took the doctor away and began a tour of torture that would last for several hours.
The next morning, Costa Rican police found Dr. Spadafora's torso in a U.S. postal bag abandoned in a ravine. The soldiers had peeled off his fingernails, broken his ribs, repeatedly raped him, and finally beheaded him while he was still alive.
Noriega believed killing Spadafora would save him hassle, but within 24 hours, hundreds of witnesses who had seen Spadafora's arrest came forward to give statements to journalists, both domestic and international. A Panamanian newspaper published the names of all 14 soldiers involved in the incident.
The witnesses whose names were published were severely punished, threatened, or taken into police custody. But it was too late to cover it all up.
International human rights organizations began keeping track of the acts of terrorism Noriega committed against his own people. Opposition leaders were mowed down in hit and runs. Soldiers had carte blanche to kill any person suspected of being a guerrilla fighter. Noriega's soldiers began branding, carving, and tattooing their unit identifier F8 into the bodies of anyone they tortured.
In September 1985, Noriega flew to New York City for a general meeting with a CIA official. While he was gone, President Barletta opened an official investigation into Dr. Spadafora's death. He naively believed the investigation would prove that Noriega had not been involved in the murder.
10 days later, on September 25th, 1985, Noriega returned to Panama. Barletta was immediately summoned to Noriega's office.
Barletta was detained for 14 hours, while Noriega and his men pressured him to resign. Barletta realized that his faith in the dictator had been misplaced.
The CIA orchestrated a call with Noriega to show President Barletta that they weren't coming to his rescue. They couldn't jeopardize their Latin American connections for the sake of one man's murder.
There was nothing left to do but for Barletta to resign. His resignation confirmed for the Panamanian people that Noriega had, in fact, ordered Spadafora's murder.
With the growing public discontent, American support was the only thing protecting Noriega from being removed from power. He now had to submit entirely to Washington's whims, blowing up Nicaraguan military bases and assassinating Nicaraguan resistance leaders whenever he was asked.
Even worse, these offers were being officially recorded by U.S. intelligence agencies. Even though Noriega had been doing these things for years, he was now leaving a paper trail.
The Assistant Secretary for Latin American Affairs, Elliot Adams, started keeping public records of all known interactions between the U.S. and Panama. He encouraged U.S. officials to push for Noriega to turn over power to the civilian government.
Meanwhile, Noriega's allies in the U.S. began quietly telling him to soften his image and slow down his illegal activities until the storm against him had blown over. The U.S. intelligence agencies were trying to protect him, but he had to play along.
Noriega balked. He still believed he was untouchable. When the U.S. State Department warned him to destroy any documents he didn't want found, Noriega just laughed.
He would regret it. A motley crew of politicians and journalists were about to begin toppling the dominoes that would lead to Noriega's end.
Up next, we'll finish up our story with Noriega's downfall. Now, back to the story.
By 1986, after only 3 years as dictator, Manuel Antonio Noriega's crimes had reached monstrous proportions. His war crimes and violence against his own people were becoming more difficult for U.S. intelligence agencies to overlook.
U.S. Senator Jesse Helms had been moved to disgust by Dr. Hugo Spatafora's murder, but he was hard-pressed to find anyone who would support sanctions against the dictator who caused it.
He asked Dr. Spatafora's sister to write an appeal to the Senate and track down proof that the U.S. had helped oust Panamanian President Barletta. Senator John Kerry joined the fight, making it a bipartisan effort.
That was only the beginning. On June 12, 1986, journalist Seymour Hersh wrote a lengthy expose about Noriega's crimes and human rights violations. It ran on the front page of the New York Times, where no one could ignore it.
In retaliation, Noriega seized an American ship traveling through the Panama Canal to assert his power over the U.S. Of course, this only succeeded in proving the senators and journalists correct.
The CIA tried to bury the story, but Senator Helms kept pushing. In 1986, he wrote a clause into the Intelligence Appropriations Bill requiring the CIA to compile a report on Noriega's human rights abuses. Senators Helms and Kerry finally had the support and evidence they needed to investigate Noriega.
Noriega ignored the growing pressure entirely. On August 22, 1988, he threw a massive party to celebrate his 5th anniversary as military dictator. 2,000 guests arrived to drink, laugh, and burn effigies of Helms, Kerry, and journalist Seymour Hersh in front of Panama's legislative building.
Rebel groups pointed at the lavish party as evidence of his corruption. Noriega burned newspapers, tortured and branded resistance leaders, and clamped down on civil liberties. But he couldn't entirely silence his critics.
It went on like that for nearly 3 years, with Noriega's cruelty growing every day. Neither the rebels nor the Americans could gather enough supporters and evidence to bring him down.
Then, on December 15, 1989, Noriega finally tipped the balance. He declared himself maximum leader of Panama and suspended the Constitution entirely. This was one overreach too many.
Within a few hours, news came in that there would be a coup orchestrated not only by Noriega's own soldiers, who had finally grown tired of his brutality, but also by the Americans, who had been deeply embarrassed by him in the face of the Senate investigation.
Noriega sent his most loyal soldiers out to defend his compound. They put up roadblocks, aimed their AK-47s, and searched any cars that came their way.
A little after 9 p.m. the next night, 4 American Marines made a fatal wrong turn down a street Noriega's soldiers had blockaded. Unable to back out, the Marines could only sit and wait as the soldiers surrounded them, screaming slurs and threats.
When the car ahead of them moved forward, the Marines sped way down the street. Noriega's men opened fire.
Bullets pierced the car and struck one of the Marines in the back. The driver sped away. He had no idea where the nearest hospital was.
Back at the roadblock, a passing American couple accidentally wandered too close. They were duct taped and taken for interrogation.
The soldiers repeatedly punched the husband in the groin, prying for information about the Marines who had sped away. They told him if he didn't talk, they would take turns raping his wife.
When they realized the couple didn't know anything, the soldiers released them, but the damage had already been done. The couple immediately reported what had happened to U.S. officials.
Across the city, the wounded Marine died from blood loss only minutes after reaching a hospital.
A few days later, these two incidents would trigger the largest U.S. invasion since the Vietnam War.
On December 18, 1989, 3 days after declaring himself maximum leader, Noriega heard from his last remaining allies in U.S. intelligence that something big was coming. Noriega was on borrowed time.
The next day, Soviet spies watching U.S. military bases warned Noriega that the Americans were on the move. Noriega fled his compound to hide out with the few friends he had left.
The powerful leader was reduced to shuffling from house to house in the back of a beaten-up car. He had to crawl across the floor on his belly, out of sight of the windows. His bodyguards were now dictating where he could go, whether he could stand, and whether he could use the phone.
2 days later, on December 20th, 1989, two planes with precision firepower flew low over Noriega's now vacant compound and obliterated it.
24 American soldiers were sent to secure the location, even though it was already rubble. The fight continued in the streets. Noriega's soldiers threw Molotov cocktails and grenades at U.S. tanks as they rolled down the street.
Of the 24 American soldiers on the ground, 21 were injured, but the U.S. was just getting started.
When the men fought near the compound, 2 separate parachute assaults took control of military checkpoints throughout the area, cutting off any reinforcements that might try to retake the capital.
Transport planes, Air Force fighters, paratroopers, and attack helicopters rained down from the sky. Over 27,000 troops touched down in Panama in a matter of a few days.
It was clear the Panamanians were outnumbered. Most of Noriega's soldiers simply gave up. Many fled before U.S. troops had even arrived.
Meanwhile, Noriega was slithering across the floors of safe houses, powerless to defend himself. He knew his time was up. His once absolute power was gone.
In a final desperate attempt to avoid punishment, he turned to the Vatican for clemency and protection from the United States.
Noriega managed to flee to Vatican City, where the embassy agreed to shelter him for a time. He spent his Christmas safe within their walls.
But the U.S. soon found out where he was. They surrounded the Vatican embassy, blasting heavy metal music from their loudspeakers to move things along. The embassy eventually turned Noriega over on January 3rd, 1990.
When all was said and done, the invasion of Panama cost 26 American lives and over 300 Panamanian lives, though some sources claim there were as many as 7,000 civilian casualties.
Noriega faced charges in the U.S., France, and Panama for various crimes, including drug and gun trafficking and human rights violations. He spent the rest of his life shuffling between prisons in all 3 countries before dying during brain surgery on May 29, 2017, at the age of 83.
The U.S. invasion of Panama ended a reign of terror by a small man who governed with torture. But it's important to remember, this story isn't about a benevolent world power saving Panama from a bloodthirsty tyrant. It's about a tyrant who outgrew his usefulness to the world power he'd been answering to all along.
For better or worse, the success of the invasion also encouraged the U.S. to continue its policy of invading and toppling foreign governments when they became hostile to U.S. interests. It also succeeded in finally dismantling the Panamanian military dictatorship.
On February 13th, 1990, the Romanian defense forces were decommissioned. The country's new police force would be unarmed, and control of the country would rest with the civilian government.
Tony Noriega's rule had been one of incredible highs and lows, but in the end, his allegiance to power and money over his own people led to his undoing. He was reduced to a lonely and powerless man, forced to watch his glory fade as he fell into obscurity.
Thanks again for listening to Kingpins.
You can find Kingpins, as well as all of Parcast's other podcasts, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, CastBox, or your favorite podcast directory.
Many of you have asked how to help the show, and if you enjoyed this, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review.
We'll see you next time. Kingpins was created by Max Cutler and is a production of Cutler Media and is part of the Parcast Network. It is produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound design by Michael Langsner, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Mahler. Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire and Carly Madden. Kingpins is written by Jordan Trappier and stars Kate Leonard and Howell Hargett. Remember, if you enjoy these episodes and want to hear more tales of history's most powerful criminals, follow the Parcast series Kingpins on Spotify. New episodes premiere every Friday. Listen free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
Due to the graphic nature of this episode, listener discretion is advised. This episode contains discussion of murder and torture that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13. On July 17, 1994, hundreds of thousands of North Koreans gathered in Pyongyang for the state funeral of Kim Il-sung.
Resting in a gilded coffin atop a slowly moving limousine, Kim's body wound through the city center as onlookers wept and wailed uncontrollably. Having been indoctrinated for hours a day, almost their entire lives, regarding every detail of Kim's existence, most North Koreans felt closer to him than their own relatives.
He was their savior, their god, and gods are immortal.
Few North Koreans could comprehend what they were witnessing. Fewer still, how that God had changed from a young freedom fighter who risked his life for the independence of his people, to a tyrannical dictator who subjugated, oppressed, and murdered them.
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate.
In the previous 6 episodes, we explored the grim and terrifying reigns of famous medieval dictators. Now we're moving on to the Kim dynasty in North Korea, the only dictatorial dynasty in modern history.
Every dictatorship we've covered so far has eventually fallen. But after 75 years, the Kim family is still in power. What we're asking this season is, why? What makes this regime so different from all the others?
Today, we'll start at the beginning and see how Kim Il-sung rose from a communist, anti-Japanese guerrilla fighter to the leader of North Korea. In the next 5 episodes, we'll explore how his unquenchable thirst for power transformed him into one of the most feared dictators, how his son, Kim Jong-il, succeeded him after his death, and how his son, Kim Jong-un, continues the family dynasty to this day.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network.
In North Korea, Kim Il-sung is remembered as great leader and eternal president.
Everywhere else, he's remembered as the architect of the most oppressive, violent, and secretive country on earth. A hermit kingdom in constant conflict with his immediate neighbor, South Korea, and one that threatens to destroy any other perceived enemy on a regular basis.
The country thrives on upending whatever tenuous peace might exist around it, to create the impression that it's constantly under threat of attack. This strategy serves to convince its people that the world is out to destroy them. They must remain vigilant, heavily armed, and defer to their great leader, who will guide them to victory.
But North Korea is probably most infamous for its appalling human rights abuses. All policies that can be traced to the rule of Kim Il-sung, the only ruler of the modern era to establish a dictatorial dynasty, and one that remains the most terrifying and mysterious on earth.
Until the reign of Kim Il-sung, Korea was at the mercy of another autocratic, tyrannical ruler, its eastern neighbor, Japan.
The Japanese government officially annexed and occupied Korea in 1910, although they'd maintained a significant presence in the country since the 1870s. During this time, Japan encouraged its citizens to settle in Korea to avoid overcrowding at home. As a result, Korea became home to the largest Japanese population outside of Japan.
But the relationship between Koreans and these Japanese expatriates was anything but harmonious. Those who suffered most were Korean peasants and agricultural workers.
The Japanese government reclaimed vast amounts of farmland in Korea and forced those farmers to keep working the land for the new Japanese owners. This created a system of indentured servitude that trapped many Koreans in an unbreakable cycle of poverty.
This only got worse when Japan experienced a rice shortage in 1918. Korean farmers were forced to work longer and harder to produce more rice. At the same time, they had to ration their own rice consumption because the bulk of the crops they harvested were sent to Japan.
During this period, the Japanese government also undertook a campaign to suppress or eliminate Korean identity among the population. They accomplished this literally by pilfering priceless Korean artifacts, which were either taken to Japan or sold to collectors around the world. To this day, almost none have been returned.
They accomplished their goal in a more systematic fashion by forcing Koreans to adopt Japanese surnames, and eventually banning the Korean language altogether. Meanwhile, they crafted a new hagiographic curriculum for students that venerated the Japanese as the saviors of Korea.
Ironically, this was a method that Kim Il-sung would use on his own subjects when forcing them to learn about him.
Worst of all, citizens who refused to capitulate to the Japanese were tortured, imprisoned, or killed.
This systematic oppression led many Koreans to flee to Manchuria. Others form a resistance movement that fought back against the Japanese with protests and small-scale attacks.
It was in this climate of oppression and rebellion that Kim Song-ju was born on April 15, 1912. The name Kim Il-sung wouldn't be bestowed upon him for another 23 years.
Kim's family participated in the Korean resistance, which coalesced in what came to be known as the March 1st movement. At 2 p.m. on March 1st, 1919, a small group of activists read aloud from the newly drafted Korean Declaration of Independence and sent a copy to the Japanese Governor General. An audacious and dangerous move that could easily have resulted in death.
In one of Kim Il-sung's autobiographies, he claims to have been present for the event along with his mother and father, a boast, like many others he recorded, that is either wildly exaggerated or completely false. Kim recounted, "I, then 6 years old, also joined the ranks of demonstrators. When the adults cheered for independence, I joined them. The enemy used swords and guns indiscriminately against the masses. This was the day when I witnessed Korean blood being spilled for the first time. My young heart burned with indignation.
This inspiring moment led to other supposed acts of resistance by the young boy, such as placing nails along roads to pop the wheels of Japanese police bicycles and defacing his school books.
In one oddly specific moment of youthful resistance, Kim writes that he wrestled an older, larger Japanese boy whom he, quote, got down with a belly throw.
According to a widely disputed and almost certainly apocryphal North Korean biography, Kim's father had participated in the resistance movement where he was arrested and tortured by the Japanese. A short time later, Kim's family, like many persecuted Koreans, fled to Manchuria. According to his own biographies, this unjust experience, along with his father's death just over 5 years later, indoctrinated Kim with a fierce pride in not only his father's struggle, but his Korean heritage and a hatred of the Japanese.
Describing his father's final moments as only he, or his ghostwriter, could, Kim conveys an image of a torch being passed from one revolutionary to another. According to Kim, his father used his dying breath to convey to his son, "You must not forget that you belong to the country and the people. You must win back your country at all costs, even if your bones are broken and your bodies are torn apart." It's a powerful quote, but it probably wasn't spoken.
We do know that in middle school, Kim was seduced by the Marxist ideology sweeping through China and Manchuria. During the 1920s, China followed in the footsteps of the Soviet Union, conducting large-scale protests against an imperialist government dominated by the wealthy.
This, combined with the revolutionary fervor instilled by his parents, led Kim to join several communist-inspired youth organizations, which at the time were seen as a threat to China's imperial government and considered illegal.
When Chinese authorities disbanded the group, Kim was jailed for his participation.
After his release from jail in 1929, a 17-year-old Kim joined several anti-Japanese guerrilla organizations in Manchuria, many of which engaged in rebellions against Japanese troops, who were now making their way from Korea into Manchuria. Within a few years, Kim had become a leader within the guerrilla movement, and soon he would take part in a battle that would change the trajectory of his life.
When we return, we'll explore how Kim became the most wanted anti-Japanese freedom fighter of his time. Now, back to the story.
For Kim Song-ju, what began as youthful acts of rebellion quickly morphed into an all-consuming quest for revenge against his Japanese oppressors. In 1935, the 23-year-old guerrilla fighter joined the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army, a group led by the Chinese Communist Party.
Upon joining, Kim took the name Kim Il-sung, meaning Kim become the sun. He slowly ascended the ranks until 1937, when a 25-year-old Kim was put in charge of his own division of troops. Later that year, he executed a raid that would not only make him famous among the anti-Japanese freedom fighters, but eventually propel him from hero to legend.
Even though this raid would later define Kim as a war hero, there is no definitive proof that he was actually the leader. In fact, there's a high probability that it was actually another Korean guerrilla fighter.
Either way, on June 4th, 1937, the Northeast Anti-Japanese Army, along with Chinese guerrillas, attacked a Japanese outpost within Korean territory. It's unknown whether any Japanese troops were killed or even present, but what is known is that the guerrillas burned down a police station, a post office, and ironically a fire department. Then they seized the town for somewhere between several hours and a full day.
During this time, Kim Il-sung is alleged to have made a speech calling on his fellow Koreans to rise up against their Japanese oppressors, after which he and his unit retreated back into Manchuria.
Though the details of the speech may be lost or non-existent, the event features prominently in Kim's autobiography. He describes the raid as evidence that imperialist Japan could be smashed and burnt up like rubbish. The flames over the night sky of Hojambo heralded the dawn of the liberation of Korea, which had been buried in darkness.
Soon, Kim became a high-value target for the Japanese, appearing on wanted lists and even earning the colorful and fearsome nickname Tiger.
A special unit of Japanese troops called the Maida Unit was even assembled to kill him. And while they were ultimately unsuccessful in that regard, by 1940, they had killed or imprisoned nearly every other Korean leader besides Kim.
Figuring that his chances of survival were slim and that his efforts could be best utilized elsewhere, he fled to the Soviet Union. As a result of his communist ideology and battlefield heroics, he was welcomed into the country with open arms.
Kim's flight to the Soviet Union coincided not only with the advent of World War II in Europe, but the height of the Second Sino-Japanese War. Almost 10 years earlier, in 1931, the Japanese invaded and seized a portion of Manchuria. And for the next decade, small skirmishes erupted between the two countries.
Around 1940, the Japanese government initiated a series of far more aggressive measures than any it had previously undertaken. Measures that exacted a heavy toll on Korea.
From 1939 to 1940, the Japanese enslaved millions of native Koreans. The majority were forced into hard labor, and almost 400,000 of these men and women died.
Meanwhile, thousands of those men were forcibly conscripted into the Japanese military, and hundreds of thousands of women became sex slaves, or comfort women, for men serving in the Japanese military.
Japan didn't officially enter World War II until its attack on Pearl Harbor in late 1941. But in the immediate aftermath, the Japanese army made rapid and significant gains in the Pacific theater. They were shaping up to be a formidable enemy for the Allied powers, including the Soviet Union.
During this time, Kim and his fellow surviving guerrilla fighters were being trained at a Soviet army camp. And just as he had as a freedom fighter, Kim thrived. Only 2 years later, he was made a captain in the army and put in charge of over 100 troops.
Though Kim and his men had hoped to do battle against their former Japanese oppressors, they were instead forced to defend the Soviet Union from the German army, who invaded in mid-1941.
During his time in the Red Army, Kim developed a keen fascination with the Soviet dictator, Joseph Stalin.
He particularly revered the way Stalin portrayed himself as a savior of the Soviet Union and used fear, intimidation, and violence to gain the loyalty of his subjects, methods that would fuel Kim's own ascendance in the future.
From 1941 to 1942, Japan made significant advances in China and the Pacific theater. But the tide of the war quickly turned as the United States, Australia, and New Zealand pushed back against the Japanese forces. Their luck finally ran out in 1945, when the U.S. dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
The U.S. employed a scorched earth tactic. They decimated a major Japanese city and killed tens of thousands of civilians, while simultaneously forcing the Japanese to retreat completely.
Even so, the Japanese refused to capitulate. It wasn't until the Soviet army invaded Manchuria and the Allies dropped a second bomb on Nagasaki that they finally surrendered.
No one was happier to see the Japanese surrender than Kim Il-sung. Not only had the U.S. decimated and humiliated the country that had enslaved his own, it was his ideological allies, the Soviets, who helped push Japan out of Korea once and for all.
This included many of the Japanese expatriates who had settled in Korea throughout the early 20th century and stolen land from Korean citizens. Meaning that for many farmers, not only did their country once again belong to them, so did the land beneath their feet.
However, the United States and Soviet Union, the two countries instrumental in driving Japan out of Korea, would soon lay their own respective claims to the peninsula, further dividing a country in desperate need of unity.
Though they didn't subjugate its citizens in the manner of the Japanese, the Soviets and Americans still occupied Korea. They agreed to divide the country at the 38th parallel, more or less the geographic middle, and install their own Korean-led governments in each of their respective halves.
The Soviets needed a native Korean, but they also needed someone they could trust and who was familiar with Soviet customs. Because of his years spent in the Soviet Union and his military credentials as a freedom fighter, Kim Il-sung was the perfect choice.
So the Soviets installed Kim as the chairman of the Korean Communist Party, a provisional government completely under Soviet authority. Chairman was more of an empty title than an actual indication of authority, since Kim's real job was simply to carry out orders from his Soviet bosses.
But Kim wasn't satisfied being anyone's lackey. His entire life had been devoted to ridding Korea of occupying forces and returning the country to his fellow citizens. He began plotting a way to seize power from the Americans and retake South Korea, not only for Koreans, but for himself.
During his time in the Soviet Union, he'd also seen firsthand the cult of personality that developed around its leader, Joseph Stalin. He believed he could use those same methods, not only as the leader of North Korea, but as the leader of the entire reunified country.
He had one thing working in his favor from day one. Neither the Soviets nor Americans proved very popular with Koreans in either half of the country. Many felt as though they were still living under the tyranny of the Japanese.
For one thing, the United States failed to establish a coalition government and actually kept several of the old Japanese governors in power. Once they did install a leader, they chose Syngman Rhee, who'd been living in exile in the United States on and off for the past 40 years.
The Soviets didn't fare much better. They attempted to install a communist government, which spurred a great deal of resentment from citizens who were not only anti-communist, but resented not being allowed to choose their own elected officials.
On November 23, 1945, in Sinŭiju, North Korea, this resentment boiled over, and students took to the streets to protest the communist government. Much like the Japanese before them, the Soviets sent in their own men, along with Korean forces, to quell the uprising. In the process, over 20 students were killed.
But rather than being cowed into submission, other students across North Korea began their own protests. Fearing a full-scale revolt, the Soviets sent Kim Il-sung to Sinŭiju to repair the situation.
Kim took full advantage of the opportunity to prove his skill as a mediator, not only to his Soviet bosses, but to the citizens of North Korea. At a citizens' assembly in Sinŭiju, Kim criticized the students' conduct, but also acknowledged that the Communist Party was far from perfect. He placed the blame on rogues lurking in the Communist Party and government organs.
Kim implored the students to trust the government and himself. To further endear himself to the students, he cited his own past as an anti-Japanese guerrilla fighter and ardent communist.
By all accounts, Kim was a natural liaison, diplomatic, empathetic, and respectful. The fact that he was tall, handsome, and charming didn't hurt either. He was able to alleviate the students' concerns, and more than that, he convinced them to work with their government toward a collective goal of unifying Korea.
It was the first time he used his cult of personality to gain support. It wouldn't be the last.
It was also his first test as a politician, and he performed admirably. For doing so, Kim was given a promotion. In February 1946, the Soviets chose him to lead the new, slightly more independent government known as the Provisional People's Committee for North Korea.
Although he was granted wide-ranging authority by the Soviets, he still had to answer to them, a situation that was becoming less and less appealing.
So Kim began his own effort to consolidate power and gain the trust and support of everyone he could. Not only would this prove to the Soviets that he could run the country himself, it would also make it easier for him to gain a foothold in South Korea when the opportunity inevitably presented itself.
Korea had suffered a vast amount of damage during the Japanese occupation in World War II. Kim knew that the quickest way to his constituents' hearts would be by rebuilding the country and improving the standard of living.
As such, he embarked on a campaign of building schools and hospitals and fortifying infrastructure. He also nationalized industries and legally granted complete equality to women.
It was a noble pursuit, but hardly selfless. In fact, it was straight out of the playbook of many modern dictators, including Kim's hero, Joseph Stalin. Kim knew this was the quickest way to gain people's trust. He also knew that these privileges could be taken away just as quickly as they were given.
But Kim's most significant move was redistributing land that had been seized by the Japanese back to North Korean peasants and farmers.
Ironically, after World War II, North Korea was far more industrial and cosmopolitan than the more rural South. It also had a much smaller population, so it was not nearly as difficult to create jobs for everyone or spread the wealth.
Under Kim, each family was given a small parcel of land, but just enough to remain self-sufficient. And for people who had been at the mercy of a foreign government that forced them into hard labor, this was a monumental achievement. Now they could choose what to grow and how much of it they wanted to consume.
In all, Kim gave over 2.4 million acres of land to more than 700,000 farmers and their families. Not only did this give them a renewed sense of purpose, it went so far as to instill a sense of national pride. It also resulted in enthusiastic support for Kim Il-sung.
And while he united and rebuilt the country, he quietly began purging his perceived enemies. Anyone he deemed a threat, from intellectuals to holdovers from the Japanese occupation, were either imprisoned or exiled to South Korea.
For the next 2 years, as his reforms took hold, Kim followed another one of Stalin's directives, assembling and training a vast army. Many of the troops were former guerrilla fighters from Kim's days in Manchuria, but many more joined out of a sense of loyalty and duty to the country. And by 1948, the ranks swelled to almost 60,000 men.
By this time, it was clear to the Soviets that Kim was the right man to lead North Korea. And on September 9th, 1948, he was put in charge of what was now the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Soviet forces left the country in his hands.
This marked the first time since the Japanese occupation that part of Korea was actually under Korean rule. But for Kim, this wasn't enough. He wouldn't be satisfied until the entire country, the land below the 38th parallel included, was under his control, and all foreign troops had been eradicated.
For Kim, the timing was fortuitous. Soviet troops had already left North Korea, and by June of 1949, American troops withdrew from the South. Within 6 months, the U.S. lost virtually all connection to the country, deeming it non-vital to its defense interests in the Pacific.
At the same time, in his own effort to consolidate power, the South Korean president initiated a campaign to purge the country of communists. These developments gave Kim the impetus he needed for his most audacious maneuver yet, a full-scale invasion of South Korea.
When we return, we'll learn how Kim's invasion of South Korea led to the Korean War and cemented his rise to authoritarian dictator. Now, back to the story.
By mid-1949, Kim Il-sung had fortified North Korea into a self-sufficient country with strong industrial and agricultural sectors. Through wide-ranging reforms of health and education systems, he'd also grown immensely popular. But he wouldn't be satisfied until the entire peninsula, including South Korea, was united under his rule.
But Syngman Rhee, the leader of South Korea, was just as adamant about securing North Korea for himself. As a result, there were many small-scale military operations launched around the 38th parallel. 10,000 troops from the North and South died before the Korean War officially began.
Before Kim could invade the South, he needed permission from the Soviets and the Chinese. By 1949, the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union was growing increasingly serious, and Kim knew that one misstep could trigger World War III.
In March 1949, Kim visited Moscow under the auspices of strengthening the relationship between the Soviets and North Korea, which was odd, considering they were already on perfectly good terms.
Kim's real agenda was gaining not only Stalin's blessing, but his military support. However, Stalin was preoccupied with a conflict in Germany and refused to consider Kim's invasion of the South. But only a few months later, two developments would cause Stalin to shift course.
In August 1949, the Soviets successfully detonated their first atomic bomb, putting them on equal footing with their new enemy, the United States.
Meanwhile, in what was now the People's Republic of China, the Communist Revolution had drawn to a close, and revolutionary fighter Mao Zedong took control of the country. Naturally, his communist regime had the full backing of the Soviet Union.
This alliance created an enormous communist confederation in Eastern Europe, China, and North Korea. And with this enormous confederation so far from the U.S. mainland, Stalin felt confident that they could add South Korea to their ranks without much interference.
Stalin knew that the U.S. was more concerned about the spread of communism in Europe than in Asia, and was less likely to view South Korea as a priority.
With these auspicious factors shaping his decision, in April 1950, Joseph Stalin gave Kim Il-sung his support to invade South Korea.
Kim then traveled to China and met with Mao Zedong, who pledged not only moral support, but thousands of troops for the invasion.
On June 25, 1950, the North Korean army launched its first assault across the 38th parallel. It was a surprise attack that sent 75,000 troops into South Korean territory.
In addition to outnumbering South Korea almost 2 to 1, the North also boasted vastly superior firepower. This included Soviet-made tanks, machine guns, and an air force consisting of 180 planes. South Korea, meanwhile, was in dire straits. They no longer had U.S. financial or military support, and what troops they did possess were poorly trained. Needless to say, the North Korean army advanced with very little opposition.
One day later, Kim Il-sung declared, "The war which we are forced to wage is a just war for the unification and independence of the motherland and for freedom and democracy."
But Kim, Stalin, and Mao all vastly underestimated the resolve of the United States to stop the spread of communism, especially after the revolution in China. And although Harry Truman was far more concerned about losing Japan to a communist takeover than he was about Korea, he knew that having a foothold next door would give the communists an insurmountable advantage if they ever chose to invade Japan.
On June 26th, only a day after Kim's invasion, Truman appealed to the United Nations for assistance. The day after that, the United Nations Security Council recommended that member states provide military and financial assistance to South Korea. And, wasting no time, President Truman dispatched the U.S. Navy and Air Force to engage.
But while the U.S. military had a mission, it lacked a strategy. It also lacked bases and outposts from which to wage war. Acquiring these things would take months that they didn't have.
Because within 3 days of launching his offensive, Kim Il-sung's army managed to advance across nearly the entire length of South Korea.
The North Koreans pinned the South Korean army in the tiny city of Busan on the country's southern border. Kim held every advantage, and he knew it. Even if the U.S. did intervene, he had the backing of the Soviet Union and as many Chinese troops as he needed.
He was days away from accomplishing his lifelong goal, creating a single unified Korea under his control.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore the factors that led to Kim Il-sung's transformation into one of the modern world's most terrifying dictators.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Michael Langsner, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
In its entire 72-year history, North Korea has fought one war, the Fatherland Liberation War. And every July 27th, the country comes to a halt to celebrate its anniversary.
For North Koreans, July 27th is like Christmas and New Year's Eve rolled into one. Traditionally, a military parade with tanks, nuclear warheads, and thousands of soldiers marching in formation rolls through the capital city of Pyongyang. It honors their eternal leader, Kim Il-sung, whose courage and leadership on the battlefield guided the troops to victory.
North Korea's state media refers to the Fatherland Liberation War as the fiercest revolutionary war in the world history of wars. Everywhere else, it's remembered as the Korean War, a disaster that left millions of civilians dead and ended in a stalemate.
Every July 27th, North Korean pride and propaganda reaches the pinnacle of its fervor, commemorating a war that their country didn't win.
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
At Parcast, we are grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network.
This is the second episode exploring the Kim dynasty of North Korea. Today we'll dive into Kim Il-sung's rise from a puppet leader installed by the Soviet Union to being revered as a deity, despite killing hundreds of thousands of his own people. We'll also explore how he became the only communist dictator to establish a family legacy, in this case, abdicating to his son, Kim Jong-il.
Kim Il-sung's rise from anti-Japanese freedom fighter to the leader of North Korea seems almost scripted. It's the story of practically every modern dictator. As a member of the Soviet Army during World War II, Kim had taken more than a page from Joseph Stalin's playbook.
And when Kim returned to Korea in 1945, he consolidated power and support the same way Stalin did in the Soviet Union, by nationalizing resources and industry, organizing an enormous national army, and propagating his own cult of personality.
By mid-1949, Kim Il-sung had fortified North Korea into a self-sufficient country with strong industrial and agricultural sectors. Through wide-ranging reforms of the health and education systems, he'd also grown immensely popular. But he wouldn't be satisfied until the entire country, including South Korea, was united under his rule. So with the support of his counterparts in the Soviet Union and China, Kim and his massive army invaded South Korea on June 25, 1950.
They stormed through the peninsula, facing little resistance from the haphazard South Korean army. At first, it appeared that Kim's plan might come to fruition.
But after their collective victory in World War II, the Soviets had snatched up territory all over Europe, and the U.S. government was not eager to see communism spread any further. Not a moment too late, they decided to intervene.
The U.S. mobilized a small division of around 500 troops that had remained in Japan after World War II. On July 5, 1950, they attacked the North Korean forces in Osan, just outside of Seoul. Unfortunately, this small division was no match for the North Korean army. The Americans suffered 180 casualties. Nearly half their force was killed or severely injured.
Though the United States was able to activate additional troops, no amount of manpower could stem the march of Kim Il-sung's army. And by September, U.S. and South Korean forces were cornered in the small coastal city of Busan.
Kim Il-sung believed he was on the verge of a decisive victory, and that within days, all of the Korean peninsula would be his. But a steady flow of incoming U.S. troops derailed those plans.
In the ensuing Battle of Busan perimeter, the U.S. Air Force was able to bomb strategic North Korean locations, mainly transportation hubs, halting Kim's ability to advance supplies to the front lines.
And as the U.S. began winning its share of small-scale battles, more and more American troops arrived until U.S. forces outnumbered the North Koreans. Finally, by mid-September, U.S. forces had turned the tide of the war and forced North Korea to retreat.
As their retreat began in earnest, it became clear that North Korea had only prepared for a quick victory, not a sustained battle. For one thing, they were virtually defenseless against U.S. air attacks, which wiped out their heavy artillery, and they didn't bother to maintain outposts behind them in case of a retreat. So when they were pushed back north, Kim's troops had nowhere to rest or resupply.
This lack of cached resources left the North Korean ranks in chaos and with heavy casualties. Nearly half of Kim's forces were killed or taken as prisoners of war. The few units that remained were able to retreat safely, but posed absolutely no threat to the rapidly advancing U.S. forces.
Within weeks, the North Korean army had retreated far past the 38th parallel, all the way to a small area in the northernmost border of the country. In order to survive, let alone continue the fight, they would need a miracle. Luckily, China's leader, Mao Zedong, was ready to throw Kim Il-sung a lifeline.
On October 18, 1950, Mao sent 250,000 of his own troops into North Korea. Meanwhile, Joseph Stalin sent Soviet pilots to provide air cover for Maoist troops as they crossed the border into North Korea.
The Battle of Anjong, the first between U.S. and Chinese forces, occurred on October 25, 1950. Using the hilly, brush-covered terrain to their advantage, Chinese forces ambushed U.S. and South Korean troops from all sides and easily defeated an entire battalion of South Korean soldiers.
The Battle of Anjong not only saved Kim Il-sung from certain defeat, but it once again shifted the momentum in favor of North Korea. The operation was so significant that to this day, October 25th is commemorated as War to Resist America and Aid Korea Memorial Day throughout China.
Now it was clear that the U.S. would have to formulate a new strategy, and while the one they chose to pursue wasn't exactly new, it was definitely effective.
In November 1950, they began a large-scale scorched earth bombing campaign across North Korea. But unlike the previous campaign, which targeted North Korean military outposts and transportation hubs, this one was designed to inflict as much damage across the region as possible.
It was a strategy almost identical to the one used by U.S. pilots in Japan during World War II. They made no distinction between military and civilian targets, often going after schools and hospitals. The goal was to bomb a population into submission.
Throughout the 3-year carpet bombing campaign, the U.S. dropped more bombs on North Korea than they did in Japan and the Pacific during World War II. Almost every major North Korean city was completely destroyed. U.S. forces even considered detonating atomic bombs in North Korea. But when it became clear that their scorched earth campaign was producing the desired results already, they decided nukes weren't necessary.
During this time, smaller-scale battles continued being fought on land in and around the 38th parallel, the dividing line between the two Korean territories. And while both sides could claim victory in certain battles, none were decisive enough to shift the overall outcome of the war.
By 1951, both sides were growing increasingly frustrated with the lack of outcome. U.S. President Truman relieved General MacArthur of his command after the two disagreed on strategy. Truman believed MacArthur's actions could lead to a larger conflict between the U.S. and Soviet Union.
Meanwhile, Mao had lost all faith in Kim Il-sung as a military strategist and resented that China was forced to do the bulk of the fighting. He even suspected Kim of trying to negotiate a truce behind the scenes.
From 1951 to 1953, both sides suffered heavy casualties without making any significant gains or advances. It's estimated that 40,000 American troops were killed, while Chinese and North Korean forces were estimated to have suffered over 1 million casualties.
Despite these heavy tolls, it was the civilian population that suffered most. It's estimated that 20% of North Koreans, roughly 2 million people, were killed, while about 1 million South Koreans lost their lives.
As the destruction and casualties mounted, it became clear to both sides that neither would emerge victorious. So on July 27th, the Korean Armistice Agreement was signed.
It was almost identical to the agreement signed between the U.S. and Soviet Union after World War II. The country was still divided along the 38th parallel, only now there was a section called the DMZ, or Korean Demilitarized Zone, to serve as a buffer between the two countries. After the war, Kim was in the weakest position he'd ever faced as leader. Mao and Stalin had begun to lose faith in him, and he worried that his own citizens would follow suit. He knew he needed to take drastic measures to maintain control of the country.
Once again, he used the methods of his icon, Joseph Stalin, to turn a costly, humiliating defeat into an iron grip on the people of North Korea.
When we return, we'll explore how Kim developed his cult of personality.
Now, back to the story.
The Korean Korean War ended in a ceasefire agreement between North and South Korea, which remained divided along the 38th parallel. Kim Il-sung's goal of controlling the entire Korean peninsula was dead. Millions of Korean citizens were also dead, and North Korea, the instigator of the conflict, was virtually destroyed.
For the first time, Kim began to face criticism at home and a challenge to his authority. He knew that staying in power would require drastic measures.
Taking a cue from Joseph Stalin, Kim shifted the blame for the war to several high-level government officials. The only thing these men were guilty of was criticizing Kim, but he accused them of collaborating with American and South Korean forces and either had them exiled or executed.
Kim used this strategy to purge the government of 2,500 of his enemies, anyone and everyone he considered a threat to his power. But even among his supposedly loyal communist coalition, Kim Il-sung began to be perceived as an outlier and a loose cannon.
Kim had maintained a cordial relationship with his idol Joseph Stalin. But after Stalin's death in 1953, things began to fray. His successor, Nikita Khrushchev, implemented what was later called de-Stalinization, undoing most of the changes Stalin had made to the Soviet government. Khrushchev denounced Stalin's personality cult, the very cult that Kim was emulating in North Korea.
Kim's relationship with Mao Zedong was also strained to a breaking point. Kim had begun to alienate Mao during the war, when his incompetence as a leader would strain on Mao and his troops. This was further compounded after the war, when Kim claimed victory for himself and refused to give Mao any credit or even acknowledge his participation.
Fearing that Kim had become a liability, Mao and Khrushchev, along with members of Kim's own government, attempted a coup against him in 1956. But as soon as Kim got word of it, he purged the North Korean government of anyone he deemed overly sympathetic to China or the Soviet Union.
This failed coup might have gone better if Mao and Khrushchev's own relationship wasn't deteriorating. Mao, like Kim Il-sung, was alarmed by Khrushchev's de-Stalinization plan, while Khrushchev had begun to view Mao as a totalitarian fascist and not a true communist.
This disagreement took precedence over their respective disputes with Kim Il-sung, and probably saved his life. Mao and Khrushchev wouldn't bother with another coup in North Korea.
But Kim still needed to convince North Korean citizens that he wasn't to blame for the war that devastated their country. So, for the first time, he embarked on a massive propaganda campaign, using the destruction to his advantage.
Kim commissioned thousands of murals and posters depicting American forces bombing and attacking North Korea. These not only served as a reminder of the violence they'd suffered at the hands of foreigners, but also reimagined the narrative of the war, a war that had literally just ended.
According to Kim and his propaganda machine, it was the Americans who invaded North Korea and instigated the war, not the other way around. The posters also emphasized the cruelty and brutality of the American forces, particularly their targeting of civilians and children.
Along with rewriting the origins of the war, he also claimed victory. Kim's revisionist history claims that the U.S. surrendered and begged for a ceasefire.
For Kim, it didn't matter that his interpretation of events was easily disprovable. What mattered was repeating the lie until it stuck. This meant bombarding his citizens with reminders of the atrocities, from the brutal, violent posters to loudspeakers playing his speeches on a loop. North Koreans were indoctrinated with this propaganda, which it remains to this day.
Kim also used propaganda to elevate and completely fabricate his own role in the conflict. Although he'd launched an initially successful invasion of South Korea, he proved completely inept at any sustained military campaign. He had to be rescued by Mao Zedong and hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops, and even that wasn't enough to save them. But in Kim's version, it was his tremendous leadership that heralded victory for North Korea.
Despite their make-believe demand for a ceasefire, Kim also portrayed the U.S. as a constant threat to North Korea, one that could invade at any time to avenge their imaginary defeat at the hands of Kim Il-sung.
This perpetual gaslighting was meant to keep North Koreans living in perpetual fear. Fear of another attack, fear of additional bombings, fear of even more destruction.
Kim Il-sung created these external crises to distract his people from his own shortcomings as a leader, and to cement his own power by emphasizing that he, and only he, could protect the country and its people. And the more a dictator repeats a lie, the more it becomes true.
During this time, Kim also engaged in a massive and largely successful effort to reconstruct North Korea and completely nationalize its industry. With the exception of the capital city of Pyongyang, it was a sparsely populated, mostly rural country. Agriculture and arms production for the always impending war with the United States became the two pillars of the North Korean economy.
Kim's goal was for Korea to become completely self-reliant, and self-reliance, known as juche, became the official North Korean ideology.
While the concept of self-reliance may seem practical and even reasonable, the other facet of juche involved pledging complete and total allegiance to Kim Il-sung, accepting him as the one and only true leader and obeying his every command.
If nothing else, Kim's quest to repair his tarnished image was remarkably efficient. After rebuilding North Korea from a heap of rubble, reinforcing its economy, purging his enemies and detractors, and shifting the blame for a war that killed 20% of his citizens, Kim embarked on a personal barnstorming tour to regain his citizens' trust. The nationwide tour saw Kim visiting farms, schools, and hospitals, basically any place he could take credit for rebuilding.
It was a maneuver that had earned him almost unlimited goodwill the first time he'd done it, as a newly installed puppet leader by the Soviets. This time, it would be even grander and more effective.
Whatever skill or competence Kim lacked as a general, he more than made up for in charm. And as he made his way across North Korea, he was able to leverage his charisma into ironclad support.
Everywhere he went, Kim was greeted like a hometown hero. His ease with crowds endeared him to North Koreans of all ages.
These interactions with ordinary people were heavily documented and served the dual purpose of generating propaganda while satisfying Kim's desperate need for approval and respect.
Kim could imprison, torture, or kill anyone he wanted. He hardly needed hugs from school children. But like the vast majority of autocrats, he was an egomaniac who was completely and utterly insecure. He was never satisfied with the amount of support he was receiving and always wanted more.
After his barnstorming hugathon, Kim once again enjoyed the same support he had before blundering into the Korean War. But instead of resting on his laurels, he set about burnishing his cult of personality, amplifying the myth of his accomplishments and almost divine right to rule.
After witnessing Stalin's tactics in the Soviet Union, Kim knew how practical and effective a cult of personality could be for a leader. But as he grew more powerful, Kim also became increasingly concerned for his own safety. Inevitably, even the best propaganda doesn't work on everyone. His response was to exert even more control over the lives of his citizens.
His first move was to completely isolate North Korea from outside information of any kind. He banned all non-government sanctioned media and prevented anyone from leaving or entering the country. This also meant that no information flowed out of North Korea. As such, it became nearly impossible to pinpoint what dates anything occurred or what daily life was like under the regime. The only way to gain that information was from North Korean defectors, and they were rare.
In the late 1950s, Elvis Presley and Little Richard were dominating the airwaves of American radio. But in North Korea, there was not a whole lot of shaking going on, unless it involved the secret police shaking confessions out of political prisoners. With Kim's new restrictions, North Koreans only had one radio station, and it didn't play rock and roll. Instead, it played a steady stream of Kim's speeches or revisionist history lessons portraying Kim as the savior of North Korea.
Not only that, Kim had begun embellishing or outright lying about his life story up to that point, well beyond his earlier lies regarding his role as a Japanese resistance fighter. All of this propaganda was broadcast over the radio and expected to be absorbed by his citizens.
As if the content wasn't soul-crushing enough, Kim actually forced North Koreans to keep their radios on 24 hours a day. In a rare instance of freedom, citizens were permitted to turn down the volume if they wished.
In addition to being inundated with a constant stream of propaganda, Kim also mandated a new program called self-criticism sessions. During these sessions, which are still commonplace, North Koreans are forced to criticize themselves and one another for their failures. It's a technique commonly used by cults, in which people admit their insecurities and shame each other until they are all equally broken down and can only be built up by devotion to their new ideology. And in North Korea, those who refuse to participate are jailed or sent to labor camps.
Ostensibly, these criticism sessions are meant to bolster pride and patriotism, but their true purpose is to make people comfortable spying on each other. A perfect system to root out individuals that might be a threat to Kim's power.
With all of Kim's draconian measures, it's difficult to understand why North Koreans didn't speak up or revolt. Some might have. If they did, they were most likely arrested or killed. But for most North Koreans, Kim's rule wasn't that much worse than what they'd experienced for the past 200 years.
For a long time, the peninsula had been under the authority of the Chinese, who installed a monolithic and oppressive regime that kept the country isolated from its neighbors. These policies led to widespread poverty, famine, and anger amongst the peasant classes.
Then, after the Sino-Japanese War of 1894, Japan took over Korea, enacting even harsher measures to oppress the citizens.
Kim Il-sung was hardly an improvement over previous regimes, but he wasn't much worse either. Also, without any access to outside media, North Koreans really had no basis for comparison. The younger generations had no idea that things weren't like this everywhere.
By the mid-1960s, Kim's will had been imposed on nearly every facet of North Korean life. But he still wasn't satisfied. So he implemented a new method of controlling his people, by spying on each and every one of them.
When we return, we'll explore Kim's most diabolical creation, the song bun system. Now, back to the story.
From the moment the Korean War ended, Kim Il-sung undertook drastic measures to retain his iron grip over the North Korean people. He reshaped a defeat into a victory. He rewrote the history of North Korea with himself at the center and fostered a cult of personality unlike any in modern history. But like most dictators before and since, no matter how much power he had, Kim was never satisfied.
He always believed there were people out to get him, whether rebellious citizens or members of his own government. And despite implementing almost every possible measure to control life inside North Korea, in the mid-1960s, Kim decided to take it one insane step further, with the song bun system.
The Songbun system was like India's caste system on steroids. It was a publicly known ranking system that divided citizens into three distinct groups: core, wavering, or hostile. The designations were based on perceived loyalty to the state, but mostly based on familial relationships. If one citizen had been found guilty of a crime or even a perceived offense, his or her entire family were then designated as criminals.
The system dictated nearly every aspect of a person's life: where they lived, where they were educated, how much food they received, where they could work, and most importantly, whether they were rounded up and murdered in a gulag.
Only people in the core group could live in Pyongyang and occupy positions within the government. The wavering group consists of average, everyday North Koreans, while the hostile group is made up of anyone deemed unpatriotic or threatening.
The hostile group is relegated to the most remote parts of the country, and if someone is designated as hostile, his or her entire extended family is also assigned that designation.
The North Korean secret police are in charge of updating and assigning Songbun designations. They maintain files on literally every single North Korean citizen, which begin at age 17 and are updated every 2 years. While it's nearly impossible to elevate one Songbun, it can easily be demoted for perceived hostility or lack of nationalism. And as with all crimes, the worst offenders are sent to labor camps.
This was another tactic that Kim borrowed from Joseph Stalin, who sent nearly 2 million of his citizens to die in the Soviet gulags. These were ostensibly re-education camps meant to punish troublemakers through hard labor and reinvigorate their sense of patriotism. But Kim's camps bore a much closer resemblance to Nazi concentration camps. The principal focus was torture.
In Kim's era, as well as today, conditions within the camps are so abysmal that those who don't die of starvation, hypothermia, or illness are often killed by guards as examples to other prisoners.
Some of the camps hold up to 50,000 prisoners, all of whom are forced into manual labor. Women are often subject to sexual abuse. Others are used as test subjects for medical experiments.
Details of the camps have been provided by survivors who later defected from North Korea. One survivor recalled being forced to watch a hanging during which the victim's face was pelted with rocks until they bled to death. The guards left the body in the gallows. That night, it was picked clean by crows.
Just as Kim had more or less grown up idolizing Joseph Stalin, a new group of dictators had grown up idolizing Kim Il-sung for his brutal tactics. During the late 1960s and early 70s, Kim forged relationships with new dictators around the world, from Erich Honecker in East Germany, to Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania, to Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire.
But none of them could ever wield the same level of control as Kim Il-sung without being overthrown or ousted in a coup. And while his methods were horrifyingly oppressive and completely immoral, the vast majority of North Koreans enjoyed a relatively high standard of living, higher, in fact, than their counterparts in South Korea. For many, Kim's fascist oppression was preferable to the alternative, especially when compared to what they'd endured under Japanese rule.
As the 70s wound to a close, Kim began to confront his own mortality. He was in his late 60s now. He couldn't live forever.
But Kim didn't want to vanish into obscurity. Far from it. He wanted to remain on the forefront of his people's minds.
For years, he had used the country's official ideology, Juche, to indoctrinate the populace with propaganda. Though the supposed goal of Juche was to preserve the people's independence and self-reliance, it was merely an excuse to give Kim control over every aspect of daily life.
And after attaining complete control over his people, he decided to build a monument to honor the very system that kept them in eternal submission. Standing 560 feet high, comprising 25,550 granite blocks, one for every day of Kim Il-sung's life at the time of its completion, the Juche Tower is a brutalist reimagining of the Washington Monument.
In fact, the Juche Tower is exactly 5 feet higher than the Washington Monument. And instead of a calm, reflecting pool, at the base of the Juche Tower sits 3 100-foot-tall statues. One statue holds a hammer, another a sickle, and the third a writing brush, which is supposed to depict the working intellectual.
While the Juche Tower is meant to honor a communist ethos, it actually represents the hubris, hypocrisy, and unassailable power of Kim Il-sung.
Like every monument in North Korea, it was created at great expense and required thousands of man-hours to complete. For a country as poor as North Korea, the resources spent on these monuments could have been better spent on literally anything.
But to Kim Il-sung, the Juche Tower was not a waste of resources, just the opposite. He didn't care about being practical. He cared about control. This was Kim's way of saying, not only have I created an ideology that deprives you of basic human rights, starves you, and forces you to revere me as a god, I made you build a statue to honor it.
Kim Il-sung had secured his legacy through violence, torture, brainwashing, and a gigantic, hideous monument. Next, he would do so with his own flesh and blood, his son, Kim Jong-il. The Kims would create something that no one had done before. The world's first communist dynasty.
I saw a video of someone getting beheaded. Thanks for listening to Dictators. We'll explore the reign of Kim Jong-il and how he stepped out of his father's shadow to turn North Korea into one of the most dangerous countries on earth.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Michael Langsner, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. This episode features discussions of torture and death that some may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised, especially for children under 13.
In November of 1987, South Korea was preparing to host the Olympic Games in Seoul the following summer. North Korea, its communist neighbor, knew the Games would be a publicity coup for their enemy if they proceeded.
On November 29th, 2 North Korean agents posing as Japanese tourists boarded a South Korean airliner bound for Seoul with a layover in Abu Dhabi. The alleged father and daughter got off the plane on the layover and disappeared into the city.
Several hours later, the Korean jet exploded in midair, killing all 115 souls on board. The explosion was caused by a suitcase bomb placed in an overhead compartment.
The so-called tourists were traced to Bahrain, where they were surrounded by police. The older man took a cyanide capsule and died, but the young female agent couldn't get the pill down before she was subdued and arrested.
Under interrogation, the woman explained that the bombing was supposed to look like an act of domestic terrorism. The plan looked like an attempt by Kim Il-sung to weaken his enemy's image and show the superiority of communism.
But then the young agent revealed that the plan hadn't been the great leaders. The order to bomb the airliner had come directly from his son, Kim Jong-il. A new leader was on the rise in North Korea.
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots. This season, we'll be looking at the Kim family's unique communist dynasty in North Korea.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network.
Today we're diving into the rise of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-il, the son of Kim Il-sung. We'll see how the mysterious Jong-il's naturally artistic and sensitive nature was corrupted by power in the wake of his father's dynastic handoff.
Next week, we'll explore Kim Jong-il's increasingly erratic behavior in his later years and the slow decline of his health. We'll also hear how the dear leader's fading health coincided with a massive exodus of defectors from North Korea, each of whom brought tragic stories of a communist nation approaching ruin.
With the Kim family, there are two sides to every story. First is the truth, which are the facts about events as they occurred, without any spin or opinion.
But then there's the narrative. This is the fantastic epic woven around the Kim family by their propaganda and carefully reproduced in so-called official documents. It is the only version of the story that North Korean citizens ever hear.
Much of Kim Il-sung's life and reign was documented by outside sources before and during the Korean War. The facts and timeline, otherwise known as the truth, are well known up to the founding of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK, in 1948.
But after 1948, the DPRK disappeared behind an iron curtain of secrecy. Kim Il-sung's cult of personality and rigid policies ensured that very little information about his country was revealed to the outside world.
This included the birth of his son, Kim Jong-il, in Siberia in 1941.
Or was it 1942? Official North Korean biographies claim that Jong-il was born within Korea, in one of his father's guerrilla camps on February 16, 1942. Some of these biographies alternatively assert, though without any evidence, that he was born under a double rainbow on the country's legendary Mount Paektu.
Regardless of his actual birth date and location, Jong-il spent the first years of his life among guerrilla soldiers in Vietskoye, within the former Soviet Union. His father was the camp commander at the time, not yet the great leader of the glorious republic, but an ordinary rebel general. And his mother was a guerrilla fighter named Jang Suk. She was short, with dark, alluring eyes. Kim Il-sung, who himself was tall and handsome, described her as a devoted comrade and a considerate woman who saved his life multiple times.
However, Jong-il inherited few of his parents' physical traits. He was short and pudgy his entire life, and allegedly quite shy.
His parents were busy fighting the Japanese during the 1940s, and Jong-il often found himself in the care of other women in the camp.
The communal nature of his upbringing exposed Jong-il to the harsh realities of the war around him, even if he couldn't understand the politics behind it. He saw wounded and volatile soldiers, as well as rationed food and medical supplies. Guerrilla life was not comfortable.
But that didn't mean he didn't have entertainment. The toddling Zhang Il would carry a wooden rifle and march alongside the guerrillas and play at shooting into the trees. He spoke often of wanting to fight the Japanese with a real gun.
Little Zhang Il was known as Yura, a Russian nickname. Between skirmishes, the soldiers would take him to the nearby Amur River and show him the fishing boats and the flocks of birds on their migrations. Zhang Il was known as a precocious and curious child.
And soon he wasn't alone. His parents had two more children, a younger brother named Man Il and a sister named Jiang He. The family returned to Korea in 1945 after the war. With the support of the Soviets, Kim Il-sung was installed as the communist leader of occupied North Korea and moved into an official residence in Pyongyang in 1947.
Then tragedy struck the Kim family that year. One summer afternoon, 5-year-old Kim Jong-il was playing near a pond with his brother Man-il, who was just 3 years old.
Somehow, little Man-il fell into the water. Jong-il watched as his little brother drowned. Though he never spoke about it, and the death of Man-il is largely ignored in the official DPRK narratives, his younger brother's death had a profound effect on young Jong-il.
Unfortunately, this tragedy would not be the only one in Jong-il's early life. In 1949, just 2 years after his brother's death, Jong-il's mother died during an ectopic birth. Her death is well recorded in North Korea, and young Kim Jong-il is said to have wept over his mother's body in her coffin.
When several of the women soldiers at the funeral tried to comfort Jong-il, his father intervened. "Leave him alone," he said. "Tomorrow he will have no mother anymore with whom to cry."
From that day on, Kim Jong-il was his father's faithful son. It was the two of them against the world.
In June 1950, a year after his wife's death, Kim Il-sung invaded South Korea, sparking the Korean War. The tide turned quickly against the North, and Jong-il was sent with his sister to wait out the war in China. When the armistice was signed 3 years later, Jong-il returned to a DPRK that was broken and defeated.
He also returned to a divided family. Kim Il-sung married sometime during the war, likely back in 1951, when Jong-il was 9 years old. Il-sung's new wife bore him 3 more children, 2 boys and 1 girl.
Jong-il never accepted his half-brothers. He missed the undivided attention his father had placed on him. So he projected this angst on his teachers at the number 4 Pyongyang Elementary School.
As a student, Jong-il excelled at 2 things: mathematics and tormenting his teachers. One of them made a list of best practices for keeping Jong-il happy, including proper grooming, maintaining eye contact, and all his favorite foods according to the season.
By the time he reached Namsan Senior High School in 1958, Jong-il was quite consciously following in his father's footsteps. He was a member of the Democratic Youth League, and he went on tours of local construction sites and factories. He would always lend a hand in the work during these visits, which demonstrated that Jong-il was not above any other communist citizens.
Jong-il's biographies still tell of his 1961 visit to a textile factory, where he took a turn at one of the machines and noticed how stiff it seemed. He asked the operator if it had been oiled, and the worker said yes. Jong-il inspected the machine carefully, and with an expert eye, found a spot the worker had missed. The machine suddenly worked like new.
Again, the official narrative clouds the truth. There is no evidence of the story ever occurring.
The actual truth is simple. Jong-il was rushed through university with private tutors for every subject. As the son of the great leader, he received blatantly preferential treatment, which was spun into stories of his incredible intelligence and ability.
Jong-il graduated from university in May 1964 and the young man was immediately given a role in his father's government, specifically the Central Committee's Department of Organization.
In that role, Jong-il proved his loyalty to family and party by exposing several of his colleagues as vacillating elements. This supposed lack of loyalty led to a purge of the department later that year.
Every step of Jong-il's education and career seemed to imply that he was the de facto choice to succeed his father. Central Committee officials reported hearing that Jong-il was next in line as early as 1974.
But Jong-il himself refused to speak of succession. There was to be no talk of replacing Kim Il-sung, ever. One specific violent example demonstrated this unspoken rule of North Korean politics.
The unconfirmed narrative suggests that in the early 1970s, Kim Jong-il met with a high-ranking Communist Party official in Pyongyang. The official took the chance to flatter the great leader's son and suggested that he should be declared the successor for whenever his father passed on.
Jong-il sat for a moment in stunned silence. The party official probably believed his compliment was so flattering, it had left him speechless.
Instead, Jong-il pulled his pistol and shot the official dead on the spot.
Even if this story is a father's place, including himself.
At the time, Jong-il really had no desire to take over for his father. He was already a senior government official, living a spoiled life. He had endless supplies of wine and cognac, as well as a massive collection of Western films, all of which were prohibited to ordinary citizens.
He was living a life of hypocrisy under his father's protection. If Jong-il wanted to maintain his position and his lifestyle, he needed to support his father, no matter what.
Besides, Kim Jong-il was too focused on other tasks to worry about succession, like building movie studios, throwing lavish parties, and plotting a kidnapping.
Coming up, Kim Jong-il builds a cinematic empire in a way only he could. Now back to the story.
By the early 1970s, Kim Jong-il was experiencing a meteoric rise within the Communist Party ranks. While his father was busy touring his communist utopia on propaganda campaigns, Jong-il was trusted to run the administrative side of the government.
On the side, Kim Jong-il still had time for other pursuits, like filmmaking. A lifelong movie buff, he opened up studios to make propaganda films. He personally oversaw the production of epic revolutionary operas that glorified the Juche ideology.
To Jong-il, this was more than propaganda. It was art. He even published a treatise on film theory called On the Art of the Cinema.
And his love for movies would morph into a different kind of love.
Sometime in the late 60s, Kim met a young actress named Song Hae-ri. She was already famous on both sides of the Korean demarcation line, but she was trapped in an unhappy marriage. Seeing an opportunity to improve her fortunes, she divorced her husband and started dating Kim Jong-il.
Jong-il kept the affair a strict secret. The two lovers spent clandestine nights together, and Jong-il began visiting the studios where Hae-ri was filming almost every other day.
As the affair grew, so did Jong-il's contribution to the film world. He wrote songs and scenes for several propaganda musicals, like a communist Billy Wilder.
His love for cinema melded beautifully with his love for Song Hae-ri, and a deep sensitivity was revealed in the young dictator-to-be. Soon the affair also produced a son.
Kim Jong-nam was born in 1971, but his existence was largely kept secret, including from Kim Il-sung. Amid the few family members who knew about the birth, it once again raised questions about succession. Was a budding monarchy growing in North Korea?
As communist revolutionaries dedicated to returning power to the workers, the idea of hereditary succession was antithetical to their cause. Even the Soviets and Chinese communists abhorred the idea. For For years, the North Korean Dictionary of Political Terminologies unequivocally stated that dynastic succession was a product of slave societies adopted by feudal lords as a means to perpetuate dictatorial rule.
However, that definition was removed in the 1972 edition of the North Korean dictionary. The tide was shifting among the party as Kim Il-sung grew more amenable to the idea of a dynasty. He might have been a Stalinist at heart, but he claimed this shift was inspired by the chaotic line of succession in the Soviet Union.
After Stalin's death, the power vacuum in Soviet politics led to the rise of Nikita Khrushchev, a harsh critic of Stalin. Kim Il-sung had rooted North Korea's formation in Stalinism, and in his memoirs, he noted that Khrushchev's criticisms of the former dictator were the moment things began to go astray.
Kim Il-sung believed that if a new leader did not support the legacy of his predecessor, the Revolutionary Party would weaken and collapse. Whoever succeeded him would need to be loyal not only to the communist ideology, but to him.
And in the early 1970s, there appeared to be no better candidate than Kim Il-sung's loyal and active son.
By 1973, Kim Jong-il was a secretary in the Central Committee of the Communist Party. He was referred to by the North Korean media as the party's center, as though he had become the embodiment of communist ideals in the DPRK.
Kim Jong-il had also fully committed to his father's concept of juche, or national self-reliance. In a 1973 speech, he even went so far as to brand the country's national ideology as Kim Il-sungism.
To honor his father as the nation's guiding star, Jong-il ordered the construction of lavish monuments and buildings named for the great leader. He cemented his loyalty with constant affection and care for Kim Il-sung, who was still remarkably healthy. But Kim Jong-il was taking no chances with his future. He was slyly positioning himself as his father's right-hand man.
And his tactics were working. Jong-il was now firmly entrenched as his father's natural successor. It was only a matter of time before the decision would be made official and announced publicly.
In the meantime, this secure position gave Jong-il even more freedom to pursue his favorite pastime, filmmaking. Throughout the 1970s, he tried to define himself as not just a propaganda master, but as an auteur.
He grew so obsessed with cinematic art that in 1977, he ordered the kidnapping of one of South Korea's most lauded film directors, Shin Sang-ok.
At the time, Shin's reputation in South Korea was in tatters. He had openly complained about censorship and bribery in the government. They had retaliated by forcing the closure of his film studio. Shin's open dissent against the South led Kim Jong-il to believe the director might be willing to defect to the North.
But he couldn't just ask Shin Sang-ok directly. Instead, he planned to kidnap Shin's ex-wife, Choi En-hee. Choi was a star of South Korean cinema, and having an actress like her among North Korea's stable of talent would be a boon to the industry on its own. And it might coerce Shin to cooperate.
The plan was initiated in the fall of 1977 when a North Korean agent and offered her the chance of a lifetime. He claimed to run a movie studio in Hong Kong and inquired if Choi would be interested in producing films there.
He went one step further and offered her a script to direct, which came with a hefty paycheck. Unable to resist, Choi agreed to visit the studio in January 1978.
When she arrived in Hong Kong, the agent took her on a whirlwind tour of the city and introduced her to several so-called fans. It was only when the tour ended on a desolate beach that Choi realized something was wrong.
A small motorboat with 4 men was waiting for her. They grabbed her, threw her into the boat, and stuck a needle in her.
When Choi awoke, she found herself aboard a freighter headed for the North Korean port of Nampo. In her small padlocked stateroom, An enormous portrait of Kim Il-sung stared down at her.
8 days later, the freighter pulled into port, and Choi was met at the dock by none other than the great leader's son himself, Kim Jong-il.
The short future dictator, who stood only 5'3", looked up at her and offered his hand. Then he invited her to join him in the long black limousine waiting nearby for the ride to Pyongyang.
When they reached the city, Jong-il relished pointing out the notable sights and monuments. Choi said later, Kim Jong-il was as happy as a general making a triumphant entrance into the capital.
Jong-il's delusions of grandeur were encouraged by the cult of personality prevalent in the monuments, portraits, and flags that adorned the buildings. Everything was about Kim Il-sung, and as the leader's son, Kim Jong-il clearly had the power to do anything he wanted without fear of reprisal.
This included kidnapping Shin Sang-ok 6 months later. In a similar fashion to Choi's kidnapping, agents nabbed him in Hong Kong and brought him to North Korea.
But unlike his ex-wife Choi, who had accepted her situation with sadness and resignation, Shin fought back. Kim Jong-il was forced to keep him under perpetual guard. When he tried to escape, the dictator threw him in a labor camp.
With Shin Sang-ok refusing to work, Jong-il's plan to bolster the North Korean film industry was failing. Still, the DPRK film studios cranked out plenty of mediocre propaganda in the eyes of his father and the citizens.
In 1980, Kim Il-sung finally decided to make his son's inheritance official. A short announcement was made at a congress of the entire DPRK leadership. Kim Jong-il was to be promoted to the Central Committee and the Military Commission.
Even with this announcement, the dynamics within the newly established dynasty were largely unchanged. Kim Il-sung was still healthy and completely involved with the day-to-day concerns of his government. Kim Jong-il still had a long wait before he took the communist throne.
So he simply continued with life as he knew it. Jong-il had all the resources of the nation at his disposal. He threw lavish parties, complete with endless Hennessy cognac, his personal favorite. During his peak years of consumption, Jong-il was spending 700,000 British pounds a year on the liquor, another extravagance that other North Koreans were prohibited from enjoying.
Nearly every Friday night in the early 1980s, there was a party in Pyongyang organized by Jong-il, complete with live music, movies, and mahjong at one of his many villas.
Choi In-hee, the kidnapped South Korean actress, was a frequent guest at these soirees. And at one party in 1983, another guest made a surprise entrance.
It was the director, Shin Sang-ok, newly released from the labor camp after his 3-year sentence.
Kim Jong-il watched the formerly married couple's reunion with delight, imploring them, "Well, go ahead and hug each other. Why are you just standing there?"
The couple hugged, and the room broke into applause.
Then Jong-il said, "All right, stop hugging and come over here."
The diminutive dictator then announced that Shin had agreed to be his official film advisor. He also announced that the former couple would have a wedding ceremony on April 15th, the birthday of great leader Il-sung.
Choi and Shin were stunned. This was the first they'd heard of their remarriage. Then, to appease Shin, Kim assured him, "Mr. Shin, please forgive the dramatics. No one ever laid a hand on Madame Choi. Now I send her back to you exactly as she was. We communists are pure."
Shin was alarmed at the turn of events, but in that moment he had an insight into Kim Jong-il's motivations. He later explained that Jong-il thinks that anyone who lives in a capitalist country can be satisfied if they have enough money. He believed that with all the material support he was providing us, we would be happy.
In North Korea, the communist revolution justified everything, even kidnapping. But the prevalence of this belief, and of Kim Jong-il's own propaganda, left him shockingly naive about the actual appeal of communism. Jong-il was so certain that the two captive filmmakers would embrace their noble task that he granted them exceptional levels of freedom. He gave them a film budget of $2 million, the freedom to travel, and official DPRK passports.
While they did produce the movies Kim Jong-il wanted, Choi and Shin were constantly plotting their escape. Finally, 8 years after Choi's kidnapping, they got their chance. On a trip to Europe in 1986, the couple slipped away from their communist bodyguards and fled to the U.S. Embassy in Vienna.
Kim Jong-il's grand cinematic ambition had been robbed of its two prime architects. In the coming years, the escaped filmmakers' revelations about the communist state brought the world more questions than answers. One of the most significant question marks surrounded their film budget and Kim Jong-il's expensive tastes. The budding director made no secret of his family's staggering wealth. But how did they amass such wealth in an ardently communist country?
The source of that money went by a simple name: Division 39.
This was the section of the Communist Party that was devoted to capitalism.
Nobody is certain when it was founded or the specifics of its inner workings, but Division 39 is essentially a slush fund created to support Kim Jong-il's ambitions and frivolities, and he oversaw many of the operations personally.
Division 39 was divided into two financial structures. The first was fronted by a corporation called the Daesung Group. This company owned banks and other legitimate businesses around the world, including ginseng exporters, seafood fisheries, and gold mines.
The second, darker structure was the Illicit Projects Division, which oversaw arms dealing, drug smuggling, and massive counterfeiting operations.
Division 39 was responsible for heroin and methamphetamine trafficking that netted $500 million a year for Kim Jong-il. Somewhere between 10 and 17,000 acres of farmland in North Korea is dedicated to poppy fields, the origin plant.
Time magazine estimated in 2003 that the street value of North Korea's heroin in Japan alone was as high as $300 million.
The evidence of this operation is the North Korean diplomats themselves, who have been arrested with wholesale quantities of drugs in over a dozen countries. One rumor even suggests that drug dealing is the primary source of the DPRK embassy budgets.
The division employed an abundant supply of farmers who gathered mushrooms, poppies, and ginger. They also mined gold and transported the products from each region to the North Korean ports for shipping. One defector, a former truck driver who delivered refined heroin to the docks, spoke to Time magazine after his flight across the border. He said, "We never asked questions. We thought we were showing our loyalty to Kim Jong-il. We thought he would use the money to improve our lives."
But while his people were demonstrating their loyalty, Kim Jong-il was only concerned with augmenting his own fortunes, and his only loyalty was to his father and himself. The illegal income from Division 39 allowed him to continue his parties and lavish lifestyle, even while his people worked long hours in the fields and languished in the gulags.
Though Kim Jong-il was living the high life in a supposedly communist country, by the late 1980s, the rest of the communist experiment was in shambles.
The guiding red star of communism, the Soviet Union, was in rapid decline, and to make matters worse, Kim Il-sung's health was failing. With a weakened leader and the end of Soviet support, the future of North Korea was in serious jeopardy.
Coming up, North Korea emerges alone after the global collapse of communism. Now back to the story.
By 1991, North Korea's aging great leader Kim Il-sung was preparing for chaos. His greatest ally, the Soviet Union, was dissolving into a series of fractured, violent revolutions. One of the communist leaders, Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania, had even been executed by partisans.
Like the Soviet Union, North Korea's brand of communism had been rooted in Stalinism. Now the idea seemed defunct after the Soviet collapse. To reaffirm the country's commitment to Stalinism, Kim Il-sung called attention to his national ideology of self-reliance, or juche.
And in 1991, self-reliance meant self-defense. North Korea had lost its strongest ally in the USSR. Now they had no protection outside their own borders. Fearing his enemies would take the opportunity to strike, Kim Il-sung tasked his son Kim Jong-il with assembling the strongest army on the planet.
Conscription became mandatory for all North Korean males between the ages of 17 and 25, and girls were drafted for support and maintenance positions. Draft registration took place at age 14, and the next 3 years were devoted to basic training.
Each conscript received 300 hours of military training annually as part of the Red Guard Youth Program, including a week-long training camp in the summer. Approximately 650,000 teenagers were in the program at any given time.
Deferment from the draft was possible for medical reasons, social standing, college attendance, or technical skills. The children of influential party members were also often excluded from the draft.
Once enlisted, the young soldiers served a minimum of 11 years for men and 7 years for women.
North Korea quickly developed the most militarized population and the fourth largest standing army on Earth. 1 in 3 North Koreans was serving as a regular or reserve member of the military. And the million army reservists were supported by another 5 million peasant workers classified as reserve Red Guards.
Beyond their exorbitant manpower, the collapse of the Soviet military machine also provided plenty of weaponry and military vehicles for Kim Jong-il's growing forces. The numbers were staggering.
The DPRK had more than 1,700 aircraft in its Air Force, 700 vessels in its Navy, and over 6,600 tanks and armored vehicles. In terms of weaponry, North Korea had 18,000 pieces of artillery and 1,800 cruise missiles, along with countless supplies of rifles and machine guns.
Kim Jong-il believed the greatest threat to North Korean security was South Korea, and more specifically, the desire for reunification. And if he believed it, so did his people. The cult of personality surrounding the Kim dynasty was stronger than ever after decades of propaganda.
Kim Jong-il convinced the citizens that South Korea was poised to invade along the demarcation line at any given moment. He deployed over 70% of his forces to the DMZ, although there was almost no evidence of southern aggression.
While North Korea's $4 billion annual defense budget was less than half of what South Korea spent on their military, it represented a full third of North Korea's GDP.
Kim Il-sung was committing every resource to national defense, and Kim Jong-il was the head of that defense. The terror of the looming war reached all the way up to the highest levels of the Communist Party, but it was their own commander-in-chief they were most afraid of.
Several high-ranking officers were worried that Kim Jong-il was itching to use the forces at his command. They believed that reunification of the peninsula, a deeply held goal for many Koreans on both sides of the demarcation line, would be impossible under the trigger-happy Kim family.
So, in 1991, they hatched a plan to assassinate both Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il.
Some of Kim Il-sung's personal guards informed the conspirators that the Kims were planning to visit their ancestors' graves in a mountain village. The plan was to kill the Kims in the village and bring their bodies back to Pyongyang as proof.
The rebellious officers believed that the rest of the loyal government would do anything to cover up the assassination of the Kims. So, in a misguided effort to ensure everyone knew the truth, the officers let the word out about their plan.
And then the Kims skipped their mountain visit altogether. The plan collapsed, and the conspirators had already outed themselves.
Kim Jong-il uncovered 8 of the traitors and had 7 of them executed. The 8th managed to escape to South Korea and lived to tell the story.
With the traitors dead or else driven from the country, the Kim family's power was secure, and by December 1991, Kim Jong-il's ascension was nearly complete. That month, he was appointed Supreme Commander of the Army, a role that had belonged to his father until that moment.
Then, after the final collapse of the USSR that year, Kim Jong-il issued a formal policy statement from the government under his own name. This was another first. Every official proclamation had previously been signed by Kim Il-sung.
The statement was a simple reaffirmation of North Korea's commitment to communism. But more than anything, it was a warning sign to the international community.
Kim Jong-il was establishing himself as a communist strongman, even if he would be leading the last Stalinist regime on Earth. He was also demonstrating to the world who would be in charge of his father's legacy.
Just like his father, the mythology surrounding Kim Jong-il was enshrined in official North Korean lore. Tales of his alleged abilities were published in official biographies, engraved on public monuments, and even inserted into textbooks. The domestic cult of personality that Kim Il-sung had founded was now being passed on to his son and made even more ceremonious.
Jong-il claimed to be a revered horseman, riding at least 5 miles at a full 30-mile-per-hour gallop every day since childhood. He was also a gifted writer, allegedly having written 1,500 books in his 3 years at university, though only one ever materialized, and it was about cinema, his favorite subject.
The fabrications sometimes verged on the ridiculous. Kim Jong-il was supposedly a golf prodigy, claiming that he once shot 11 holes in one on North Korea's only golf course before giving up the sport permanently.
The average North Korean citizen knew more alleged facts about Kim Jong-il than some of their own family members. Of course, a citizen wasn't likely to be thrown in a labor camp for not honoring a distant cousin's birthday.
The Jong-il legends were like a security blanket for the population, giving them blind loyalty to a hero in anticipation of the moment when he would lead them.
Then, in July of 1994, the moment arrived.
On July 8th, Kim Il-sung was staying at a villa in the mountains not far from one of the nation's many nuclear silos. That afternoon, he collapsed from a massive heart attack.
Kim Jong-il, who was never far from his father's side, ordered an emergency medical team brought by helicopter.
But it was too late. The great leader was dead.
Kim Jong-il was now the de facto leader of North Korea and the last follower of Stalin's communist ideals. His mysterious reign had finally begun.
But so had a horrific famine. As Jong-il was promising to care for his people, just like his father did, domestic food supplies were running out, and the country was isolated from any imports by economic sanctions. North Korea could no longer feed itself.
And no amount of military might could keep the people from starvation. All Kim Jong-il had was his persona and propaganda to keep his nation from ruin. He was about to face his first true test of power.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll hear about the terrible famine that confronted Kim Jong-il in the first years of his reign. We'll also investigate the slow decline of the dear leader and his isolation from the rest of the world.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, But now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Billy Pace, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Andrew Messer, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. This episode features discussions of torture and death that some may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised, especially for children under 13.
On March 26, 2010, a South Korean Navy vessel called the TRUMAN was stationed along the northern limit line in the Yellow Sea. The line was a disputed boundary between the waters of North and South Korea. For many years, the North had refused to recognize the sovereign waters of the South, claiming that the South Korean Navy was violating their own territory.
But the animosity between the two Koreas had rarely gone past strongly worded public statements.
That all changed on the 26th at exactly 9:22 p.m. when an explosion rocked the TRUMAN. Moments later, the ship broke in two, sinking to the seafloor with 46 crew members on board.
When the wreck of the TRUMAN was raised 3 weeks later, the investigators discovered something alarming: the propeller and steering system of a torpedo.
A torpedo that had been built in North Korea. The TRUMAN had been sunk in a deliberate attack. For the first time, Kim Jong-il had committed an act of war. Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots. This season, we're looking at the Kim family's communist dynasty in North Korea.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
Get the fuck out.
Parcast, we are grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter
That's on
at
the tone, that's
Parcast
correct.
Network.
Today we're exploring the nearly 20-year reign of Kim Jong-il, the second of the Kim dynasty. Last week, we followed Kim Jong-il's upbringing and development as a dictator before he officially succeeded his father.
Next week, we'll continue our series with a look at Kim Jong-il's successor, his son, Kim Jong-un.
Long before the attack on the Chonin in 2010, Kim Jong-il was flexing his military might to the world when he officially took control of North Korea after his father's death in 1994. Kim Jong-il set out to build a completely militarized society.
To maintain the strength of his new dictatorship, he had to be seen as the powerful leader. He had been handed the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, by his father. But Kim Il-sung had been a hero who repelled the Japanese and held off the Americans during the Korean War. His son had no war to heroically command, no foreign invaders repelled.
So he made one up. His propaganda focused mainly on the constant fictional threat posed by South Korea and the U.S. But beyond those two old enemies, Kim Jong-il portrayed the whole world as an enemy. And to sell the narrative, he made some updates to his father's original concept of Juche, or national self-reliance.
Kim Jong-il used his propaganda machine to convince the people that their self-reliance started with self-defense. And at the time he took over, there were two key obstacles to achieving this. The first was the decline of communism in the region.
North Korea, for all its propaganda to the contrary, had always relied on Soviet supplies. From manufacturing materials to weapons, the USSR had been North Korea's primary primary trade partner. After the Soviet Union fell in 1991, North Korea was forced to turn to China, the only other communist-friendly government in the region. However, China was not nearly as willing to trade. By the early 1990s, North Korea's infrastructure was crumbling from the lack of imported materials.
The second obstacle to self-reliance was a terrible famine that struck North Korea in 1994, right as Kim Jong-il was taking power. Poor planning and farming tactics had led to massive soil erosion on the farms in the northern mountains. In 1995, the region was inundated with rain, washing away the soil and crops.
The communal farms missed several harvests, and the entire country suffered from food shortages.
Between the famine and the lack of trade, Kim Jong-il had his hands full. But he stubbornly refused to change the script his family had been writing for decades.
Instead, he ignored the hunger spreading through the country and doubled down on his plan for militarization.
Why didn't you guys?
Conscription was made mandatory for all teenage males. Kim Jong-il deployed nearly 70% of his army along the demilitarized zone bordering South Korea.
For the record, South Korea had displayed no aggression in decades. Their military had been supported by the United States since the days of the Korean War, but the American presence along the DMZ was in fact decreasing. South Korea was in no way preparing for war.
In an ironic similarity to its communist neighbor, South Korea had also turned inward in the decades since the war. But the South had chosen to invest in infrastructure and economic developments instead of a military buildup. By the 1990s, their economy was booming thanks to technology exports, and they had better things to do with their GDP than attack the North.
But Kim Jong-il's propaganda continued to paint a combined American and South Korean invasion as the greatest danger to North Korea. That narrative fed into his policies of conscription and deployment to the southern border. In effect, Jong-il was pulling a simple sleight of hand, distracting the people with a warmongering panic while he consolidated his power.
This is a classic tactic of strongmen and dictators. Keep the population afraid of outside threats, and they'll avoid examining the massive domestic issues that the dictator is unable or unwilling to address.
Like rampant starvation, the North Korean government sent out propaganda encouraging citizens to have only 2 meals a day. Then, government food shipments to the mountain villages in the north quietly stopped.
Kim Jong-il still publicly maintained that nothing was wrong with the food supply in North Korea. Meanwhile, starved corpses were literally lying in the streets.
But in September 1995, Kim Jong-il swallowed his pride and made an international appeal for help. He told his diplomats to quietly inform other governments and aid organizations of the famine.
This was an incredible move by the dictator, who was staunchly isolationist. It went directly against the narrative of North Korea's self-reliance. Instead, Kim Jong-il was turning to his enemies for help, a risky bid that could be seen as weakness if his citizens found out.
Which made many governments suspicious. He found few nations willing to send aid workers and food shipments without proof that the so-called famine wasn't a scam.
So the United Nations commissioned a survey of the country's food supplies, and what they found was shocking. North Korean farms could only meet about half of the required demand for the population.
North Korea was decidedly not self-reliant. In addition to the United Nations, several non-government organizations, or NGOs, set up operations in Pyongyang to bring in emergency food supplies. It didn't take long for them to come up against Kim Jong-il's massive propaganda machine.
When NGO workers would drive into a city with food shipments, they would find that only Communist Party officials were there to receive the handouts. The normal citizens were told to stay indoors. The was no evidence of the corpses in the streets, the widespread begging, or the emaciated children anywhere. They had all been removed while the foreign visitors were around.
It was as though Kim Jong-il believed that if the NGO workers didn't see them, they wouldn't know the horrors existed. He was myopically trying to treat the international aid workers like he treated his own people.
But it didn't have the same effect. The aid workers saw through his hide-and-seek ruse, and they were equally frustrated by the blatant lies Kim Jong-il was shilling about them.
The North Korean authorities, who were present at all times alongside the aid workers, would tell citizens that the ultimate goal of the NGOs was to undermine their communist ideals. They encouraged the very people receiving food to be wary of the people providing it.
Kim Jong-il went one step further when Japan shipped 450,000 tons of grain to North Korea. Instead of acknowledging the aid shipment for what it was, his propaganda claimed that Japan was sending food as an atonement for its past colonial rule over Korea. Meanwhile, much of the grain that was coming in was siphoned directly into the army supply and never reached the general population at all.
South Korea followed Japan's example by sending another 150,000 tons of rice and grain. Kim Jong-il claimed he had connived North Korea's enemies into refilling their supplies for them. Then he used the alleged weakness South Korea had shown to justify new espionage missions against them. He dispatched submarines to sit off the southern coast and monitor South Korean radio and naval activities. It didn't take long for something to go wrong.
In 1996, one of Kim Jong-il's submarines ran aground off the coast of South Korea. When the South Korean government discovered this, they responded with a brutal shift in aid policies. Not only did they stop sending food to the north, they lobbied other international governments to stop their aid as well. They made it clear that if Kim Jong-il was going to respond to kindness with deception, it would have consequences.
This only ratcheted up the political tension in the region. Kim Jong-il was rattling the saber of his military might, and when his enemies responded with sanctions, it gave credence to his propaganda.
But while Kim Jong-il was pretending to play the game of international espionage, his citizens were still starving. People had to forage for edible plants and roots to eat. Women tried to avoid getting pregnant and having another mouth to feed. Families who couldn't feed elderly members abandoned them. Parents who couldn't feed their children did the same.
Thievery became rampant. There were even whispered rumors of cannibalism in the most isolated communities. North Korea seemed ready to crumble upon itself as another failed communist state.
Then, in 1998, the situation began to improve. A new regime took over in South Korea, and the new government brought back aid shipments to the north. And finally, after 3 disappointing seasons, there was a bountiful harvest in North Korea that year.
By the time it was all over that summer, South Korean sources reported that the North had tallied the famine's death toll at almost 3 million, over 10% of the population. Kim Jong-il had proved himself to be an incompetent manager of domestic resources, and after the weakness of his country's infrastructure was revealed by the famine, he needed to re-establish his power with a flagrant act of military might. He had to remind his people who their true enemies were.
So, he fired a cruise missile at Japan. Coming up, Kim Jong-il falls from a mighty communist leader to a cloistered, fearful hedonist.
Now, back to the story.
By 1998, Kim Jong-il had twisted his father's national ethos of self-reliance into one driven by self-defense. He used propaganda to scare the population with imaginary threats of foreign invasion. That fear justified his massive buildup of the military, including the test of a new ballistic missile.
On September 1st, 1998, Kim Jong-il fired the ballistic missile over Japan. While the missile splashed down harmlessly in the Sea of Japan, it earned him a strong rebuke from the Japanese government. Kim Jong-il used the launch as another propaganda opportunity and another distraction to keep people from questioning his power.
At the time, North Korea was in talks with the United Nations about curbing its budding nuclear program to avoid sanctions, which would include restrictions on trade and foreign aid. These sanctions would have weakened Kim Jong-il's reputation, both domestically and internationally. The missile test was an act of defiance meant to prove his strength.
The missile launch set the tone for many of Kim Jong-il's international relationships. As North Korea retreated further and further from the globalism that South Korea was embracing, Kim Jong-il became more obsessed with presenting an image of strength. If his people knew the economic and social developments taking place just a few miles across the border, they would have plenty of doubts about their own situation.
At the turn of the millennium, South Korea was becoming a premier exporter of computer technology and electronics. Capitalism was thriving, and the quality of life was consistently rising.
Meanwhile, North Koreans still used ration cards for basic supplies. In 2003, 5 years after the famine was considered over, a full third of the population still relied on international aid for food.
Of course, Kim Jong-il wasn't living like a peasant. He hosted lavish parties and imported expensive foreign foods and the chefs to prepare them. One chef reported that every now and then a kind of courier would show up from some corner of the world. I saw him twice unloading 2 enormous boxes of 20 very costly French cheeses and 1 box of prized French wines.
2 separate chefs were hired simply to make pizza for Kim Jong-il. One of them, Hermano Ferlanis, published his story in 2004, offering a rare first-hand account of the cultish following the dictator imposed. Ferlanis wrote, "I became aware of an unusual detail. Everybody, without exception, male and female, young and old alike, absolutely everyone in North Korea was wearing a little pin on the left side of their chest above the heart with a portrait of the dear leader."
Like all foreign visitors, Ferlanis experienced North Korea with an assigned guide. Foreigners were shown only authorized places, and unsightly truths were hidden from view, including the poor and sick.
Their government cars never drove past any building that wasn't shiny and new. It seemed like the guides were worried that visitors could reveal the truth about North Korea to the world.
But in fact, the opposite was true. Visitors might reveal the truth about the world to North Koreans. This was more dangerous than anything to the regime.
Kim Jong-il's entire power complex relied on an allegiance to communism and maintaining the cult of personality his father had established to endear himself to the people. The badges of loyalty, the monuments, and the ceaseless publications devoted to the dear leader all implied Kim Jong-il was above criticism. No one knew that at his core, he was a hypocrite.
Paying a personal pizza chef while a third of his country went hungry was but one of Kim Jong-il's many hypocrisies. For most of his life, he had a penchant for expensive foreign liquor, especially cognac. Even after doctors told him to stop drinking to save his liver, Jong-il kept importing plenty of alcohol for his parties.
He also supplied women. North Korean defectors have reported that his parties often featured a bevy of female entertainment called the Joy Division, whose members were allegedly selected from high schools during the summers.
However, there was very little sexual behavior allowed at these parties. In one instance, Kim Jong-il ordered a group of 5 girls to strip off their clothes. Then he told the party guests, mostly high-ranking officials and generals, to dance with them. But he also gave a stern warning and said, "Don't touch."
Kim Jong-il's instruction had nothing to do with fidelity. He was a proven philanderer, bearing several children with multiple women. Instead, keeping women, but disallowing his men to touch them, was a simple power move.
The dissonance of a communist dictator enjoying benefits that are forbidden to his citizens is not a novel concept. What Kim Jong-il mastered better than any other dictator, though, was the isolation of his people from any outside influence.
And this isolation was wholly necessary. A prime counterexample to the austerity of communism was sitting just across the southern border. The DMZ was only 4 kilometers wide, but South Korea might as well have been a different continent.
North Koreans weren't allowed to travel outside the country, with very few exceptions. So few that Kim Jong-il always knew specifically who was out of the country at any given time. Even within the country, moving between regions often required permits and passing at least one military checkpoint.
And North Koreans were not only kept physically isolated, but mentally as well. As the dot-com boom of the early 2000s made the internet a necessity for everyday life, North Koreans had no connections at all. Radio and television were still the primary sources of information, and all broadcasts were government-controlled. Radios were programmed to only receive the sanctioned frequencies, and just in case anyone got hold of their own radio scanner, signal jammers played white noise on other frequencies to block any foreign transmissions.
With no news of the outside world, North Koreans had no comparisons to judge their own circumstances. They only knew what Kim Jong-il told them.
Of course, Kim Jong-il once again exempted himself from this standard he set for his own people. Foreign diplomats often commented on how knowledgeable he was about current affairs, foreign policies, and global markets, especially in South Korea. Rumors held that he received international newspapers and internet, as well as very frequent reports from North Korea's few embassies overseas.
The extent of his knowledge became evident during an almost month-long train tour through Russia in 2001. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, the relationship between Russia and North Korea had weakened. To build better ties with his now democratic ally, Kim Jong-il decided to make the long trans-Siberian train ride to meet Vladimir Putin.
The train was also necessary because he refused to travel by aircraft, which he claimed was due to security reasons, but in fact was rooted in a deep-seated fear of flying. Instead, all of his international visits, which were almost exclusively to China and former Soviet nations, were taken on a personal armored train, or rather 6 of them, with a total of 90 rail cars.
South Korean intelligence reported that Kim Jong-il always traveled with a retinue of 3 complete trains, even within North Korea's borders. The first train scoped the tracks ahead for safety and clearance.
Bringing up the rear was another train filled with security personnel and Kim Jong-il's entourage of generals and personal servants. The armored train carrying Kim Jong-il himself traveled between the other 2. His rail cars were equipped with state-of-the-art communications gear and lavish comforts, including a small movie theater worthy of the film aficionado.
During his Russian tour, Kim Jong-il was accompanied by Konstantin Pulikovsky, a special representative of President Putin. Pulikovsky said that Kim Jong-il had a powerful aura, and his questions clearly indicated that he knew virtually everything about the situation in Russia.
When they reached Moscow, Putin invited Kim Jong-il to his personal apartment in the Kremlin for lunch. It was a spur-of-the-moment invitation that had lasting ramifications for their relationship. Pulikovsky said it was a simple home-cooked meal. Before then, Kim had seemed reluctant to show emotion. After lunch with Putin, he was more open, trusting, and genial.
Putin supposedly liked Kim Jong-il a great deal and found him humorous and educated. The 2 men got along famously.
Kim Jong-il even said, "If people act like diplomats when they're with me, I also become a diplomat." Putin was honest with me, and I bared my soul to him.
This was a strange development for such an isolated leader. His 2001 Russia visit revealed how lonely his life must have been as a dictator. Even though he was surrounded by an enormous entourage, he was without any real emotional connection.
Kim Jong-il knew the adoration of his people was false.
Shin Sang-ok, the kidnapped South Korean movie director, told a story about visiting a North Korean movie studio one day with Kim Jong-il. A group of screaming women emerged from one of the movie sets and waved at the dear leader. While waving back, Kim Jong-il turned to Shin and said, "It's fake."
Shin remembered a distinct look of embarrassment on the dictator's face. He seemed to know the director could see through a performance.
On another occasion, Kim Jong-il was watching television with his family when a propaganda message appeared featuring smiling, happy children. He lamented how artificial their smiles looked. He said, "If I tell them to tone down the artificiality, they will go completely in the opposite direction and find the most dirty children in rags."
Kim Jong-il was caught in a dilemma of his own creation, between the truth of his country and the narrative he'd written for it. Even he wasn't fooled by his own propaganda.
The truth was that North Korea was slipping farther and farther behind the rest of the world. But while his country slowly rotted, Kim Jong-il didn't miss an opportunity to enrich himself with outside investments. When the South Korean conglomerate Hyundai approached him about creating a free economic zone in North Korea's territory, he jumped at the chance.
The investment would bring more money into Kim Jong-il's treasury, which meant more cash at his disposal. To that end, the avowed communist dictator could work with the capitalist pigs he vilified.
But his people knew little of the southern economy, including the massive wealth of Hyundai, which meant they also didn't know the extent to which Kim Jong-il was investing with his sworn enemy.
Enemies or not, Kim Jong-il still maintained open relations with his neighbors. Despite all the national commitment to self-reliance, the country couldn't survive without imports, mostly from China and South Korea.
Yet Kim Jong-il's propaganda downplayed the national reliance on foreign trade. One example was the national power grid, which was supplied by a series of generator plants. Most of the parts were manufactured and purchased overseas, but shipped into North Korea unassembled so they could be completed with locally made materials. This way, Kim Jong-il could claim North Korea's power was wholly self-sufficient.
The truth was, North Korea didn't even have the resources to keep the power plants running. One of the older plants used equipment that had been bought from the Soviets. By the 2000s, those Soviet factories were long defunct, and North Korea didn't have the supplies or technologies to make repairs on their own. So the plant stayed crippled for years, only able to operate at a fraction of its full capacity.
This was another example of the hidden truth behind the propaganda. North Korea's infrastructure was dilapidated and crumbling no matter how much Kim Jong-il told his people otherwise. And outside the country, the truth was finally becoming clear. More defectors were leaving North Korea than ever before. They spoke of a weakening nation and a tyrant who was determined to protect his dynasty at all costs.
Coming up, Kim Jong-il threatens the rest of the world as the terrible circumstances in North Korea are publicized. Now back to the story.
By 2008, Kim Jong-il was the isolated leader of an insulated and obsolete country. The country was so well hidden that the world only caught glimpses of the truth from those who defected.
Defections were nothing new. In fact, since the end of the Korean War in 1953, over 100,000 North Koreans had fled to China, Russia, and South Korea. Some sources say that number could be as high as 250,000.
Crossing the DMZ is suicidal, as there are landmines and North Korean soldiers stationed every few meters with orders to shoot defectors on sight. However, desperate North Koreans manage to make it out through other routes. The most popular is over the mountains into China. This is dangerous, however, because if they're caught along the border, they'll be captured and sent to a labor camp. Another common escape is on fishing trawlers headed to South Korean ports. Some even reach Japan.
The final destination is usually South Korea. It's enshrined in South Korea's constitution that North Koreans are considered full citizens in the South. That means they won't be deported back to the north, which often happens to defectors found living in China. The South receives so many defectors annually that it created a national office to help them resettle and integrate into society.
The records from South Korea's office during the later 2000s showed a significant spike in defections after 2008. Something was clearly happening on the other side of the DMZ.
Defectors spoke of sprawling prison camps and torture. Some of their stories dated back several decades, but the most recent tales demonstrated that little had changed over time. Kim Jong-il simply imprisoned his opposition and anyone who tried to flee his regime.
There were allegedly 5 enormous labor camps in the northern mountains, holding over 200,000 prisoners. Escapees found trying to reach China were repatriated to the camps. Torture and executions were common.
But beyond the gulags, defectors also spoke of a country on a downward spiral. Food shortages were still common, and the society was still wholly militarized. Most alarming of all, Kim Jong-il had retreated from public life.
Kim Jong-il had suffered a stroke in 2008, the stories told. After that, he was rarely seen anywhere in Pyongyang. So why the crackdown on defectors? Why attack the South Korean Navy?
The answer was the same as it had been for years. When Kim Jong-il felt weakened, he turned to his army and propaganda to reinforce his power. But all the power in the world couldn't make him healthy again. Some officials even whispered that he could be near death.
But the tyrant was still quite alive. To dispel rumors of his decline, Kim Jong-il took strident action to fix the weak economy. In 2009, he ordered a reform of North Korea's currency, the won, in an attempt to bolster its value.
A currency reform was a popular communist technique to punish capitalist activities by literally changing the type of money the country used, sometimes overnight. Stalin himself had used a similar tactic after World War II, and Kim Jong-il had always followed Stalin's example.
Unfortunately, Kim Jong-il had missed the lesson on the collapse of the Soviet Union, and he tried the same technique that had doomed them. He had announced that on November 30th, 2009, at 11 a.m., 2 zeros would be removed from the value of the North Korean won, and all old banknotes would be taken out of circulation.
Thus, 100 won would buy the same as 10,000 won did the day before. And only with the new bills, the people had 1 week to trade in their cash savings for the new currency.
Unsurprisingly, the North Korean economy was thrown into chaos overnight. Inflation skyrocketed. Anyone with significant cash holdings suddenly risked losing everything.
It appeared Kim Jong-il's understanding of economics was not as comprehensive as he thought. Many North Koreans were angry and distraught at the overnight shakeup, and public discontent spread rapidly.
Within the next few months, in the spring of 2010, rumors began in South Korea that the northern communist state was on the brink of collapse. The effect of the currency reform was almost worse than the famine. Angry people talked, where starving ones didn't.
In an unbelievable change of pace, North Koreans began expressing their discontent to each other on the street and occasionally to foreign visitors. The sudden economic losses caused by one man's whim exposed how shoddy their country's communist economy had always been.
Once the people questioned communism, they questioned everything. Kim Jong-il's hold over his people was slipping, and the cult of personality and propaganda was no longer enough to convince them that everything about their country was perfect. He needed a distraction from the economic downfall. He needed the people to be afraid again.
So he attacked a South Korean warship that he claimed was invading North Korean waters. The torpedo attack on the Navy ship TRUMAN in March 2010 spawned a serious international backlash.
The rumors made it clear that Kim Jong-il's health was declining. His doctors had long ago told him to quit drinking, but he had been downing red burgundy wine daily until his stroke in 2008. He was rumored to be diabetic and suffering from a loss of motor skills.
Kim Jong-il was no longer the strong, steadfast dictator. He was a weakened 70-year-old man who refused to admit any health issues, much less address them. Going into 2011, his concerns turned to protecting the family dynasty, just as his father had.
Though he never would admit it, and likely didn't even recognize his own incompetence, Kim Jong-il had brought North Korea to the brink of extinction. His reign had brought a slow but unstoppable decline to the country's economy, health, and safety. He had walled off his nation, and now it was dying, which meant the next leader would have to save the country from Kim Jong-il's failures.
His successor would have to be nothing short of a miracle worker. A weak leader would send North Korea into revolution. Making the correct choice was imperative.
Kim Jong-il had three sons, Jong-nam, Jong-chol, and Jong-un. Jong-nam, the oldest, was publicly critical of North Korea and lived abroad. He lost favor with his father after an embarrassing incident in 2001 when he was caught trying to visit Tokyo Disneyland with a false passport. The second oldest son, Jong-chol, was regarded as weak and effeminate. Allegedly, as a child, he'd written a poem that said his perfect world would be a peaceful one with no weapons or bombs. He was out of the question. That left Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un was only 26 years old and had little interest in anything except for basketball. But he'd inherited his father's tough disposition. If any of the sons could fill Kim Jong-il's shoes, it was him.
The choice had been made by September 2010. North Korea would one day be led by Kim Jong-un. But neither Kim Jong-il nor his son could have known just how soon that day would come. Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll hear about the ascension of Kim Jong-un and how he shifted North Korea's reputation on the world stage.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Billy Pace, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Andrew Messer, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
Oh, it's
In May 2001, a man in his early 30s, along with a boy and a woman, were stuck at Narita International Airport in Tokyo. Held by security, the man was questioned over what appeared to be fake passports.
The passport in question said that the family was from the Dominican Republic, that the man's name was Pang Shong. Pang Shong is Chinese for fat bear. However, the man also claimed he was from South Korea.
Why was a South Korean man with a Chinese name trying to get into Japan using a Dominican passport?
He answered, "I want to go to Disneyland."
As the Japanese officials continued to dig, they discovered something both shocking and laughable. The man was actually named Kim Jong-nam, the eldest son of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-il.
When word got back to Kim Jong-il of his son's arrest, he was overcome with embarrassment.
top of the muffin.
Was this really going to be the next leader of North Korea? A man caught sneaking into an enemy country to go to
Why
an
everything
amusement
is like
park?
Or was there someone else who could show better judgment? Another son who could bring honor to the Kim dynasty?
it's like their store. It makes it more local.
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
At Parcast, we are grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network.
This is the 5th episode exploring the Kim dynasty of North Korea. Today we'll dive into the rise of Kim Jong-un, the third and current leader of the Kim regime. We'll uncover Kim's mysterious childhood and how he was groomed to take control once his father passed, and how the promise of new leadership ultimately meant a tighter grip on the North Korea.
So the fact that they sold craftsmen.
After his May 2001 arrest, Kim Jong-nam and his family were deported to China. Ultimately, he would make the gambling city of Macau, just a ferry ride away from Hong Kong, his permanent home, doing his best to stay out of the limelight.
Many around the world considered the 2001 arrest the beginning of the end of Jong-nam and his position as heir. In fact, it actually confirmed a decision made much earlier. It wasn't his firstborn, nor his second who would succeed him, but his third.
Kim Jong.
There is widespread speculation regarding the exact year of Kim Jong-un's birth. According to South Korean intelligence agencies, it was January 8, 1983. However, American intelligence claims that the year was 1984.
According to North Korean propaganda, however, Kim Jong-un was born in 1982. The Washington Post's Beijing bureau chief, Anna Fifield, posits that the reason the year was changed to 1982 was to coincide with both his father and grandfather's birth year, with Il-sung being born in 1912 and Jong-il's changed to 1942. It helped to create, as she puts it, a symmetry.
Like everyone born into the Kim dynasty, much of Jong-un's early life is shrouded in mystery or a complicated web of fabrications. What we do know is this. His mother was Ko Young-hui, a famous dancer and Kim Jong-il's second consort. He has an older brother, Jong-chol, and a younger sister, Yo-jong.
Kim Jong-il made sure to keep all of his families separate from one another. Jong-un and his siblings rarely interacted with their half-brother, Kim Jong-nam.
Instead, Kim Jong-un grew up in a lavish but lonely set of houses throughout Pyongyang and beachfront properties in Wonsan, about 130 miles west of the
We
capital.
should talk about
Much
Human
of what we
Human
know
Rights.
about Kim Jong-un's childhood comes from a
Well,
man
back
with a
one.
pen
Right.
name, Kenji Fujimoto.
Are they?
Fujimoto was the
Aside from
sous
math,
chef hired to cook
don't
for
you
the
got-
Kim
Could
family.
you do that Dr.
So
Malone
while the
impression?
people of North Korea slowly died from starvation and malnourishment, Kim Jong-un dined on the finest raw fish.
Like all North Koreans, Kim Jong-un was educated to be an anti-imperialist, specifically to hate Japan and the United States. These two countries, according to the North Korean government, are the root of North Korea's problems. Ironically, Kim's mother, who was born in Japan, often took her children to Tokyo Disneyland.
But none of these trips included outside friends. In fact, Kim's only real friend, according to Fujimoto, was Fujimoto himself. Together, the two spent their days watching Kim's favorite sport, basketball, or listening to music on Fujimoto's Walkman.
Basketball in particular became a major obsession for the future dictator. He watched it religiously as a child, and unlike most other kids in North Korea,
Yeah.
he would walk around dressed in the latest Nike or Adidas sneakers and shorts.
Outside of basketball, Kim Jong-un's other joy was playing with military toys, specifically model planes and warships. He became so interested in their mechanics that he forced engineers doctors and scientists to answer his many questions. Years after defecting, his aunt would tell Anna Fifield that his study of planes and aeronautics was an obsession.
Kim Jong-un became his father's favorite child around the time he was 8, mostly because he exhibited traits of a strong leader, mainly being bossy, stubborn, and sassy. Even though his brother Jong-chul was older, he would often take orders from Jong-un. It wasn't long before people started calling Jong-un Comrade General.
However, he also started to demonstrate a keen awareness of being a leader. Fujimoto notes that he had the ability to make good judgments with solid reasoning. He knew when to praise and when to criticize.
Such character traits weren't lost on Kim Jong-il, as he considered who would replace him.
In 1996, when Kim Jong-un was roughly 12 years old, he was sent to Bern, Switzerland to receive an education under the alias Pak-un. All of the Kim children used fake names to conceal their identity.
School was never a priority for Kim. A former teacher once described him as a but not an extraordinary one. And though he seems to have been friendly with his classmates, he was mostly remembered as a loner with very few friends. Those friends, though, spent their days playing basketball once the school bell rang.
Years later, once Kim Jong-un became leader of North Korea, many wondered if the more liberal education he had received in Switzerland would translate into his domestic and foreign policies, specifically into some kind of reform for the isolated country.
What the world didn't realize was that Kim Jong-un received another education. How to rule as a Kim.
Around the time that his stepbrother, Jong-nam, was bringing shame to the Kim name by trying to sneak into Japan, Jong-un, just a year or two shy of 20, was called back from Switzerland, ostensibly to begin his training as a leader.
By now, it was all but certain that he was going to be his father's successor. His mother, Ko Yak-hui, was elevated to our respected mother, essentially deemed the first mother of North Korea. This crucial propaganda title was given to only one other person, his great-grandmother, Kim Jong-il's mother.
This was a major move to legitimize Ko, who not only wasn't legally married to Kim Jong-il, but wasn't even the first mistress he had children with. As Anna Fifield posits, it was an early indication that one of her sons was next in line for the leadership. But for a Kim to become leader, he first had to go through military training.
Beginning in 2002, Kim Jong-un attended the Kim Il-sung Military University. While there, he was further indoctrinated with the idea that North Korea stood alone in the world, the military part of his grandfather's Juche philosophy.
According to North Korean propaganda, Kim Jong-un was a gifted student. A story that is widely circulated around North Korea suggests that not long after he entered the military academy, Kim was teaching his teachers. That's how inherently smart he was when it came to the military.
Really?
Obviously, this was propaganda to connect Kim with his guerrilla-fighting grandfather.
In December 2006, Kim Jong-un graduated from the military academy with flying colors and a dissertation entitled A Simulation for the Improvement of Accuracy in the Operational Map with a Global Positioning System.
You don't ever have to get
Speculation has been raised as to whether or not the dissertation exists, or if Kim Jong-un even attended the university in the first place. Former students who have since escaped North Korea claim that there aren't any classmates who can vouch for Kim's attendance, and that if he actually did attend the university, he probably received private lessons.
These same sources also claim that members of the Kim family rarely became military officers because it would mean potentially risking their lives should a war break out. With this in mind, it's highly likely that Kim's entire military education was a ruse to paint him as a more formidable leader once he took control of the country.
What is certain
Shut the
was that
positive
upon his
pause.
graduation,
Love.
Kim Jong-un went to great lengths to credit his father for his military acumen. He called his father a genius when it came to the ideas of Juche-based warfare.
And he vowed to become a faithful man who leaves burden from the general who is so much concerned about the army's combat.
Moments like these were used to capitalize on the growing sense that Kim Jong-il's time in power was waning. Throughout the 2000s, various reports coming from American and South Korean intelligence claimed that Kim Jong-il was in increasingly poor health. The most common belief, though unconfirmed, was that he suffered from diabetes. Thus, it was important to start development on the cult of personality of his successor sooner rather than later.
Such painstaking efforts by the state would suddenly be kicked into overdrive in the summer of 2008 when word got out that dear leader Kim Jong-il had suffered a stroke.
Coming up, Kim Jong-un takes control of North Korea.
Now back to the story.
Throughout the early 2000s, young Kim Jong-un, the third son of Kim Jong-il, went through military officer training in preparation to be his father's successor. While Kim Jong-il had yet to officially announce Jong-un as his heir, the intention was clear.
However, whatever grand plans Kim Jong-il may or may not have had for making such an announcement will never be known, because in the summer of 2008, the aging dictator suffered a stroke.
Throughout the fall, there was worry that dear leader would suffer more strokes. With that in mind, it was time to start the grooming process for Jong-un. The dynasty depended on it.
In January 2009, Kim Jong-il revealed to the highest officials within the Workers' Party of Korea, the ruling Vanguard Party, that Kim Jong-un was his successor.
Word quickly spread down the party's ranks that the decision had been made. But to many, the name Kim Jong-un was completely foreign. The general understanding was that dear leader's children, however many there were, had all studied abroad in Europe. But that's pretty much all they knew.
The people of North Korea knew even less. For the most part, all they noticed was a new song airing on the obligatory radios in their living rooms. The song was Footsteps, and it was a propaganda song written for Kim Jong-un for his 8th birthday.
Depending on the translation, the lyrics go something like this.
Tramp, 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 the footsteps of our General Kim, spreading the spirit of February. Tramp, tramp, tramping onwards, bringing us closer to a brilliant future. Tramp, 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 footsteps.
Following footsteps, information about the successor was slowly but surely released to the people. And of course, it was entirely manufactured to carry on the Kim dynasty cult of personality.
As was done for Kim Jong-il, the propagandists perpetuated the myth of the Pektu bloodline. If you recall, Kim Jong-il's birthplace was changed to Mount Pektu, the highly important mountain in Korean culture, thus giving a divine quality to the Kim dynasty for future generations.
Next came fabricating his various feats as a child. According to the government, Kim Jong-un knew everything possible about warfare. Allegedly, when he was 3, Kim was able to shoot a light bulb from 100 yards away. He also apparently could ride horses by age 6 and drive a truck at 80 miles per hour as an 8-year-old.
According to North Koreans interviewed by Anna Fifield, even in North Korea, it was hard to believe what the propagandists were selling. The witness goes on to claim that the stories may have worked on children, but the adults simply laughed when no one was looking.
It's moments like these that show that not all North Koreans believe the lies they're told. While it is fair to say that many do, There are plenty who instinctively understand that the Kim dynasty is all smoke and mirrors. They are being manipulated. The danger, of course, comes from questioning the status quo.
After being made a 4-star general, Kim Jong-un was elevated to the Central Military Commission and to the Central Committee of the Workers' Party. On September 28, 2010, he was officially nominated by Kim Jong-il to be his successor. This was all just a formality. After all, who was going to run against him?
2 days later, a picture of Kim Jong-un was published in North Korea's state-run newspaper. It was the first time the people saw his face.
What they saw was a husky boy dressed in a black Maoist uniform, donning a pompadour. As Anna Fifield describes it, he looked like a young Kim Il-sung.
It's unknown exactly who decided on Jong-un's look. Perhaps he himself purposely chose to emulate his grandfather over his father, to subtly remind the people of the days before the famine.
Whatever the decision, a message was being sent. Kim Jong-un was the rightful heir to the throne. And for the rest of the year, an onslaught of propaganda inundated every aspect of North Korean life.
Then came the moment the world had been waiting for. On December 17th, 2011, Kim Jong-il suffered a massive heart attack and died. 2 days later, the state media announced the dear leader's death to the rest of North Korea. It was now the age of the great successor.
South Korea, Japan, and the United States, all enemies of the North, were on high alert. No one knew whether or not Kim would try and show force in honor of his father.
Thankfully, he was too preoccupied with healing his mourning country.
The funeral for Kim Jong-il was a lavish affair, fraught with over-the-top displays of grief, both real and embellished.
One has to wonder if those tears would have been so heavy had they known that the Kam Suzan Memorial Palace, the resting place for Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, cost roughly $900 million to build, especially given that construction occurred during the worst years of the famine.
But such a thing was never going to be revealed to the people. Rather, once the mourning passed, it was time to look to the future, and the great successor was ready to leave.
From the get-go, Kim Jong-un presented himself as a departure from his father, more in line with his grandfather, Kim Il-sung. He dressed and spoke like him, and he made sure to be seen laughing and smiling instead of wearing a scowl.
Anna Fifield writes, even today, people who have escaped North Korea tend to remember Kim Il-sung fondly and recall a time when North Korea was strong and prosperous in reality, and not just in the state media's version of events. With that in mind, Kim's focus turned towards rebuilding the economy.
Kim Il-sung's political ideology was a version of Marxism-Leninism called Juche, or self-reliance. The irony, of course, being that North Korea relied heavily on China and the Soviet Union.
But while Kim Jong-il was leader, the Soviet Union collapsed, and China experienced an economic evolution. The changes within these communist countries, coupled with the famine of the early 1990s, nearly brought down North Korea. So Kim Jong-il was forced to introduce glimpses of capitalism into the country, the Chungmadung system.
The Chungmadung resembled town squares littered with stalls like a farmer's market. Much of the items sold were foodstuffs, clothing, small appliances, etc. Everyday essential items could be bought and sold. The paradox being that technically private property was illegal. The state owned everything.
When Kim Jong-un took control, he allowed the Chungmadung system to not only continue, but to thrive. Now, in every major city, these marketplaces have established themselves as the dominating economic force throughout the Hermit Kingdom.
What resulted was a whole new class of citizen, the Donju. Also known as the Money Masters, this burgeoning class often has an annual net worth of around $100,000. Some claim $1 million a year, while a select few report to be worth over $10 million.
With this new bounty of wealth, real estate in Pyongyang has skyrocketed, with luxury apartments built along the skyline. Even though private property is still technically illegal, the higher-ranking Danju, party members, or military officials have figured out ways to profit, such as leasing out their state-assigned apartments.
As with everything in North Korea, this prosperity is all a myth worthy of the divinity coming from Mount Paektu. Despite some very minor economic gains, life in North Korea isn't the paradise they would like you to believe.
That's because the vast majority of North Koreans do not, in fact, belong to the Danju class. Many, in fact, struggle at their marketplace stands to break even for the day, let alone turn a profit.
In her book, The Great Successor, Anna Fifield recounts a story of a mother and daughter team who sold corn and homemade tofu. They lived 3 hours from a major city, and their land, like all land, was owned by the state.
On a good day, the team would make a profit of 5,000 North Korean won, the equivalent of $5 in America. On a bad day, there was no profit.
It's unclear exactly how long the mother and daughter continued to work the Changmadang system before fleeing North Korea in search of a better life. Suffice it to say, they were shocked to discover how poor they really were once they arrived in South Korea.
But this story is just one of hundreds from people fleeing the Hermit Kingdom. And while the vast majority of North Koreans continued to suffer under economic oppression, the Danju were flaunting their power.
The emergence of the Danju led to a resurgence of corruption and illicit trade throughout the country. Author Chung Min Lee writes that very rapidly they established pawn shops, moved into apartment construction, began to offer venture capital, created networks for human trafficking, and engaged in illicit trade.
The money the Danju made through either legitimate or illegitimate means gave them a kind of power unseen before in North Korea. And with their vast wealth, they have been able to bribe party or military officials to overlook their nefarious business dealings. And with each passing year, it seems as if these money masters only add to their wealth and power.
Chung Min Lee called Kim Jong-un's forced acceptance of the Danju a Faustian bargain. By the time Kim came into power, enough people had gotten a taste of capitalism that reining it in could threaten the Kim dynasty. To that end, allowing the Changmadang and the Danju wasn't a choice he may have actually wanted.
At the same time, the Danju are the principal sources of Kim's fortune, whether through taxes or bribes.
The economic paradox is that neither can thrive without the other. Without Kim, the Danju can't have free rein to run their state-owned businesses as they see fit. And without the Danju, Kim's personal wealth and the lie of his divine rule could be challenged.
But Kim knew there was another way to keep the people in line. The Danju may be the specter that haunts him. That didn't mean he had to relinquish absolute power.
To that end, there's always one way a dictator can show that he rules with an iron fist.
Mass purges.
Coming up, Kim Jong-un shocks the world with unimaginable bloodshed.
Now, back to the story.
When 27-year-old Kim Jong-un became the new leader of North Korea, he continued to allow minor bits of capitalism into the country that saved it from total collapse. However, in doing so, he was forced to accept an uneasy alliance with a new wealthy class called the Danju. Knowing that he couldn't have his authority challenged, Kim followed in his father and grandfather's footsteps. indoctrination, isolation, and persecution.
In the first few years of Kim's reign, North Korea was virtually on lockdown. Many considered the Hermit Kingdom for the lack of information flowing in and out of the country. The isolation only intensified at the outset.
Not only did Kim shut down the border with China and add more troops along the borders, but he ramped up efforts to indoctrinate those trapped inside. In every aspect of life, Kim Jong-un's name was forcefully praised. In the factories, the military, neighborhood watch meetings, any place where a large social gathering could occur, the people were told that Kim Jong-un was a genius.
School curriculums were changed to include whole sections devoted to the fabricated deeds of their leader. Toddlers were taught songs praising Kim, while high schoolers were forced to listen to a total of 81 hours of Kim Jong-un specific history throughout the school year. Ironically, that's only half of what is taught on Kim Il-sung.
With the freeze on technology and information coming into the country, no one was able to question the lies. They simply were forced to accept that their new leader was who the government claimed.
But Kim knew there needed to be stronger efforts to shore up his claim as heir. It wasn't just enough that the sycophants followed him. He needed all of North Korea to do so.
In 2013, he decided it was time to update the 10 principles for the establishment of the monolithic ideology of the party, the veritable 10 commandments of North Korea.
The 10 principles were introduced in the early 1970s as part of the cult of personality surrounding the Kims. In short, these 10 ideas demanded North Koreans must venerate Kim Il-sung, follow his lead, respect his authority, and defend him when called upon. Kim Jong-un decided that they needed to be revised. The ideas behind each principle didn't change. Rather, Kim simply added his father's name next to his grandfather's. He stopped just short of adding his own name.
This reinforced the idea that the Kims were, in fact, a dynasty. Only through them, Kim Jong-un concluded, would the people of North Korea be able to achieve the socialist paradise Kim Il-sung had promised.
It was required that every single citizen memorize the 10 principles and be able to recite them without missing a beat. And if someone were to disobey the 10 principles, they were most likely sent to the gulags.
We've discussed in previous episodes how Kim Il-sung established a caste system called the Songbun that helped determine who would end up in the brutal North Korean gulags.
Over half a century later, the gulags continue to thrive under Kim Jong-un. Our best look inside comes from a 2014 report by the UN and a 2017 report by the War Crimes Committee of the International Bar Association.
In the mid-2010s, there were believed to be at least 4 major gulag camps, housing between 200,000 and 300,000 prisoners and their families.
Nothing has changed since the time of Kim Il-sung. As Chung Min Lee notes when describing Camp 15, prisoners died regularly from forced labor, starvation, disease, torture, beating, or execution.
Guards were said to torture and murder for fun. In the 2017 report, one witness told officials that they saw a newborn baby fed to a pack of dogs. And another story describes a pregnant woman beaten to induce labor. The woman survived, but the baby sadly did not.
Thomas Bergenthal, a member of the 2017 investigative committee, was quoted as saying that the North Korean gulags were worse than the Nazi concentration camps.
Bergenthal would know. As a child, he survived the horrors of Auschwitz.
The people sent to these camps varied greatly. Truth be told, there was and is no real rhyme or reason for sending someone away. Breaking one of the 10 principles is an easy way to find yourself sent off. But sometimes you can be arrested for simply being related to someone who escaped to South Korea.
The point was to instill fear into the people. The Supreme Leader giveth, and he he taketh away.
But if anyone close to Kim thought they were immune, they were sorely mistaken. It didn't matter if an official had worked for years with Kim's father or helped guide him in his early years as a leader. If Kim felt threatened, you were doomed.
For all dictators, purges are a necessity to retain power and instill fear within the party. Kim realized this and got to work, culminating in one of the most shocking episodes of his young reign.
Jang Song-taek was Kim Jong-un's uncle by marriage. The husband of Kim Jong-il's sister, Jang was widely considered the de facto leader of North Korea during Jong-un's leadership training in the late 2000s. And more importantly, he was an advisor once Jong-un became dictator.
Jang played an important role when it came to relations between China and North Korea. China's steady move to allow more variations of capitalism inspired Jang. He had encouraged Kim Jong-il to follow China's lead with the creation of special economic zones, essentially state-controlled capitalism.
Kim Jong-un continued the special economic zones as part of his plans to increase the people's wealth, and he put his uncle Jang in charge of overseeing the projects.
But this meant that Jang was becoming closer with China and more vocal about following their economic model. His own star was rising with North Korea's friends to the north. Pictures circulated of him standing and smiling alongside Chinese officials, including the president.
To make matters worse, Kim had broken tradition. 2 years into his reign, he had yet to travel to Beijing to show deference to his Chinese benefactors as his father and grandfather had done at the beginning of their reigns. With Uncle Jang making the pilgrimages instead, his own personal relationship with China was becoming stronger than Kim's. It became clear that charismatic Uncle Jang was a threat.
On December 8, 2013, during a meeting of the Politburo of the Workers' Party, Jang's name was called before the governing body. Jang, dressed in a black Maoist suit, like everyone else in the room, was forced to listen to a long list of offenses he'd committed against his nephew and the state.
Some of the more damning accusations were that he betrayed the love of Kim Jong-un, that he sold off North Korean resources to China for his own personal gain, that he was a gambler, a drug addict, and a depraved philanderer.
He was described as despicable human scum, who was worse than a dog, who committed such an unpardonable thrice-cursed treason as overtly and covertly standing in the way of settling the issue of succession to leadership.
After the laundry list was read, Jang was stripped of his titles, expelled from the Workers' Party, and escorted out of the room by 2 guards as Kim Jong-un watched.
Anna Fifield notes that the dramatic expulsion of Jang was purely theater. She claims that Jang and a few of his aides had secretly been arrested months earlier. The December 8th performance was meant solely for the members of the Politburo.
State media displayed the embarrassing arrest all over the country. For the first time since the 1970s, a government official was being publicly expelled from the party.
A few days later, on December 12th, Jang faced a military tribunal for his treasonous crimes, including an alleged plot to overthrow Kim Jong-un. Naturally, the verdict was guilty, and the sentence was death.
Jang Song-taek's execution created a litany of wild stories. One of the most outlandish was that he was stripped naked and hunted down by over 100 dogs, all while Kim watched. However, this story came from a satirical website from China that several news outlets repeated as fact.
According to the North Koreans, Jang was executed by firing squad. Later that day, all records of his existence were erased from government documents and history books.
The execution of Jang Song-taek was only the beginning of purges under the new leadership. According to Chung Min Lee, by the end of 2016, After 5 years at the helm, Kim Jong-un had ordered the executions of more than 150 officials and had several hundred more purged or imprisoned.
Such displays of violence have not only instilled fear among the people of North Korea, but have painted Kim Jong-un as one of the most ruthless leaders in the world.
This international image would only get worse throughout the 2010s as North Korea under Kim aggressively sought to show the world that they should be feared. The two most egregious examples were through cyber terrorism
and obtaining nuclear weapons.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore North Korea's nuclear program under Kim Jong-un, as well as his use of cyber terrorism and the assassination of his half-brother, Kim Jong-nam. Among the many resources used in our research, we found Anna Fifield's The Great Successor and Chung-Min Lee's The Hermit King to be particularly helpful.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Russell Nash, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rosner.
September 3rd, 2017. At the Hungary nuclear test site, Kim Jong-un was photographed inspecting a silver peanut-shaped device. Surrounded by scientists and dressed like Chairman Mao, the 32-year-old Kim wanted to make it clear that he was giving final approval, not the scientists.
Waiting nearby was an ICBM, or Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. Once ready, the device would launch a thermonuclear warhead toward North Korea's enemies.
That was the dream. The same dream that Kim Jong-un's grandfather had decades earlier. He wanted North Korea to be a nuclear power, just like the Soviet Union and the United States.
Hours later, seismic sensors suddenly went wild. A 6.3 magnitude earthquake had just hit North Korea. Upon further inspection, the earthquake was clearly man-made. Soon, North Korean state media confirmed what intelligence agencies around the world feared.
North Korea had just conducted the successful test of a hydrogen bomb.
Kim Jong-un beamed with pride. He knew it was only a matter of time until a much more powerful warhead could be attached to a long-range missile.
And when it could, Kim would become one of the most powerful men in the world.
And one of the most feared.
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots. This season, we're looking at the Kim family's unique communist dynasty in North Korea.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
At Parcast, we are grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network.
This is our 6th and final episode on the Kim dynasty. Last week, we dove into the rise of Kim Jong-un, the third and current leader of the country. We discussed how Kim came into power after the death of his father, Kim Jong-il, and how he carried on the Kim tradition of ruling with an iron fist, using political purges and the Gulag system.
This week, we'll examine Kim Jong-un's tactical use of cyber-terrorism as he simultaneously escalated North Korea's nuclear program, and in the process brought North Korea to the brink of war with a historic foe, the United States.
In the 1960s, Kim Il-sung's growth policy for North Korea consisted of a two-step plan which would expand the economy and the military. Specifically, he declared that North Korea would one day attain nuclear weapons. Since then, Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il had slowly built up North Korea's nuclear program, but the lack of support from the Soviet Union and China made it a slow process. Now, nearly 50 years later, Kim Jong-un promised the people of North Korea he would finally achieve his grandfather's mission.
As far as the economic half of the plan, this meant allowing the Changmadang marketplace system to flourish. Introduced under Kim Jong-il, this system allowed citizens to open up markets to sell goods for profit.
The reality was that the profits were few and far between. On a good day, the average citizen made just barely enough to break even for the day.
Kim didn't care. He didn't care that the vast majority of his people were dying from malnutrition every year, or that the standard of living had barely increased since he became leader. All Kim ever wanted was to maintain power, and there were two ways to do that.
Allow the Danju, or money masters, to exploit the Changmadang system,
and expanding the military. With a strong military, Kim would instill fear, not only in the people of North Korea, but also the world.
Under Kim Jong-un, the North Korean military had roughly 1.2 million soldiers. As author Chung Min Lee notes, the Korean People's Army, KPA, is one of the most heavily armed militaries in the world. Only China, India, and the United States have larger military forces.
Unfortunately for him, though, it isn't the most modern. He was determined to fix that by adding nuclear weapons to his arsenal. But in 2011, North Korea was still a long way off. So while the country's top scientists toiled away in secret testing sites, Kim embraced another tactic to show North Korea's might:
cyber terrorism.
Cyber warfare has long been of interest to the North Koreans. But in the 1980s, hacking classes were introduced at Miriam University, now known as the University of Automation. Over a decade later, with well-educated hackers in their arsenal, Bureau 121 was established as part of the Reconnaissance General Bureau, North Korea's version of the CIA.
Bureau 121 employs roughly 6,000 of North Korea's most elite hackers. The hackers are divided into groups, and each group targets one specific country, the most common being the United States and South Korea. However, China, North Korea's only ally, is said to also be a target.
In North Korea, hackers aren't recruited, they're cultivated. According to a defector who spoke with the New York Times in 2015, high school students with strong math skills are sent to special universities or military schools to focus solely on computer warfare.
In the late 1990s and early 2000s, North Korea focused their hacks entirely on South Korea. Since the Kims weren't able to use nukes to cripple their enemies to the south, the only other option was to steal banking or personal information.
But that all changed under the new millennial leader, Kim Jong-un. As someone who grew up surrounded by new technology, Kim understood the importance of cyber warfare. Under his command, hacking data breaches increased exponentially.
South Korea alone is said to experience 1.5 million hacks every day at the hands of North Korea. This equates to about 17 hacks every second.
Outside South Korea, however, no one understood North Korea's hacking abilities. Until November 2014, when Sony Pictures was hit with one of the largest data breaches in internet history.
On November 24th, employees of Sony Pictures turned on their computers to find the same image on everyone's screen. A red skeleton and the words, hacked by #GOP.
Below the skeleton was a line of text stating that their personal information had been breached. If they didn't comply, the information would be leaked. At the time, it was unclear exactly what the hackers wanted them to comply with.
The group later identified itself as the Guardians of Peace, a previously unknown hacker group. And as promised, in the weeks that followed, the hacked data was leaked. It included embarrassing emails from some of Sony Pictures executives, such as producer Scott Rudin calling Angelina Jolie a spoiled brat to Sony chairperson Amy Pascal. By the middle of December, it became obvious that the hack was in response to an upcoming film, The Interview.
Starring James Franco and Seth Rogen, The Interview is an action comedy about a journalist and his producer traveling to North Korea to conduct an exclusive interview with Kim Jong-un. The climax of the film features the Kim Jong-un character dying in a fiery explosion to the tune of Katy Perry's Firework.
For Kim, such baseless lampooning was a direct threat to the godlike cult of personality that his family had been building for decades, even suggesting that the son of the shining star could be killed by an American threatened their divinity. It wasn't just a direct assault on Kim Jong-un, but on the entire Kim dynasty.
Kim Jong-un denied any responsibility for the hack, though he did praise the hackers. An FBI investigation, however, determined that North Korea was responsible.
On December 16th, the hackers threatened to commit a terrorist attack on the scale of 9/11 at any theater that showed the film. Ultimately, Sony Pictures decided not to release the film, bowing to the North Koreans and showing the kind of power Kim had on the world stage. No longer would the Kim dynasty be seen as a joke. Now the rest of the world feared Kim Jong-un's cyber army as much as South Korea did.
At 30 years old, Kim Jong-un was able to bend a major American corporation to his will. And he did it all from behind a keyboard.
Since then, North Korea has only increased its cyber attacks. In 2016, the Bangladesh bank cyber heist stole a total of $81 million via a series of fraudulent financial transfers. In 2017, North Korean hackers unleashed the WannaCry ransomware attack. Over 200,000 Microsoft users discovered their data stolen and held for ransom.
To most of the world, Kim Jong-un appeared to be a petty thief. While the Sony Pictures hack ruined the lives of many, no one died from it. It didn't strike fear. More than anything, it was an annoyance. If Kim wanted to up the ante, he was going to have to show everyone that no one is safe. Not even family.
Since embarrassing the family name in 2001 after being caught sneaking into Japan, 45-year-old Kim Jong-nam had been living in exile in the gambling city of Macau, not far from Hong Kong.
Since then, Jong-nam made sure to keep a low profile. He never considered defecting to a Western country, nor challenge his younger brother's claim to the throne. But that wasn't enough for Kim Jong-un.
Around 9 a.m. on February 13th, 2017, Jong-nam walked through the Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia to catch a flight back to Macau. His only luggage was a backpack. Suddenly, he was approached by a young Indonesian woman who wiped her hands across his mouth and ran off.
No sooner had Jong-nam realized what had happened when a second woman walked up to him and did exactly the same thing.
Jong-nam rushed over to airport assistance, physically shaken. As he waited for the ambulance, Jong-nam became drenched in sweat and was unresponsive. In no time at all, an ambulance arrived to take him to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, he wouldn't make it. 15 minutes after being attacked, Kim Jong-nam died of asphyxiation.
Jong-nam was attacked with a nerve agent called VX, and both women, one from Vietnam and one from Indonesia, were trained North Korean assassins. Investigators quickly discovered that inside his backpack were 12 vials of atropine, believed to be a possible antidote for VX. To this day, it's unclear why Jong-nam never took them.
Naturally, all eyes turned to Kim Jong-un as the perpetrator of the attack, a charge that could never be proven. Though he was almost certainly behind it, the lingering question is why? Why, after all these years, would Kim Jong-un assassinate his disgraced brother?
The most obvious theory was that Jong-nam being alive meant that he was still technically a threat to Jong-un's power. Since Jong-nam was the older brother, perhaps someone would try and install him should a coup ever arise. But if that were the case, how come Jong-un's older brother, Jong-chul, was allowed to live?
Kim Jong-un's other older brother, Jong-chul, apparently wasn't a concern. He probably didn't seem like a serious threat. Kim Jong-chul has never concerned himself with politics. All that's really known about him is that he's a big Eric Clapton fan and plays guitar in a local rock band.
Kim Jong-nam, meanwhile, liked to talk to journalists and was critical of his brother's regime. In a letter to a Japanese journalist, Jong-nam opined that, "I have my doubts about whether a person with only 2 years of grooming as a leader can govern."
This might seem like an innocuous statement to the Western world, but for Kim Jong-un, such talk could be construed as blasphemy.
Another possible explanation for Jong-nam's death was that he had become an informant for the CIA. Both the Wall Street Journal and Anna Fifield assert that Kim Jong-nam provided information to CIA handlers in Malaysia and Singapore. To what extent is unclear, and the CIA refuses to confirm whether the claim is true.
What the assassination of Kim Jong-nam confirmed was that the 33-year-old dictator of North Korea could reach anyone, anywhere. International boundaries be damned.
And while the world condemned Kim's brazen act of violence, no real repercussions came. In fact, the death of Kim Jong-nam seemingly faded from the headlines.
Instead, it was replaced by something even more disturbing coming out of North Korea.
Kim Jong-un was on the cusp of obtaining nuclear weapons.
Coming up, North Korea finally achieves the unthinkable, while once again on the brink of war with the United States.
Now back to the story.
The Kim dynasty has always promised not just to North Koreans, but the world, that it would one day obtain nuclear weapons. Kim Il-sung knew that in order to keep up with the world and to be seen as a formidable opponent, he, like the United States, must have nukes.
Much of this stems from the fact that during the Korean War, the United States dropped an overwhelming amount of bombs on North Korea, enough to level entire villages. One report claims that the U.S. destroyed roughly 85% of the structures in the country. And when the war ended, Kim Il-sung vowed to have enough weapons to prevent such destruction again.
Unfortunately for Kim Il-sung, neither the Soviet Union nor China offered to help him with his mission. Eventually, the Soviets did agree to help train North Korean scientists in developing nuclear energy for peaceful purposes like agriculture. But it was on Kim to figure out how to weaponize the tech.
Under Kim Jong-il, North Korea had only conducted a handful of nuclear and missile tests, each to some varying degree of success. However, the very fact that North Korea was testing put the world on edge. Much of this had to do with the fact that they were cagey about the purposes of their nuclear reactors, as well as leaving the Non-Proliferation Treaty in 2003. By withdrawing from the NPT, North Korea was closing itself off from inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, a group that promotes peaceful energy programs. Now, free of international restrictions, North Korea could test out in the open.
Kim Jong-un continued to brag about North Korea's nuclear capability. But, like his father and grandfather before him, it seemed like mostly just talk. Intelligence communities around the world seemed to agree that North Korea was still years away from launching an ICBM. Intelligence communities around the world seemed to agree that North Korea was still years away from launching an ICBM at another country.
For example, in April 2012, North Korea attempted to launch a weather satellite into orbit, but the rockets only flew for 90 seconds before fizzling out. If they couldn't get a weather satellite in the air, how could they launch a nuclear missile?
But Kim Jong-un was undeterred. Under his rule, the North Korean nuclear program accelerated like never before. With each nuclear test, he was determined to prove that he should be taken seriously as a world leader. And by 2016, it seemed as if he was getting close to his goal.
In September 2016, North Korea conducted its fifth underground nuclear test. It produced a magnitude 5.3 earthquake, the most powerful blast to come out of North Korea. This test seemed to signal that he was getting close, very close, to creating a weapon that could do serious damage.
Missile tests throughout the spring of 2017 only seemed to confirm those suspicions. Not only was Kim about to create a nuclear warhead, but he was nearing the capability to attach it to a long-range missile.
And once that happened, what then? Would Kim actually launch a nuclear missile at one of his enemies?
A nuclear war would almost certainly lead to North Korea's destruction. The United States and South Korea would win, and at a massive cost to all involved. Experts believe that casualties in South Korea would be high, possibly 1 million depending on where Kim dropped his bombs.
To avoid that outcome, the United States had relied heavily on sanctions and diplomacy to keep tensions under control. But in the summer of 2017, diplomacy went out the window.
On July 4th, 2017, North Korea had tested its first intercontinental missile. The rocket only flew 580 miles that first time, but a few weeks later, they conducted a second test. This one traveled roughly 2,300 miles into the sky before crashing into the Sea of Japan, 620 miles away.
This was, by and large, the most successful missile launch to date. And while the UN responded with more economic sanctions on North Korea, the newly elected President Donald Trump responded personally.
Trump promised to bring fire and fury to North Korea should they attack the United States. Kim responded by threatening to launch a missile at the U.S. territory of Guam.
For weeks, the two men went back and forth like this. Kim always upped the ante by testing a missile near Japan, dipping his toes in the water to see how far he could push the new U.S. president.
In the end, though, it only led to name-calling. President Trump branded Kim a madman, a nutjob, and of course, Little Rocket Man. One has to wonder if Kim Jong-un is as crazy as they said. Perhaps he was only feigning his madness to show off his strength, a tactic Richard Nixon used during the Vietnam War.
Nixon wanted the North Vietnamese to think he had come to a point that he would do anything to bring an end to the war, including using nuclear weapons. By letting it slip that Nixon was a madman and willing to go to such extremes, it was believed that within days, Ho Chi Minh would want a quick and speedy end to the war.
It's possible that Kim is employing the same strategy. If he appears like a loose cannon, capable and willing to drop a nuclear weapon, then perhaps he can force his enemies to the negotiating table. Perhaps even remove some of the sanctions on North Korea.
American intelligence suggests that Kim may not be as mad as he portrays. The consensus seems to be that he's actually a rational actor whose sole goal in life is to hold on to his power. CIA official Yang Suk Lee is quoted as saying that Kim wants to rule for a long time and die peacefully in his own bed. In that case, there's little to no chance Kim would actually use his weapons. A nuclear war would lead to the total annihilation of North Korea. The nukes, more than anything, are an insurance policy.
Many believe that the memory of Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi weighs heavily on Kim. In 2003, after years of sanctions and pressure from the Western world, Gaddafi gave up his nuclear program. Less than a decade later, NATO-backed rebels overthrew Gaddafi, ending his 40-year reign. It's widely speculated that Kim believes the same thing would happen to him if he were to give up on his nuclear program, so he refuses to show any sign of backing down.
The fall of 2017 proved to be one of the strained moments in the history between the US and North Korea. At the beginning of September, North Korea conducted its sixth nuclear test. A few weeks later, Trump addressed the United Nations and announced that if the United States was forced to defend itself, it would totally destroy North Korea.
Days later, Kim vowed to make Trump pay for his speech.
With each passing day, it appeared as if war was inevitable. In South Korea and Japan, military exercises were ramped up. Guam and Hawaii were put on alert.
Even China decided to take a hard line against North Korea by obstructing trade in and out of the country. Their reasoning was to avoid getting on the United States' bad side.
One thing was for sure. Kim Jong-un had finally amassed the nuclear arsenal he'd sought for so long. In his book, The Hermit King, Chang-Min Lee writes that by the beginning of 2018, North Korea had at least 6 ICBMs, an unknown number of intermediate-range ballistic missiles, about 10 medium-range ballistic missiles, and some 30 short-range ballistic missiles.
Kim Jong-un had achieved something neither his father nor his grandfather had been able to do. He made the entire world fear North Korea. For nearly 70 years, the Kims had been the laughingstocks of the world, eccentrics living on a pipe dream. But now, the pipe dream had become a reality. North Korea was a nuclear-armed state. Their weapons might not be enough to win a war against the United States, but they would most certainly do damage. Millions of lives would be lost, and the world would never be the same.
Coming up, Kim Jong-un shocks the world with his sudden change in diplomatic strategy.
Now, back to the show.
By the start of 2018, 32-year-old North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un had achieved what his father and grandfather had so desperately desired, obtaining nuclear weapons.
But in the process, Kim brought his country to the brink of nuclear war with the United States. No one knew what 2018 was going to bring.
Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Kim reversed course. Sort of.
On January 1st, 2018, Kim delivered his annual New Year's Day speech. In it, he proclaimed that North Korea was going to accelerate its production of missiles and warheads. If war broke out, North Korea would be capable of thwarting and countering any nuclear threats from the United States.
But in the same speech, Kim offered an olive branch to South Korea. Kim announced that he was willing to send delegates to the South to discuss North Korea's participation in the upcoming Winter Olympics. Coincidentally, the games were being held in Seoul.
On January 9th, leaders from North and South Korea met for the first time since 2015. While talk of denuclearization was off the table, both sides agreed to reopen a military hotline between the two countries, and North Korea would be allowed to send athletes to participate in the Olympic Games.
On February 9th, 2018, Kim Jong-un sent his younger sister, Kim Yo-jong, as his representative to the opening ceremony of Winter Olympics. The decision to send her was clearly a calculated move. She was smart, diplomatic, and driven to keep her family in power. Unlike her brother, Yo-jong presented herself as the adult in the room.
The result was a diplomatic coup for the North Koreans. Not only did Yo-jong captivate the media just by showing up, but she made an effort to show goodwill towards the South Koreans. She stood when their anthem played, which would have been considered a crime in North Korea.
During the games, Yo-jong personally delivered an invitation to South Korean President Moon Jae-in to meet with Kim Jong-un. Such a proposition was unthinkable just a year ago. What exactly was Kim up to?
In Kim's estimation, the successful 2017 nuclear tests had shown the world that he had the military might to back up his tough rhetoric. Now that he was no longer an international joke, he had more leverage to negotiate, and he needed to negotiate. Although Kim had promised to expand the economy and the nuclear program at the same time, the North Korean economy was growing at a sluggish pace. In order for the country to actually flourish, or at least to pull its citizens out of poverty, it needed economic relations with the other developed countries around the world.
Kim had spent the past 6 years alienating himself from all of those countries. Now, it was time to show the world that he wasn't just the loose cannon with nukes, but a misunderstood young leader looking to develop his country. The first step was to fix relations with the South.
Anna Fifield believes that the recent election of Moon Jae-in may have created an opportunity for such negotiations. Compared to his predecessor, Moon was more willing to engage with North Korea. Instead of trying to beat them over the head with economic and financial sanctions, as the previous president had, Moon sought a dialogue.
Perhaps Kim believed that if he was able to forge a relationship with Moon could convince Western leaders to ease up on economic sanctions. Just by sending the invitation, Kim was showing the world that he was serious about making peace.
The gesture worked. On April 27, 2018, Kim Jong-un walked across the demilitarized zone in Panmunjom and shook hands with Moon Jae-in. Both men were all smiles as Kim, for the first time in his life, entered South Korea. A few minutes later, the two men passed over the 38th parallel and briefly entered the north.
The historic summit was only the third time both countries had officially sat down and met. When it ended, it appeared as if both sides were on the road for lasting peace. This summit would be the first of many. Together, they announced a plan to work on peace, especially when it came to preventing war on the Korean Peninsula.
For Kim, he'd overcome a major hurdle on his sudden diplomatic mission. The next stop, China.
Around this same time, Kim also embarked on a plan to repair relations with North Korea's only ally. When Kim became leader, he broke the family custom of paying deference to China. And with each passing year, President Xi Jinping became less and less fond of Kim.
China was in a precarious position. North Korea was and still is essentially a buffer between them and South Korea. She hated that Kim was testing nuclear weapons, but in order to protect China's interests, he needed to continue to help North Korea economically. That didn't mean she needed to speak to Kim directly. However, after Kim Yo-jong's reception at the Olympics, President Xi believed that perhaps Kim had begun to mature. Maybe it was time to invite Kim to China.
Kim made the historic trip to Beijing to sit down with President Xi in the spring of 2018. It was the first time Kim had left North Korea since becoming leader. Though there was a long road to make up for lost time, the iciness between the two authoritarian leaders seemed to have thawed.
The final hurdle in this diplomatic marathon was the United States. Less than a month later, Trump agreed to meet with Kim.
On June 12, 2018, Kim Jong-un and and Donald Trump sat down in Singapore for the historic summit. It was the first time that sitting leaders from the two countries had met. After a series of meetings between the two men and their respective advisors, both made a joint announcement that gave American officials cause for concern.
Without warning, Trump announced that the U.S. would cease its military exercises in South Korea. War games, as Trump called them. Trump justified his actions as saving money. In reality, this was a clear concession to Kim, who viewed the exercises as a provocation.
But the biggest revelation? No announcement of North Korean denuclearization. Kim never agreed to stop his military exercises or to give up his nuclear program. When the summit ended, the only real results were the cancellation of the U.S.-South Korea military exercises.
Though the victory was minor, Kim walked out of Singapore the clear winner. News outlets around the United States criticized the summit as legitimizing the murderous dictator. By meeting with Kim, Trump essentially elevated him to the same status as any other leader, despite the fact that he had and still has hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens toiling away in gulags.
The same could be said about South Korean President Moon. He shook hands and crossed the 38th parallel with Kim, symbolizing a unity of sorts. While such criticisms aren't without merit, it's possible that in order to stave off nuclear war, symbolic concessions such as shaking hands and smiling are a small price to pay.
To that end, Trump contends that Kim said he was going to denuclearize the country. This is partially true. There hasn't been a nuclear test since September 2017. But that didn't mean they would stop testing missiles.
In the spring of 2019, after a year of showing the world that he wasn't a crazed rocket man, Kim Jong-un resumed his missile tests. While the majority of these are short-range missiles, North Korea continuously threatens to return to long-range testing. Much of this depends on how harsh the international response is toward the nuclear program at any given time.
The irony, of course, is that with each test, new economic and financial sanctions are levied. The hope is that by tightening Kim's budget, one day he'll no longer be able to pay for his nuclear program. Recent sanctions haven't just targeted trade, but also members of the elite, the Danju, who fill Kim's coffers.
The North Korean economy has definitely floundered with the sanctions. Numbers are difficult to come by, but on average, North Korea's economy grows about 1% a year, though in 2018, it contracted by about 4%.
The United States, by comparison, teeters between 2 and 3% growth in recent years. But the U.S.'s 2019 GDP was over $21 trillion. North Korea's was only $18 billion.
There's debate as to whether or not the sanctions actually work, since Kim continues to go through with his tests anyway. But outside of open conflict, it appears as if the sanctions are the only real option for foreign powers.
On the other side of the coin, why does Kim continue to test the world's patience? For a man who claimed at the beginning of his reign that he was going to bring prosperity to the people, why does he choose to purposely provoke the world into punishing them? Because these sanctions hurt the common people more than they hurt Kim, a man whose coffers are filled with bribery and theft.
Every decision and action he takes is an attempt to make sure that his reign as leader is a long one, like his grandfather's.
What the future holds for North Korea rests entirely on Kim Jong-un's shoulders. Will he eventually loosen his grip and allow the people to prosper? Will the socialist paradise that Kim Il-sung prophesied ever come to fruition? More importantly, what happens to North Korea if something happens to Kim?
For years, reports have trickled through about Kim's considerable health problems. Since taking control, Kim has gained considerable weight due to stress eating and little to no exercise. He's also known to be a notorious chain smoker.
At the time of recording, news reports cannot verify Kim Jong-un's health status. And if he were to suffer an early death, it's not clear who would take over. Would it be the Eric Clapton-loving brother, Jong Chol, their diplomatic sister, Kim Yo-jong, or maybe even one of Kim Jong-un's own children?
The truth is, we just don't know. As we've seen, the Kim family seems to make up the rules as they go along. But somehow it always works. After 3 generations, their regime is still standing. We can only hope that whatever comes next, it brings peace for the world and freedom for the people of North Korea.
Shut up, motherfuckers.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll begin a new season diving into the world of African warlords. We'll start with Idi Amin, often known as the Butcher of Uganda. Among the many sources we used in our research for today's story, we found Anna Fiefield's The Great Successor and Chung Min Lee's The Hermit King to be particularly helpful.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
Just stream Dictators on Spotify. Just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Russell Nash, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Richard Rossner and Kate Leonard. Between 1956 and 1980, 53 African countries gained their independence. By that point, however, the cradle of civilization had already been plundered of its natural resources and millions of its people.
Colonial powers felt a sense of entitlement over Africa. They called it the white man's burden, the belief that Africans were too primitive to govern themselves and needed white leadership and guidance. Of course, this was simply an excuse to exploit the continent any way they could.
When this position became untenable, the European powers all but abandoned Africa, with little forethought concerning the transition of power across a continent with brand new governments and newly established borders, not to mention a history and culture that had been completely upended by foreign interference.
Before colonialism, most of Africa was divided into tribal societies. Then, all of a sudden, new democratic nations were expected to flourish. Democracy among tribes, some of whom, for perhaps 1,000 years, had been enemies.
In the past 6 episodes, we saw what happened in Korea when their Japanese colonizers left. In both the North and the South, a brief period of hope gave way to strong men who consolidated power at the cost of their own citizens. Not surprisingly, the same thing happened in Africa. The foreign tyrants were replaced by domestic tyrants. Dictators who didn't care about rebuilding their countries or securing the rights of their citizens. Instead, they would continue the same system of exploitation, violence, and chaos.
So the permanent underscore chemical agent will be formulated again at Russia for the
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate.
In the previous 6 episodes, we explored the Kim dynasty in North Korea. Now we're moving on to Africa in the reigns of Idi Amin in Uganda, John Fidel Bokassa in Central Africa, and Francisco Macias Nguema in Equatorial Guinea.
All three men came to power in an age when colonialism was slowly fading throughout Africa. All three filled power vacuums during shifting political chaos. And some may argue that all three proved to be more sadistic, brutal, and nefarious than the colonial powers they replaced.
Today we'll begin with Idi Amin, the butcher of Uganda. Throughout the majority of the 1970s, Amin ruled Uganda with brutality and hostility. Though we will never know the death count to his name, one estimation charges that 500,000 died during his reign. This week, we'll focus on Amin's rise from a poor cook in the King's African Rifles of the British colonial army to perhaps one of the most brutal of all modern dictators.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. Idi Amin ruled Uganda from 1971 to 1979, maybe one of the most well-known Africans in history besides Nelson Mandela. But unlike Mandela, who would eventually be admired all over the world, Idi Amin was viewed as a caricature, a madman, a primitive barbarian, the kind of African leader that had he not existed, the West would have invented.
These images of Amin were rooted in the racist, paternalistic view that many white people held of Africa and its people, a perception that largely persists today.
But Amin was keenly aware of how people saw him, and he played into every single stereotype. The crazier the actions suggested, the more people focused on his erratic behavior. And the more they fixated on his behavior, the less they paid attention to his total incompetence as a leader and the murders of hundreds of thousands of Ugandans.
Amin's supposed morals and principles were so skewed, it can be hard to distinguish them at all. What he cared most about was amassing wealth and power.
In that respect, he wasn't much different than other strong men who ruled African countries after independence throughout the 20th century, all of whom personified the evils of colonialism and how it doomed Africa for decades, if not centuries, to come.
The United States, Britain, and many other countries pilfered the continent not only of its natural resources, but kidnapped its people and forced them into slavery. Once they could no longer do so, they left most countries in the hands of massively corrupt tyrants who stole and murdered with impunity and drove their people into inescapable poverty.
But of all the evil African leaders in modern history, one could argue that none was more violent, depraved, or infamous than Idi Amin.
Among the various reports, it has been said that Idi Amin was born sometime between 1925 and 1928 into a Kakwa ethnic tribe located in the West Nile district of northwestern Uganda, near where the borders of Congo and Sudan met. Like many Kakwa peoples, Amin was raised as a Muslim.
There are accounts that his mother was a witch doctor who instilled in him a belief in superstitions and the macabre traditions passed down through generations. Traditions like cannibalism, which Amin would admit to indulging in at the height of his power, the horror of the Western world at large.
After Amin's father abandoned the family when Amin was a small boy, Amin's mother briefly sent him to an Islamic religious school. Amin was a precocious student who excelled at memorizing long portions of the Quran.
But after receiving an education equivalent to that of an English language fourth grader, he found it necessary to drop out and take a series of odd jobs to support himself and his mother. However, his meager income was hardly enough to overcome the systemic poverty that existed under British rule.
Britain declared Uganda a protectorate in 1894, when the region's main kingdom was known as Buganda, and used for its fertile soil to grow cash crops, especially cotton, coffee, and sugar.
However, after negotiations with the local Ugandans, the British permitted the chiefs of Uganda to hold on to a small amount of independence. They were allowed to keep half the land in Uganda for their own uses, maintain the royal line of traditional kings, and preserve some semblance of self-governance. The land given to the British Crown turned out to be unproductive swamp and brush.
Despite the small victories of the Ugandans, colonists found ways to exert their control. The British imposed taxes on many aspects of local life and ultimately ensured that any ongoing alliance benefited the United Kingdom above all else. Any native Ugandans who participated in the government were relegated to menial, low-wage jobs, while the British occupied the middle and upper classes. As a result, most Ugandans resented or outright despised the British.
Not Amin. Rather than harboring only ill will against the British, he expressed a level of admiration for them, especially the military officers. He respected their dignity, bearing, and impeccable uniforms, and dreamed of one day ascending the ranks of the colonial army.
For Amin, the army represented a genuine opportunity for advancement and an escape from destitution. Possibly his only opportunity. For a young man who grew up exceedingly poor and was forced to drop out of school, status and wealth must have been at the top of his mind.
As a teenager, Amin grew into a hulking, confident young man. Allegedly, his mere presence so impressed a British officer that in 1946, when he was around 20, he was conscripted into a division of the British colonial army called the King's African Rifles. But Amin was forced to start on the bottom rung of the ladder as a member of the kitchen staff.
Amin remained in this role for a brief period of time, but after proving himself to be a serious and diligent worker, just as the story said he had been at school, he was promoted to a combat role.
Amin was, by all accounts, an ideal soldier. He was smart, athletic, and did exactly as he was told. Even as a private, Amin's focus and ambition distinguished him from his fellow soldiers. So did his massive size.
By his early 20s, Amin stood 6'4" and weighed 240 pounds. In addition to being an exceptional soldier, he was also an accomplished swimmer and boxer. In fact, he was the reigning light heavyweight boxing champion of Uganda for nearly a decade.
Outside the boxing ring, Amin's first major military accomplishment occurred in 1952 when he fought alongside the British colonial army during the Mau Mau uprising in neighboring Kenya.
The Mau Mau rebels were fighting for independence from Britain, and in their view, forces such as the King's African Rifles represented the colonial arm of oppression. Rather than sympathize with the rebels, Amin distinguished himself by killing more of them than any other soldier in his unit. In previous episodes, particularly with Joseph Stalin and Kim Il-sung, we discussed how the dictators started their careers as idealistic freedom fighters, at least in their youth, doing battle in one form or another against a system or government that they perceived as corrupt or oppressive. Idi Amin was different.
Amin embraced the country that was subjugating his own people because he saw doing so as an escape from poverty. Instead of changing the system to better his community, he welcomed it. From the day he was born, his ideology seems to have involved him and only him. He would get ahead no matter what it took.
In this case, it meant killing fellow Africans to impress their British oppressors, his bosses.
Throughout the 1950s, Amin ascended the ranks within the army. He was exceedingly popular and well-liked, and cultivated friendships and alliances that would become invaluable during his time in power.
In 1961, he received another promotion, becoming one of 2 Ugandan lieutenants in the entire armed forces at the time. He was also given a new assignment: to end the rampant cattle raiding between Uganda's Karamojan and Kenya's Turkana nomads. While he was known for showing no mercy to his enemies, his treatment of the cattle rustlers was one of the early examples of his sadism. Amin warned that any man caught stealing cattle would have his penis cut off. Few people believed he would actually carry out such a threat for such a seemingly minor crime. But as they learned, it was a mistake not to take Amin at his word. For those cattle rustlers he managed to apprehend, not only did Amin sever their penises, but he also buried some alive.
Around this time, the Mau Mau rebellion had drawn to a close, and it was becoming more certain that the Kenyans would achieve independence. As a result, the British Empire appeared to be weakening within the continent and around the world. Rather than risk another costly defeat, they began ceding control of their African colonies.
In Uganda, this occurred in 1962, when the British recognized Milton Obote as the country's new leader. However, within a few years of his reign, Obote had fallen from the good graces of the British after embracing a communist ideology.
The British held a lot more trust in Idi Amin, who had become one of Obote's top generals. Amin had built up a loyal following among Ugandan troops, particularly those belonging to his ancestral northern tribes, which are collectively known as Nubians.
Amin's position in the military gave him access to money for the first time in his life, and in no time at all, Amin began using the military defense budget as his personal piggy bank. The day he opened his first checking account, he went on a shopping spree with the reckless abandon of a teenage girl with a Hot Topic gift certificate.
He bought several suits, a case of liquor, and despite not having a driver's license, a new car. The corruption was only just beginning.
By the mid-1960s, Amin's behavior had become increasingly violent and unpredictable. But because he was so popular in military circles, Obote knew he needed him as an ally. Because of that, any serious crimes committed by Amin went almost entirely unpunished.
Just before independence, Amin had been investigated for the murder of 14 rebel dissidents. Obote personally dropped the charges.
In 1965, Amin was involved in a deal to smuggle ivory and gold into Uganda in exchange for supplying arms to Congolese rebels. The Ugandan parliament, the only government body in the country that wasn't corrupt, demanded an investigation.
However, Obote was also implicated in the deal. So instead of investigating, he suspended the country's constitution and gave himself even more power. Unsurprisingly, the lack of consequences only emboldened Amin.
In 1966, Obote discovered that Amin had embezzled nearly 20,000 British pounds from government funds, the equivalent of roughly $375,000 in today's money. Rather than punish Amin, Obote gave him another promotion to Major General of the Ugandan Army.
But over the next few years, things would grow tense between the two. Amin's popularity, especially within the military, began to eclipse Obote's. Meanwhile, Obote's communist-inspired economic policies had done little to improve the lives of ordinary Ugandans. The final straw came in 1970, when Amin was implicated in the murder of a rival army officer and his wife. By this point, Obote's patience with Amin
It was only a matter of time before Obote turned his back on him. For over 5 years, he had gotten away with murder and theft. His luck was bound to run out soon.
But instead of fleeing the country or lawyering up, Amin had a much more audacious idea.
He would stage a coup and take over Uganda himself.
When we return, Idi Amin becomes president of Uganda. Now back to the story.
After embezzling as much money as he possibly could and sadistically murdering all of his enemies, Idi Amin, who at this point was about 45 years old, knew he didn't have long before the president removed him or threw him in jail. So he did the only sensible thing and organized a coup.
Taking Amin's reputation into account, it's surprising that the coup wasn't an orgy of torture and violence. In fact, it was the opposite. In January 1971, President Obote was called away from Uganda to attend a conference in Singapore. That's when Amin made his move, initiating a nearly bloodless coup with the help of loyal soldiers and commanders.
On January 25th, troops sealed off Entebbe International Airport, so Obote couldn't fly home. Others marched through the capital city of Kampala, proclaiming the takeover. Meanwhile, a radio broadcast was made heralding Idi Amin as the new leader of Uganda. It emphasized that Amin only planned to lead until after free and fair elections were held and a new leader was chosen.
Throughout Uganda, crowds celebrated the announcement. By this point, Obote's popularity had fallen dramatically. Much of Uganda was still living in poverty, and many felt that he favored some regions over others. With Amin in charge, people believed that things would finally improve. They were sorely mistaken. Amin's magnanimous pledge to create a democratic Uganda lasted less than a week, at which point he realized he was in a unique position to obtain what he always wanted: money and power. It's impossible to say whether he ever actually intended to hold elections, but considering his shameless narcissism, it's highly unlikely.
In February 1971, 1 week after the coup, Amin proclaimed himself President of Uganda, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and the leader of multiple other governmental organizations. For every other senior position, he appointed his own loyal troops, specifically Nubians, a people consisting of the northern tribes of his parents. Almost all of these men lacked any experience whatsoever in their new roles.
He also did away with the country's provisional constitution and began ruling by decree, meaning that if he had an idea for a policy he wanted to enact, it soon became the law.
Amin also disbanded the General Service Unit, an intelligence agency created under Obote, and established in its place the State Research Bureau. This bureau had nothing whatsoever to do with research and functioned more like a secret police organization. Amin would use the State Research Bureau to purge his enemies and torture and kill any perceived dissenters.
Obote, meanwhile, fled to Tanzania. A year later, he would organize an unsuccessful coup against him. This resulted in the purges and murders of Obote's supporters, real or imagined, from within the Ugandan military and government.
But Amin didn't stop there. He began killing anyone he deemed a threat to his power and authority. Within a year, Amin had killed or disappeared nearly 20,000 people. These included everyone from religious leaders and members of certain ethnic groups to journalists and intellectuals.
And while the murders themselves were almost arbitrary, the disposal of bodies was not. Amin and his goons dumped thousands of bodies into the rivers in Uganda, where they were eaten like crocodiles. According to one journalist, his rule became so synonymous with killing that when the capital's lights went dark, the outages were rumored to be the result of corpses discarded in its waterways, blocking the hydropower plant.
Although Amin was completely unqualified to lead a country, he had an extraordinary understanding of the media, which gave the impression that he was competent. If a reporter or TV crew was present, everything he did was for effect. Everywhere he went in Uganda, he gave long-winded speeches to large crowds, extolling his virtues as one of them and a man of the people.
He wore a military uniform replete with badges for fabricated accomplishments and rankings, and virtually every claim he made about his achievements as leader was a lie.
No matter how obvious it might seem that he was a fraud and a charlatan, he was immensely popular, especially among the poor and uneducated who truly believed that he held their best interests at heart. This grift even extended outside the borders of Uganda.
Normally, Western powers would have been alarmed by a murderous demagogue destroying his own country. But to the rest of the world, Amin's rise was at first a curiosity. In the beginning, few people knew how dire the situation in Uganda actually was. Many more were amused about this new African strongman who began appearing on television with increasing frequency.
The British entered their relationship with the self-declared president of Uganda with a particularly ironic and morbid fascination. Amin embodied every quality that the average Brit did not. Whereas most Brits were reserved, cynical, and quiet, Amin was brash, loud, and vulgar. To them, he was more or less a clown. But he was one who reinforced the idea that Africa was a primitive, uncivilized place that they had been right to abandon.
And although Amin was dangerous and unpredictable, he did possess a sense of humor. This was another thing that endeared him to the British. The only problem was the British completely misunderstood him. They thought Amin was only pretending to be a lunatic and were unaware of just how evil he actually was.
During his rise to power, the British had taken Amin for a fool and an ally at their own peril. For all his bluster and pandering, Amin was keenly aware of how he was perceived in the West. After all, this was the same man who'd spent his formative years around British gentlemen in the army.
While Amin may have lacked any sort of formal education, he was keenly perceptive and cognizant of other people's attitudes and behavior. And by cultivating a completely outlandish personality, he was indulging all of their stereotypes and lulling them into a false sense of superiority.
He knew that by playing the role of a crazy, barbaric African strongman, Western countries may never take him seriously enough to believe that he could commit human rights abuses on a large scale, let alone intervene to stop them. Between his bizarre personality, constant flattery, and the fact that the British government already preferred Amin to the communist Ootd, the two sides actually, for a very short time, forged diplomatic ties.
In 1971, Amin visited the UK. By surprise, he simply got into his private plane and flew to London. Apparently, Queen Elizabeth was too polite to turn him away and invited him to lunch at Buckingham Palace. When the Queen asked Amin, "Mr. President, to what do we owe the honor of your visit?" he replied, "In Uganda, Your Majesty, it is very difficult to buy size 14 black shoes."
The true purpose of his visit, however, was to solicit the British government for money and weapons, anything that would allow him to continue his reign of terror. But while the Queen was polite enough to share a meal with Amin, she and the British government refused to be complicit in his atrocities and turned him down flat.
Upon returning to Uganda, Amin vowed revenge upon the British any way he could, and he wouldn't have to wait long for his chance. When the British economy experienced a minor recession in 1971, Amin trolled them by starting a Save the British fund and sending fruits and vegetables to London.
Although this may have been a simple, mean-spirited joke, there was nothing remotely funny about what Amin did next.
In August 1972, Amin ordered the expulsion of approximately 60,000 South Asians from the country. He gave them a matter of days to collect their things and leave the country. Once they did, their homes and businesses were appropriated and distributed to native Ugandans. estimated 30,000 of these Ugandan Asians held British passports, and soon arrived in the UK seeking asylum.
Amin claimed the order was a result of divine intervention. God instructed him to do it in a dream. The lie and the proclamation itself was popular among Ugandans. But like many of Amin's decisions, it was capricious and totally misguided.
Much as he'd done with the military and government, Amin handed the British-owned businesses over to his Ugandan supporters, many of whom had no experience running them. And while not all of the businesses failed entirely, the economy suffered drastically. So bad was the economic spiral that for years, Ugandans couldn't procure even the most basic necessities like butter, sugar, or salt.
Amin took the already impoverished country and made it worse. And the effects are still felt to this day.
The economic war forced the entire international community to turn its back on Idi Amin, including Israel, which refused to sell arms to Amin for a planned invasion of Tanzania. In response, Amin ejected all Israeli diplomats and military advisors from Uganda.
This was only months after terrorists belonging to a militant Palestinian group called Black September murdered 11 members of the Israeli Olympic team at the Munich Olympics. Not only did Amin publicly praise the perpetrators of the attack, he also sent a message to United Nations Secretary General Kurt Waldheim and Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, stating, "Germany is the right place where when Hitler was the Prime Minister and Supreme Commander, he burned over 6 million Jews. This is because Hitler and all German people knew that Israelis are not people who are working in the interest of the people of the world. And that is why they burned the Israelis alive with gas in the soil of Germany." These words would eventually come back to haunt Amin.
By now, Amin had assumed the persona of a full-fledged reactionary. It had taken a few years, but he'd managed to alienate the Western countries that had incorrectly viewed him as a harmless buffoon. With nowhere left to turn, he sought assistance from the Soviet Union and Libya, both of whom were happy to oblige. In an especially calculated move to win over Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi, Amin began to play up his Muslim faith. Though he hardly became devout, he still drank, smoked, and had extramarital affairs.
By 1973, Amin's behavior on the international stage was becoming increasingly unpredictable. What had once seemed like harmless, almost comical media appearances now took on a menacing and somber tone.
But what Western powers saw on TV was nothing compared to his unhinged behavior at home. When we return, we'll explore the depths of Idi Amin's depravity against his own people and the bizarre stories that sealed his infamy.
Now back to the story.
By the end of 1972, Amin had alienated every Western country and was relegated to diplomatic relationships with the Soviet Union and Libya. Both had the resources and equipment to provide Amin with virtually everything he wanted.
But what Amin wanted was to consolidate even more power. He'd already purged anyone he felt was loyal to ex-President Milton Obote and almost everyone who wasn't a native Ugandan. So he began finding increasingly sick and personal reasons to kill his enemies.
Using the State Research Bureau as his personal death squad, Amin began murdering Ugandans almost at random. When there was a woman he found attractive, he would kill her husband or boyfriend.
If there was a religious leader he deemed a threat to his power, they would find themselves with a bullet to the back of their head.
Archbishop Janani Lubum, the head of the Church of Uganda, wrote a letter to Amin admonishing him for the killings. Soon after, he was arrested and murdered, though Amin publicly stated that he died in a car accident.
By this time, Amin had introduced public executions. Whether it was a petty criminal or a political enemy, Amin might have them arrested and shot by firing squad on a public street. He often broadcast these killings on television. Afterwards, the bodies were often fed to the crocodiles.
While the crocodiles were well fed, the citizens of Uganda were anything but. Having mismanaged the economy into oblivion, Amin tried to appropriate that one industry in Uganda that had seemingly evaded his incompetence: coffee. Amin forced coffee growers to give him their beans so that he could export them himself and collect the profits. In return, he gave them worthless promissory notes, which he assured them could be redeemed the following year.
Many coffee growers defied the order, and a massive black market emerged. Rather than turn over their valuable crop, many would sail across the corpse-ridden Nile River into neighboring countries and sell the beans themselves.
Despite his complete and total incompetence in overseeing the Ugandan economy, Amin spent what little money the country did have on himself. He had several homes and villas and had planeloads of liquor flown in from London once a month.
But that was nothing compared to the astronomical sum he spent on his 5th wedding.
And the suspicious death of one of his wives, Gay Adroa.
Though he could make anyone do virtually anything he wanted, many women actually chose to marry or sleep with Idi Amin. He was good-looking and affable, and by all accounts, his swinging ways began when he was a young man in the army. During this time, he likely contracted syphilis on multiple occasions. Though he was supposedly cured, many people suggested that the behavior he would exhibit later in life was a result of the syphilis rotting his brain.
In 1975, a presumably syphilis-free 50-year-old Idi Amin met 19-year-old Sarah Cholova, who inexplicably worked as a go-go dancer in the Ugandan Army's marching band. The band went by the undeniably cool name of the Revolutionary Suicide Mechanized Regiment Band, and Sarah was nicknamed Suicide Sarah.
Despite Sarah being pregnant with another man's child, Amin married her and took the child as his own. What became of her boyfriend is unknown, although it's speculated that he was beheaded.
To celebrate their nuptials,
Same
Amin
fucking
staged
people.
a £2 million wedding, the equivalent of around $20 million today. The future president of Palestine, Yasser Arafat, was his best man. The wedding was a culmination of Idi Amin's greatest passions: women, entertainment, and spending obscene amounts of money.
His other passion was the accordion.
While the 1970s may have been the apex of rock music, there probably wasn't a copy of the Rolling Stones' Exile on Main Street anywhere near Idi Amin's turntable. Instead, he was happy to serenade his guests for hours at a time with his accordion.
In fact, Amin would throw parties, lock all the doors, then force his guests to dance to his accordion playing until the wee hours of the morning. By that time, their nerves and shoes were torn and frayed.
Amin would also find ways to profit his guests and advisors outside of a party setting. He kept several British advisors in Uganda, although it's unclear if they were there against their will. Either way, whenever Amin appeared with them in public or on TV, he would mercilessly berate them, presumably to humiliate the British government by proxy. Additionally, he would force them to carry him around on a sedan chair, no easy feat considering Amin's size.
This sociopathic behavior represented the peak of Amin's eccentricities and cruelty. He'd gone from playing the madman to becoming one. From here, there was nowhere else to go but down.
By 1976, Idi Amin held on to Uganda with his iron grip, a cadre of questionable allies in the Soviet Union and India. With the administration that he had created, he should have been in power for decades, instilling fear in the hearts of anyone who even considered overthrowing him.
Instead, he would soon commit an act so baffling and atrocious, it would threaten to sink his regime entirely.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore the raid on Entebbe, Amin's first defeat on the international stage, and how it set the course for his eventual downfall.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other podcast originals for free.
I already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals, like Dictators, for free over phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Russell Nash, production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Harley Mack, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Richard Rossner and Kate Leonard. This episode features discussions of torture and death that some may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised, especially for children under 13.
Over the course of his life, Idi Amin, the butcher of Uganda, was married at least 6 times, kept dozens of mistresses, and fathered upwards of 54 children. In the late 1960s and the early 1970s, Amin was married to 4 of these women at the same time.
Then, in 1974, Amin abruptly divorced 3 of the 4. While this was perfectly legal under Ugandan and Islamic law, the sudden announcement didn't sit well with the single mothers of Amin's many children. The wives, who had for some time grown distant from their husband, only hardened in their disdain.
When forced to confront the rejection, Amin pleaded rape. He had one wife arrested, and upon her release from jail, staged a car accident in an attempt to kill her. Luckily, she survived. Wife number 2, Kea Droa, wasn't so lucky.
Droa was also arrested and quickly released, but unlike wife number 1, Droa disappeared.
Days later, her dismembered body was brought into a local hospital. Amin actually ordered a doctor to reattach her severed limbs to her torso so her children and her father could see their loved one.
The next morning, Kay's father and children went to the hospital where she was laid on a bed, covered by a sheet. As they stood over their mother's dead body, Amin approached.
But instead of paying his respects or consoling his children, he screamed at them, "Your mother was a bad woman. See what has happened to her?"
Over the course of his reign, Amin became known for his erratic and unpredictable behavior. The suspicious death of Kea Droa proved that even his own family wasn't safe.
It is an incredible event. Nearly the entire 24-acre location is covered with lights from
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate.
This season, we're looking at 3 African leaders: Idi Amin, Uganda, Francisco Macias Nguema in Equatorial Guinea, and Jean Bedel Bokassa in the Central African Republic.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
This week, we'll focus on what led the international community to turn against Idi Amin, how becoming a pariah exacerbated his murderous quest to maintain power, and how that power was seized from him once and for all. By the mid-1970s, after nearly half a decade of Idi Amin's leadership, Uganda was in shambles. The economy had imploded. Murders, torture, and kidnapping were ubiquitous, and Amin had alienated virtually every Western country. But he still had the support of the Soviet Union and Libya, and most importantly, he was rich and he was powerful, which was likely all he ever wanted.
Amin's cartoonish behavior had made him internationally infamous, perhaps even the most famous man in Africa. And even as the situation in his country deteriorated, he maintained a symbiotic relationship with the press.
After his anti-Semitic tirades and efforts at ethnic cleansing, the international community no longer viewed him as an abusing eccentric. Instead, he was written off as a group, someone whose provocative, inflammatory behavior displayed little long-term vision. But much like a train wreck, the press simply couldn't look away.
Amin understood this better than anyone. He eagerly played into this new reputation. In his view, all press was good press. And in 1975, he chose his favorite target, the British, for his next international incident. Perhaps Amin felt betrayed by the British. He dedicated much of his young life to the British Army in Uganda, quelling uprisings within its other African colonies like in Kenya. Amin couldn't understand why a country he'd dutifully served for years would turn its back on him.
Of course, the British themselves had never rounded up their perceived enemies and murdered them. This they often made the job of their hired Ugandan military members, and they had continued to exploit Uganda at its peak. Amin was simply more ruthless about it.
While he couldn't understand their hypocrisy, there was one thing Amin did understand: revenge. The British press had mercilessly lampooned him, characterizing him as a clown and a buffoon.
Much of this stemmed from an innately racist worldview. Amin's behavior reinforced their belief that Africans were too primitive to govern themselves. And when plotting his revenge, Amin took all of this into consideration. He was going to have the last laugh, and he would use the British press to do it.
Since 1963, British author Dennis Hills had been living in Uganda and teaching at Makerere College. He was planning to publish a book entitled The White Pumpkin, an outsider's glimpse into daily Ugandan life. When Amin's secret police raided Hill's apartment and came across the manuscript, they focused on one particular statement declaring that Amin governed like a village tyrant, by fear. He had Hills arrested, charged him with treason, and quickly condemned him to die by firing squad.
Amin held several press conferences in which he blustered and raged against Hills and Britain in general. Only this time, the British press and politicians weren't laughing. They'd seen images of the public executions carried out in Uganda and had little doubt that Amin would follow
Once
through on
these
his
guys
threats.
start fighting,
Now Amin had the British right where he wanted them. Eyes from all over the world were watching. It was his turn to humiliate them on an international stage.
Not wasting any time, Queen Elizabeth sent Amin a personal letter begging for leniency. Amin completely ignored her.
Fearing the worst, the Queen then sent Foreign Secretary James Callahan to Uganda to personally plead for Hills's release. Callahan had no idea if he was walking into a trap, no idea whether he'd make it back to England alive, let alone secure Hills's release.
With the help from Zairean leader Mobutu Sese Seko, Callahan met with Amin behind closed doors. And when they emerged from Amin's office, Dennis Hill's release had been secured. The negotiation was a success.
It's unclear whether the British government paid Amin for Hills's release, or if Amin simply wanted a public apology. Either way, he received one, and more.
Amin called a press conference where Callahan and Hills both delivered sincere and good-natured apologies and shook Amin's hand. The British British government also agreed to review its foreign aid to Uganda.
It was a complete, unequivocal victory for Amin. Now he was even.
If Amin couldn't effectively govern a country or improve the standard of living for his people, he could still masterfully troll the British. And while earning a fawning apology from the British government may have been Amin's most significant international achievement yet, he wouldn't be satisfied until he was the most famous, powerful man on Earth.
Amin wanted to ride this momentum as far as it would take him. Unfortunately, that momentum would soon grind to a swift and disastrous halt.
On June 27, 1976, an Air France flight from Tel Aviv to Paris with more than 240 passengers and 12 crew members was hijacked by 2 Palestinian and 2 German terrorists.
Shortly after takeoff from a scheduled stop in Athens, Greece, the flight was diverted to Benghazi, Libya, where one passenger was let off the plane after faking a miscarriage. After refueling, the plane flew to Entebbe Airport in Uganda.
Amin had agreed to harbor the terrorists since he supported their cause, the liberation of Palestinian political prisoners.
I don't think you're gonna win
His
that
support
argument.
of Palestine was possibly only out of revenge for a perceived betrayal by the Israeli government years before, when they refused to sell him fighter jets. When the opportunity to antagonize Israel presented itself, Amin jumped at the chance.
Once the hostages landed at Entebbe Airport and were moved to an empty terminal that was no longer in use, they were kept and guarded by Ugandan soldiers. Amin visited on a regular basis, taking it upon himself to update the hostages on the nuances of the negotiations.
On June 28th, a full day after the hijacking, one of the Palestinian terrorists finally made a formal declaration of demands, including a $5 million ransom and the release of 53 Palestinian military prisoners, most of whom were in Israel. If the demands weren't met, he threatened to begin killing hostages on July 1st, only 3 days away.
The following day, the terrorists separated the 246 hostages into 2 groups. One consisted of Israelis and Orthodox Jews. 2 was everyone else. On June 30th, the terrorists released 48 hostages from Group 2, including mothers, children, elderly, and the sick, and sent them back to Paris. Around this time, they also sent one 74-year-old Israeli passenger to the hospital in Kampala after choking on a chicken bone. The rest of the hostages were staying in place.
On July 1st, the terrorists did leave. Israel finally agreed to negotiate. As a result, the terrorists extended their deadline to July 4th and released the remaining 100 hostages from Group 2. As with the previous group, they were flown back to Paris. Some reports have suggested that several of the Group 2 hostages, including the flight crew, refused to leave the remaining hostages behind. A total of 106 remained in Uganda.
In the previous days, Israel, the United States, and Egypt made several efforts to free the hostages. These efforts continued briefly. Unfortunately, Amin and the terrorists refused to budge. Frustrated, the Israeli government knew they'd have to rescue the hostages themselves.
As luck would have it, an Israeli construction
I love
company
watching
had
old
actually built the
video.
terminal of the Entebbe airport where the hostages were being held. Using the company's blueprints and information from released hostages, Israeli forces devised a plan to send in commandos. They called the mission Operation Thunderbolt.
The plan would involve a ground task force of about 100 soldiers, medics, and pilots. It was led by Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Netanyahu, brother of the future Israeli Prime Minister. At the time, Amin was out of the country, so Israelis disguised the convoy to resemble Amin's own and create the illusion that he was visiting the hostages.
The planes touched down at Entebbe as midnight approached on July 3rd. Neither the terrorists nor the Ugandan soldiers inside inside had any idea what lay in store.
The Israelis drove toward the terminal in a black Mercedes limousine and several Land Rovers, just as Amin would have. What they didn't know was that Amin had just swapped out his black Mercedes for a white one. Their cover was already blown.
When they reached the first security checkpoint, a suspicious guard ordered the vehicles to stop. They were shot and killed by an Israeli soldier.
The Israelis stormed the terminal on foot. Having studied the blueprints, they knew the most effective entry points.
But as the commandos ran toward the airport, Jonathan Netanyahu was shot and killed by a sniper in the airport control tower. The sniper radioed for backup, but since Amin had put very little thought on landing into the hostage situation, certainly not enough to anticipate a raid by Israeli commandos, backup didn't arrive for almost an hour.
Within moments, the commandos made it into the terminal unscathed. As they entered, they began shouting in Hebrew to reassure the hostages they were safe.
After taking nearly a week to meticulously plan every detail of the raid, it took mere minutes for the Israeli commandos to kill all of the terrorists. In less than an hour, the Israelis were loading the hostages into their cargo planes. But by then, Ugandan backup had arrived. A firefight broke out. During the course of the rescue, 3 hostages were killed and 10 wounded. However, the Israelis managed to kill between 33 and 45 Ugandan soldiers.
Once the 102 surviving hostages and 99 surviving Israeli soldiers were loaded into the cargo planes, they took off for Nairobi, Kenya. From there, they made their way to Israel.
And failed spectacularly. Not only that, he was defeated by Israelis, Jews, the very people he'd so publicly condemned, scorned, and belittled. For Amin, who prized his image as a powerful man above almost all else, the defeat was insurmountable. Whatever power he'd earned before, stripped along with his dignity.
Once again, he would turn inward and project his fury onto people he knew he could defeat. His own.
When we return, Idi Amin's behavior shifts from controlled chaos to all-out pandemonium.
Now back to the story.
Idi Amin may have been able to achieve small victories using the media, but he completely overestimated his own power and that of his military. Amin hadn't been present during the 1976 raid on Entebbe Airport, but after he heard of the disgraceful defeat, he was understandably furious.
There was little that 51-year-old Amin could do to retaliate against Israel. Operation Thunderbolt had proven that he and his country were completely outmatched.
Instead, Amin chose a more suitable target, 74-year-old Dora Block, the hostage who had been released to a hospital in Kampala after choking on a chicken.
Amin sent soldiers to the hospital where she was recovering and had her killed. Her body was discovered almost 3 years later in a sugar plantation 20 miles outside of Kampala.
But Amin didn't limit his revenge to hospital-bound Israeli septuagenarians. As revenge for Kenya allowing the Israeli soldiers to refuel at their airport, Amin rounded up and murdered hundreds of Kenyans living in Uganda. But for Amin, these revenge killings were too little, too late. The damage to his reputation had been done.
The great irony of Operation Thunderbolt is that until 4 years before the event, Amin and Israel had had a fairly good relationship. After Uganda gained independence in 1962, Israel provided arms and financial assistance to the new country, and they'd even helped Amin train troops that took part in the coup that put him in power. By 1972, Israel began rejecting many of Amin's requests. One such request was for fighter jets. It's plausible that if he hadn't been so hell-bent on revenge for that minor perceived slight, none of this would ever have happened.
But as it were, Operation Thunderbolt sealed Amin's fate as an international pariah. From this point forward, no Western government would have anything to do with him. Even the international media, which had been content to air his bizarre press conferences, began to lose interest.
Amin had put Uganda on the map, but his critical stories began to accumulate, and the country devolved even further into chaos.
Snapchat
He
video
feared
looked
that
at
Ugandans would
Funny
finally turn against him en masse.
Amin's power had already been challenged more than once. Throughout his tenure, he had avoided numerous assassination attempts. According to some accounts, in 1974, he actually killed a would-be assassin with the gun he always carried on his side. A year later, he escaped another attempt on his life while switching cars in a convoy. And in 1976, narrowly avoided being hit by 3 exploding grenades at a military graduation.
All this is to say that Amin had reason to fear being deposed. But instead of trying to rebuild his image by fixing even one single thing in Uganda, Amin took a page directly out of the dictator's playbook: distraction.
Amin convinced the Ugandan public that the country's problems weren't his fault. Instead, he blamed a series of scapegoats. Among them, British, Americans, and the British Indian citizens he'd expelled years before. And, of course, the Jews.
This tactic worked well in North Korea, where a massive propaganda machine was able to create a foreign threat that didn't actually exist. It worked incredibly well for Hitler, too. But in this case, it's unlikely that anyone actually believed Amin. His reputation was already in shambles, and despite killing numerous individual journalists, he was never able to fully censor the critical press. However, he still commanded enough loyalty where it mattered, among the military and the secret police. For now, he was safe.
Although he may have been safe, he was utterly desperate for attention. By this point, people began treating Amin like a bratty child, hoping that if they ignored him, he would simply go away. And just like a bratty child, Amin couldn't stand being ignored. If killing hundreds of thousands of his own people wasn't going to cut it, he needed another approach.
So he kicked his military persona up a notch, or in this case, several notches. Amin was already known for wearing an extravagant uniform with an impressive display of medals. But in late 1976, Amin began bestowing increasingly bizarre titles upon himself.
The first relatively benign one was Big Daddy. Given early on in his rule, this was not only a cool nickname, but would also prove to be totally accurate. Amin was very big, and he was also a daddy, nearly 40 times over. But brevity wasn't in Amin's repertoire. Certainly not when it came to his nicknames. Eventually, he began calling himself Conqueror of the British Empire in Africa.
This wasn't completely false, just didn't make sense given that Britain had several other colonies in Africa besides Uganda. But truth and common sense weren't important. What was inexplicably important to him was Scotland.
Amin was fascinated by Scottish culture, particularly kilts and bagpipes. As an accordion player himself, it's only natural that Amin would be taken with another instrument that many claim produces a shrill, ear-splitting sound.
Amin graciously offered to become Scotland's king and free them from British oppression. Despite their polite refusal, Amin still dubbed himself the last king of Scotland.
But these nicknames pale in comparison to his final title, His Excellency, President for Life, Field Marshal Al-Hajj, Dr. Idi Amin Dada, VC, DSO, MC, CBE, Lord of all the beasts of the earth and fishes of the seas, and Conqueror of the British Empire in Africa in general, and Uganda in particular.
When he wasn't giving himself titles, Amin found the time to give himself something just as bizarre: a law degree from Bukhari University. Despite never attending law school or even receiving an education past the 4th grade level. He also awarded himself a Victorious Cross, a medal he invented to emulate the Victoria Cross, the most prestigious honor in Britain.
His most recent antics were outrageous enough to grab Amin the headlines he craved, but only briefly. By late 1976, Amin had actually morphed into the caricature he once portrayed to confuse and ingratiate himself to Western powers.
What had seemed comical and ludicrous at that point had shifted into actions both sick and demented. His obsession with death and destruction began bleeding into his personal life, and now his entire existence was a study of the macabre.
Before the fiasco at Entebbe, Amin had been a genial, fun-loving host, albeit one who forced his guests to sit through interminable accordion solos. Now his dinner parties resembled the feasts at Caligula's palace. Often drunk and belligerent, dinner parties at Amin's sometimes featured an appearance from one of the many severed heads he kept in a freezer.
Amin would talk to his guests using the frozen, severed heads of his enemies like a deranged ventriloquist. It's also rumored that he ate their organs, although this has never been confirmed.
Clearly, Amin was losing his grip on reality. He was also losing his grip on Uganda. Whatever support he still had was tenuous at best. Uganda wasn't a hermit kingdom like North Korea, where there was literally no connection to the outside world. Ugandans knew they lived in the shadow of countries like Kenya and Tanzania, which both had relatively robust economies. By almost any metric, life during the colonial period had actually been better for the majority of Ugandans.
Amin's situation became even bleaker in 1977, when several high-level political advisors fled Uganda altogether. All the agencies he had created to maintain his hold on power had grown so powerful themselves that they no longer felt any sense of loyalty to him. All he had left was secret police and the military, and they were in trouble too. With the country on the verge of bankruptcy, military funding was dripping to a halt.
Meanwhile, next door in Tanzania, the exiled Ugandan leader, Milton Obote, was closely monitoring these developments. So there were thousands of other Ugandans that Amin had exiled.
The Tanzanian government had granted asylum to Obote and didn't formally recognize Amin as his successor. As a result, thousands of Tanzanian troops were dispatched to join Obote in planning a coup to overthrow Amin.
Obote had the numbers, and with Kenya's support, he also had the guns. All he needed now was to find the right time to strike.
When we return, Idi Amin's hubris catches up to him.
Now, back to the story.
These are big.
By 1978, 53-year-old Idi Amin was losing his grip on Uganda. Many of his top officials had fled the country. What remained of the government was broken and bankrupt. And soon, he heard rumors that Uganda's former leader, Milton Obote, was planning a coup from his safe haven in Tanzania. But Amin wouldn't go down without a fight. Literally.
With the walls closing in, Amin needed a desperate gambit to maintain his power. And he knew a military operation was just that gambit. After all, if his soldiers were engaged in fighting, they couldn't join the coup and help depose him.
So, with encouragement from some of his top military aides, Amin decided to preemptively invade Tanzania and put a stop to the nascent uprising. Amin
no longer pay his troops, but it didn't matter. Beginning in October 1978, he carried out the operation with the same brutality and sadism that
Just the
Amin
one.
exercised
Hold on.
as a soldier
Just the
during
one
the Mau
for the
Mau
puss.
Rebellion.
Amin's troops blazed a path of death and destruction through the border region with Tanzania, brutalizing enemy soldiers into submission. Their charge was so effective that it actually surprised them, whose expectations were most dashed by their performance during the raid on Entebbe.
Days later, Amin declared victory. It was an audacious move, the last gasp. Somehow, it seemed to have paid off.
By starting a war as a distraction, Amin had employed a well-known tactic used by other dictators. But just like Kim Il-sung had done when he invaded South Korea, Amin failed to plan for a second phase of battle. And just like Kim Il-sung, he immediately come to repent.
In those first days of the attack, Amin had only defeated a small portion of the Tanzanian army. And he'd only done so because he had the element of surprise. When reinforcements arrived, the Tanzanians quickly pushed back the Ugandans. After less than a month, by late November, they retook every inch of territory that had been seized.
Exhausted and significantly outgunned and outnumbered, the vast majority of Amin's troops either surrendered or defected. Over the coming months, as the enemy marched closer and closer to the Ugandan capital of Kampala, Amin knew it was over. There was nothing else he could do to distract people or shift the blame for his mistakes. He was finished, so he barricaded himself inside his palace in Kampala.
On April 10, 1979, Tanzanian troops and Ugandan rebels entered the capital. The next day, Amin fled the country in an army helicopter.
As Amin fled to the safety of Libya, Milton Obote, the man he deposed, returned to Uganda to reclaim power. Tanzanian soldiers and Ugandan citizens alike celebrated in the streets. Idi Amin's reign of terror was over.
Amin's time in Libya was short-lived. The following year, he was granted asylum by the Saudi royal family. Not only did they offer him a generous salary for doing nothing, they put him up in a well-appointed and tasteful home, where he stayed for the rest of his life.
During his retirement in Saudi Arabia, Amin gave interviews and tried to organize the occasional comeback in Uganda, though he could never pull together enough support. Through it all, he never once expressed remorse for his behavior or actions. He also married 2 additional women.
Finally, on August 16, 2003, Amin died of multiple organ failure at the approximate age of 78. He was survived by several wives and more than 30 children.
Amin was never brought to justice for his crimes, since Saudi Arabia didn't honor most international extradition agreements. But there was plenty he could have been convicted of. He embezzled millions of dollars from a poor and broken country. He created a secret police force to control his citizens. But most shockingly of all, according to estimates from Amnesty International, he killed nearly 500,000 people.
Amin may have believed these people were a threat to his power. He may have also been a murderous sociopath who simply killed them for fun. Looking at the evidence, it's likely he was both.
For years, Western countries characterized Amin as an imbecile, a buffoon, a personification of the primitive African. But while Amin may have been outrageous, uneducated, and possibly illiterate, he was far from stupid. Amin grew up devastatingly poor in a country with little to no opportunity for success, advancement, or wealth. All he wanted was an opportunity to remove his circumstances. And when he got it, he was single-mindedly focused on leaving his old life behind.
Amin had no real ideology except for his own advancement, wealth, and power. He didn't care about his Muslim faith, his wives, his children, or his fellow citizens.
Every decision he made was for his own benefit. And as his power increased, those selfish decisions grew to affect an entire country.
People may have rejoiced in the streets after Amin was deposed, but Uganda has yet to recover from his reign of terror, wrath, and incompetence. Yoweri Museveni, a modern-day strongman, has led the country since 1986. And while Ugandans may no longer fear kidnapping and murder at the hands of their government, unemployment, poverty, and corruption are still rampant.
Amin was among the first modern African dictators and helped establish a political system that is still present in regions across the continent. Instead of colonial powers pillaging the continent, it's Africans themselves who perpetrate the system of oppression.
Even today, when we hear about a ruler in Africa, there's a decent chance that the leader will be compared to Idi Amin, the man who set the bar for murder and corruption. But if Idi Amin hadn't seized power in Uganda, some other demagogue would have potentially taken his place. He would have had to fill the power vacuum left by the colonial powers that abandoned the continent.
This same scenario played out all across Africa in the same years while Idi Amin was ruling Uganda. And next week, we'll look at one of his contemporaries, Francisco Macias Nguema, who unleashed his own reign of terror on the people of Equatorial Guinea.
Thanks for listening to Dictators.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other podcast originals for free on Spotify. Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Russell Nash, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Richard Rosner and Kate Leonard.
Christmas Eve, 1969. In Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, roughly 150 men were marched into the capital city's soccer stadium. The bloody, beaten, and shackled prisoners knew that the end was near.
As they looked at each other, the men all realized that the crime they'd committed, the one that sent them on this gallows walk, was ludicrous. They all belonged to political parties that rallied against the president.
For nearly a year, President Francisco Macias Nguema, the first leader of the new nation of Equatorial Guinea, had been rounding up political rivals and making them disappear. Tonight was no different.
The men were lined up against a wall. Suddenly, a song began to blast through the stadium loudspeakers. The men recognized it as Mary Hopkins' "Those Were the Days." Then, soldiers appeared carrying machine guns, and all dressed as Santa Claus.
Before the prisoners could process what was going on, they were cut down. 150 political dissidents had met their end at the hands of Francisco Macias Nguema. Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate.
In this season, we're looking at 3 African dictators who came to power in the post-colonial era. Today we'll begin our look into Francisco Macias Nguema of Equatorial Guinea. From 1968 to 1979, Nguema sadistically ruled over the former Spanish colony, committing mass murder on an impulse. It's estimated that he was responsible for the deaths of 50,000 people, though some believe the true number is twice that.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
I will break the window. Step out of the car. Step out of the car. The middle of the 20th century was a chaotic time in Africa. As decolonization swept through the continent, the power vacuums gave way to dictators who were just as bad, if not worse, than their colonial predecessors. Ethnic cleansing, economic oppression, religious persecution. These men had no qualms with the rivers of blood that ran through their countries.
The most famous of the group was the Butcher of Uganda, Idi Amin. Born and raised in a time of British colonialism, Amin seized the opportunity to grasp total power when the British left. Like all of these African dictators, the outcome was a country left in turmoil.
Other familiar names include Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, Charles Taylor in Liberia, or Jean Kambanda in Rwanda. All of these men inspired terror and fear throughout Africa. But one name is rarely spoken: Francisco Macias Nguema.
While Idi Amin was feeding the dead to crocodiles in Uganda, 1,500 miles to the east in Equatorial Guinea, Francisco Macias Nguema was quietly liquidating entire villages. Fueled by paranoia, tribal chauvinism, and possibly heavy drug use, Nguema turned Equatorial Guinea into a veritable killing ground.
As the Swedish researcher Robert af Klinteberg said in 1978, Equatorial Guinea had become the concentration camp of Africa, a cottage industry Dachau.
Just like the horrors that befell his country, Nguema himself is a man who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. His early life before seizing power in 1968 is shrouded in mystery. But what we do know is that, like Idi Amin, Nguema used the colonial system as a means to grasp his own power. But instead of British colonialists, in Nguema's case, it was the Spanish.
Equatorial Guinea lies on the western coast of Africa, between Gabon and Cameroon. The country consists of roughly 10,000 square miles of mainland called Rio Muni, as well as a few islands, most notably Fernando, known today as Bioko.
But while Rio Muni comprises the bulk of the country, historically it's actually Fernando Poo that's been the key point of interest. Initially colonized by the Portuguese in the late 1400s, Fernando Poo was considered a perfect spot to establish slave trading posts and sugarcane plantations.
Unfortunately for the Portuguese, they would never find success. Poor weather and resistance from the indigenous tribes on the island made it impossible to establish any long-term colony.
But the Spanish Empire decided to give colonizing the island a shot. In 1778, they acquired Fernando Poo, hoping to use it as a market for sending slaves to Cuba. But just like the Portuguese, they were met with disastrous results and more or less closed up shop. For roughly 100 years, Spanish Guinea was cast aside.
That is, until the late 1890s. After losing possession of Cuba and the Philippines in the Spanish-American War, Spain turned to Spanish Guinea as the new place to boost their economic interests, especially after they realized Fernando Poo was ripe with a highly sought-after crop, cocoa.
As Spain owners flocked to Spanish Guinea to rejuvenate the stagnant colony, there was resistance from two of the leading indigenous groups, the Bubi and the Fang.
The Bubi people were the main inhabitants of Fernando Poo. Naturally, the Spanish forced them to work on these new cocoa plantations.
Although they were technically not slaves, life for the Bubi was oppressive. They were basically indentured servants with few civil rights. In 1904, a policy called Patronato de Indígenas was established, which ostensibly made all indigenous people legal minors.
The working conditions were another problem. Life for the workers on Fernando Poo was so bad that when the British discovered what was happening there, they put economic pressure on Spain to end some of its more brutal policies.
But the more telling proof was that throughout the 1910s, many Bubby fled Fernando Poo altogether.
That left the Spanish with a sudden lack of labor. They responded with two solutions. The first was to bring in Catholic missionaries to educate the Bubby and give them small parcels of land to work. This same tactic had been used to control indigenous people in South America. And as it did there, this move had a degree of success on Fernando Poo. Not only were the Bubby now rising as an elite ethnic group in the colony, but they soon became pro-Spanish.
The second solution was to ship more indigenous people over from the mainland on Rio Muni, and no ethnic group was more resistant to this new policy than the Fang.
For centuries, colonizers struggled to establish or explore Rio Muni, the 10,000 square miles that make up the bulk of Equatorial Guinea. One of the main reasons was resistance from the Fang, who accounted for approximately 80% of the mainland population. However, with the lack of manpower on Fernando Poo, the Spanish decided it was time to finally conquer the Fang.
In the mid-1920s, the Spanish military was sent in to pacify the Fang. The war between them was short, but brutal. In the end, the Spanish won, and many Fang were shipped over to Fernando Poo and forced into labor.
Despite the circumstances, the Fang refused to embrace anything Spanish. They even resented the Bubby for becoming pro-Spanish. Instead, the Fang became the most vocal anti-imperialist ethnic group in Spanish Guinea. Throughout the 1950s, the Fang started to organize guerrilla movements to fight against the Spanish. Although Spain was able to suppress many of these uprisings, the call for independence grew louder and louder with each passing year.
One of the loudest voices was a Fang politician named Francisco Macias Nguema.
The first 40 years of Nguema's life are shrouded in mystery. What we do know is that Nguema was born on January 1st, 1924, near present-day Gabon. Both of his parents were members of the Fang tribe, and his father was allegedly a powerful witch doctor.
Growing up, Nguema wasn't the most intelligent or pious of children. Despite Catholicism being pushed throughout the colony, Nguema seems to have taken no interest in religion, and even less interest in his studies.
It wasn't so much that Nguema was uninterested in school. By all accounts, he just wasn't very smart. It took him 4 tries to pass the civil service exam, which he finally did when he was 26.
Like Idi Amin, Francisco Macias Nguema broke ranks from his own people and viewed their oppressors as a means to an end. If working for the Spanish was what it took to get ahead, he saw no reason not to do it. Sometime in the mid-1950s, when he was around 30, Nguema got a job as an assistant in the forestry department. Essentially, his job was to act as an intermediary between the Spanish and the local Fang, often as an interpreter.
At some point during this time, Nguema got his first taste of corruption. Realizing that many Fang peasants feared the Spanish, Nguema began extorting the locals. For a simple bribe, he would intervene on their behalf if someone was in trouble with colonial administrators.
Of course, the Spanish were unaware of this. They saw Nguema as someone they could trust.
For the next several years, Nguema ran this racket like a small-time gangster, profiting off the misfortunes of the poor and working class. And as he was making money, he was also receiving promotions from his Spanish bosses.
As the 1960s began, Nguema received a promotion that put him directly in the crosshairs of revolution. The call for independence was growing louder, and Spain, like the rest of Europe, was loosening its grip over its African colonies.
Little did Nguema realize that as he got the ladder within the administration, he would be thrust into the middle of decolonization. And come out the other side as president of a new country.
Coming up, Francisco Macias Nguema becomes Equatorial Guinea's only elected leader. Now back to the story.
In 1959, as anti-colonial sentiment grew across Africa, Spain finally began to loosen its grip over Spanish Guinea. They started by abolishing the Patronato de Indianas, the policy that made all indigenous people legal minors. Now, the indigenous adults were considered technically citizens of Spain.
A year later, the colony held its first ever public elections. Native Spanish Guineans were elected to represent the colony for the first time ever in Spanish Parliament.
Finally, in 1963, Spain approved the Basic Law, which granted some level of internal autonomy to the colony, now known as Equatorial Guinea, especially at the local level. Appointed to oversee the new government was Prime Minister Bonifacio ootd, a local politician.
As these events unfolded, Francisco Macias Nguema was appointed mayor of Mongomo, a small town in Rio Muni. However, the appointment made him more than just a mayor. It also made him a member of Equatorial Guinea's new General Assembly.
As the new semi-autonomous government began to find its footing, various political parties were formed. The majority of these parties were rather militant and demanded total separation from Spain instead of partial separation.
The Fangs were the loudest group to demand independence. The Bubby, meanwhile, did want independence, but not with the Fang. They wanted Fernando Poo and Rio Muni to be two separate states, so that they could continue their relationship with Spain on their own terms.
During this transitional period, Francisco Macias Nguema appears to have mostly remained in the background. Unlike some previous dictators like Stalin or Kim Il-sung, Nguema wasn't a staunch freedom fighter. At the outset, he showed no real signs of revolutionary passion. Eventually, he formed a relationship with the Radical National Liberation Movement of Equatorial Guinea Party, or MONALIE for short. But for a mayor, Nguema was shockingly
I think
politically
what he would do
inactive.
is be considered legal.
It's possible that he just didn't
people
have
could
the
surround
fighting
you because
spirit
they're
of the
right.
Mormon freedom fighters.
Yeah.
Or perhaps he was trying to keep his head down.
It would make sense that Nguema showed continued loyalty to the Spanish, given that without them, he wouldn't be mayor of a small town. In fact, he wouldn't have been anything.
But around 1967, as Equatorial Guinea inched closer to total independence, the 43-year-old Nguema suddenly became a staunch anti-imperialist. Not only that, he became one of the most vocal proponents for complete separation from Spain.
Lawyer needs to be like
In the span of a few short months, he gained a reputation for his fiery anti-imperialist.
So what changed? How and why did a nobody, this cog in the machine, suddenly change positions and become a revolutionary leader? Well, it appears Nguema was encouraged by a kindred spirit, Antonio Garcia Trevijano.
Garcia Trevijano was a Spanish lawyer, political activist, and entrepreneur. As a staunch anti-Francoist, Garcia Trevijano hoped to free Equatorial Guinea of any and all influence from fascist Spain, including any post-colonial economic ties. In the ambitious Francisco Macias Nguema, he saw the ideal blunt instrument for his own ambitions.
And in Garcia Trevijano, Nguema saw an opportunity to advance beyond being mayor of a small town in the middle of nowhere.
How the two met is unclear, but we know that Garcia Trevijano wrote radical speeches for Nguema, most likely because Nguema, who was barely literate, wasn't capable of writing speeches himself. In a matter of months, with the help of Garcia Trevijano, Nguema's political star was on the rise.
In October 1967, Spain finally called a constitutional convention for Equatorial Guinea. Over 40 delegates from Rio Muni and Fernando Wu were sent to Madrid to draft an official constitution for the new nation. 43-year-old Francisco Macias Nguema was one of those delegates.
Like all constitutional conventions, the one held for the Republic of Equatorial Guinea was rife with contention. A major issue was that the Bobby on Fernando Wu feared that the Fang would ultimately take control of the government. They wanted their own government, one that maintained good relations with Spain and with zero Fang involvement.
In the end, no one could agree on anything. The convention adjourned with no constitution.
The convention reconvened the next spring in April 1968. This time, a constitution was written so hastily that it set the stage for the country to plummet into turmoil. Territorial lines were disproportionately drawn up so that not all the ethnic tribes were equally represented. The fear that the Fang would win control of the government seemed destined to come true.
It didn't matter that the cocoa cultivated on Fernando Wu was the driving force behind Equatorial Guinea's economy. The Bubby were outnumbered by the Fang on the mainland.
In August of 1968, the Fang-approved constitution was ratified in a nationwide vote. All that was left was choosing the new president.
The country's first presidential election came down to two men, the incumbent Prime Minister ootd, or the burgeoning political star Francisco Macias Nguema.
By 1968, many people were fed up with Prime Minister ootd. Under his administration, corruption was the law of the land. Not only were many members of his cabinet totally incompetent, but they embezzled from the government's coffers. Thanks to bribery and kickbacks, they lived a flamboyant lifestyle that few of their constituents could afford. They didn't even try to hide their crookedness. What many people in Equatorial Guinea didn't realize was that forced
cast their ballots. Neither side held a majority, resulting in a runoff. But on the second ballot, one man emerged the victor.
Francisco Macias Nguema. At 44 years old, he had become the first elected president of Equatorial
I
Guinea.
don't like that either.
Although Nguema was now the president, his party, the Popular Idea of Equatorial Guinea, or IPGE for short, was actually in the minority within the National Assembly. In fact, the IPGE only held 8 of the 35 seats. Nguema that if he were to retain control, he would have to take drastic measures. But no one expected quite how far he would go.
Within a few months of his election, Nguema ordered the arrests of members of rival political parties. Then, he had them summarily executed. After that, nearly 40 of his own security and bureaucratic officers were arrested and killed.
Fearing for his life, former Prime Minister Edu fled to neighboring Gabon.
Within months of his escape, though, Edu was captured and sent back to Equatorial Guinea, where he was brutally tortured, all on the orders of Nguema. In January 1969, Edu was executed.
After taking out his political rivals, Nguema turned his attention to a group of people he had loathed his entire life, intellectuals.
In his book Psychoses of Power, political scientist Samuel De Calo notes that Nguema had an inferiority complex with a particularly deep hatred for foreigners and intellectuals. Nguema hated knowing that some people were smarter than he would ever be. So, just members of his cabinet, he rounded up intellectuals and murdered them.
As De Calo writes, Nguema was a marginal, malintegrated person who had managed to rise to the apex of power. So deep was his hatred for the educated that he even prohibited the use of the word intellectual in Equatorial Guinea, and promptly fined his own Minister of Education when the latter used the term in his presence at a cabinet meeting.
The brutality that Nguema demonstrated months into his reign was shocking and unexpected. He'd served as the mayor of Mongomo for years without incident. The lack of information about his early life makes it even harder to understand this brutal shift.
How he was able to convince the police and military to go along with such heinous acts is unclear. Unlike Idi Amin, Nguema hadn't yet cultivated loyalty among the military. He'd sprung up basically out of nowhere in the course of a year.
But somehow, these early purges went without so much as an objection. This was merely a preview of the horrible things to come. Nguema had gotten a taste of bloodshed, and it made him feel powerful. Next, he turned his attention toward the group of people who had helped put him in power, his Spanish benefactors.
Coming up, Nguema purges the Spanish colonial holdovers as he consolidates his power. Now, back to the story.
In October 1968, 44-year-old Francisco Macias Nguema became the first president of the new Republic of Equatorial Guinea. After branding himself as a staunch anti-imperialist, Nguema was elected to lead the young republic into the future.
Less than 3 months into his reign, Nguema began to purge his political enemies, including the former Prime Minister, ootd.
The sudden acts of violence were shocking and seemed to come out of nowhere. And yet, he was just getting started.
Nguema's path to the presidency was paved mostly with Spanish coins. Antonio Garcia Trevijano, the Spanish lawyer, political activist, and businessman, not only wrote large portions of Nguema's fiery campaign speeches, but wrangled other Spanish businessmen to support Nguema financially.
Their motives were obvious. They wanted someone in their back pocket once it was time to start capitalizing on the post-colonial economy, most likely in the cocoa, coffee, and timber sectors, the country's 3 chief resources. With a direct line to the president, there was unlimited potential for profit.
But by the time Nguema was elected president, he wasn't just grandstanding. He had come to actually hate the Spanish. Garcia Trevijano may have intended for the fiery speeches to be geared to egoist Spaniards, but Nguema thought all Spaniards had to go.
Nguema understood that Garcia Trevijano was manipulating him, trying to use him as a pawn. And when he thought back on it, he'd been a pawn his whole career, from colonial administrator assistant to mayor. The Spanish thought they could use him because he was indigenous, unknown, and not overly educated. In other words, he didn't pose any threat.
He knew that's how they would always perceive him. He would never be seen as an equal. Nguema decided it was time to show them they were right. He was not an equal. He was their superior.
Nguema was president. His power may have been handed to him by his Spanish friends, but it was his now, and he could wield it however he wanted.
For the first months of Nguema's reign, the economy was still controlled by Spanish expatriates in the country. Colonial administrative buildings were still scattered throughout the region, running full steam. In Nguema's eyes, this meant that the Spanish expats were still trying to exert their control, not just over Equatorial Guinea, but over Nguema himself. It was time to send a message.
On February 25th, 1969, Nguema was touring through Rio Muni. When he got to the port town of Bata, he discovered that a Spanish military base was continuing to fly 3 Spanish flags, the symbol of Spanish sovereignty during the colonial period.
Not only was the base still inexplicably being run by the Spanish, but they were flying the flags proudly in broad daylight. It was a total slap in the face to Nguema's power.
Nguema demanded that the flags be taken down, but the Spanish consul general refused. So, in a series of vitriolic speeches, Nguema denounced the Spanish and aired his fury against the expatriates still living in the country.
And yet, the Spanish still refused to comply. No matter how incendiary Nguema Nguema's rhetoric was, the consul did not lower the flags.
The situation escalated absurdly fast. Within days, a paramilitary unit made up of unemployed Equatorial Guineans, known as the Macias Youth, stormed the city of Bata.
The Macias youth rampaged through the city looking for Spanish expatriates to assault. Soon the violence spread throughout the region. Nguema declared a state of emergency and demanded that the Spanish ambassador and all Spanish security personnel be expelled from the country.
A mass exodus of roughly 7,000 Spaniards followed. In their eyes, it was only a matter of time before the executions began.
Not everyone in Nguema's administration was happy with the inflammatory rhetoric. Chief among them were UN Ambassador Saturnino Ibango and Foreign Minister Atanasio Andang. On March 3, 1969, the two men returned from a visit to Spain, appalled by the chaos in their country.
Both men approached Nguema and pleaded with him to tone down the rhetoric and stop the violence, but Nguema refused.
Realizing the danger of the president's actions, Andang and Ibango decided to take matters into their own hands. With support in Bata, the two men
Did you
attempted
tell him
to
what
overthrow
episode was
Nguema.
the side?
The specifics of this coup are entirely lost to history. There is, however, widespread belief that Spain supported the coup.
Regardless, the operation failed. Ibango and Andang were captured by Nguema's loyalists, possibly the Macias youth, and are thought to have been brutally executed in early March.
With Ibango and Andang out of the way, Nguema decided that, in the wake of the attempted coup on March 5th, it was time to consolidate his power, particularly against the Bubby, who were still an adversary to the Fangs on the mainland. He ordered the arrests of roughly 200 people. According to De Calo, among those rounded up were the Bubby president of the National Assembly and the Bubby mayor of Malabo, then known as Santa Isabel.
As De Calo writes, most of those arrested were never heard from again.
Despite the earlier purges, historians generally consider March 5th as the start of Nguema's reign of terror, when he went from a new, inexperienced president to a full-on dictator. By the end of March, roughly 92% of the Spanish population had left Equatorial Guinea. Of the 7,000 who had been there before the purges began, only a few hundred were still willing to stay behind.
Nguema had finally accomplished his goal of eradicating the Spanish. His next move was to shut the borders down. In particular, he banned any and all journalists from entering the country. Allegedly, Spain supported this. Their own dictator, Francisco Franco, had banned the media from even mentioning Equatorial Guinea.
Next, Nguema created 3 new security forces, the JMF, Guardia Nacional, and Milicia, all reporting to him. He planted these guards in every government office. However, the most dangerous military group was still the Macias Youth.
The Macias youth essentially became Nguema's private army, answering only to him. Their main job was to target political enemies. If a member of the youth impressed his commanding officers, he was rewarded with a position in the government. And although these young fighters weren't paid, they made a good living extorting civilians.
As a result of policies like this, Nguema's government became flush with sycophants and favorites. After the purges in March of 1969, government vacancies needed filling, and Nguema filled them almost entirely with family members or members of his Fang ethnic group. This meant a wave of Fang were now living and ruling on the island of Fernando Poo, setting the stage for a bitter war with the Bubby.
Still, the biggest threat to the Bubby people was Nguema himself. For the next year or so, random acts of political violence were a common occurrence all over the country. This included the 1969 Christmas Eve massacre, where 150 men were killed inside the Malabo soccer stadium.
But Nguema knew supporters that he needed to legitimize his power through something more than violence. He needed it to be set into law. The first step happened in 1970, when the 46-year-old despot abolished all political parties, including his own, IPGE. In their place, he established the United National Workers' Party, or PUNT, which he declared would be the only political party in the country.
Nguema, of course, was the president of the Central Committee, the party's ruling body. Anyone who was caught engaging in rival political activity found themselves facing Macias U.
Over the next few years, the dominoes quickly fell. On May 7, 1971, Nguema issued Decree 415, which repealed certain parts of the Constitution. Specifically, the legislative and judiciary branches, as well as the cabinet, were stripped of their powers. Instead, all direct powers of government and institutions went to the president.
In October of that year, Nguema forced the National Assembly to pass Law 1, which, as the name suggests, is one of the very few laws they were allowed to pass. Law 1 legalized the death penalty for anyone who attempted to assassinate the president.
And anyone complicit in the act faced 30 years imprisonment.
But Nguema wasn't just satisfied with repealing parts of the 1968 Constitution or killing anyone who threatened his power. He wanted an entirely new constitution that safeguarded all of his outrageous claims to power.
The July 1973 Constitution was the manifestation of everything that Nguema had spent the previous 4 years working towards. He had written it into law that he was president for life, a title his party had proclaimed for him the year before. He had the power to do whatever he wanted, including dissolving the National Assembly and appointing and removing judges.
At the end of July 1973, a vote was held, and the new Constitution was overwhelmingly ratified. According to the official election results, 99% voted in favor of passing it.
It's no wonder why, in a nation where political dissidents are rounded up and killed at the local soccer stadium. All of this was merely a formality. The fact is, for 4 years, Nguema had already had absolute power.
In less than a decade, Francisco Macias Nguema had gone from an absolute nobody in the forestry department to the tyrannical ruler of Equatorial Guinea. And yet, he still wasn't satisfied. For most of his reign so far, he put all his focus on suppressing political rivals, intellectuals, and Spanish expatriates. Now, as president for life, he decided it was time to turn his attention to the citizens as a whole. And not just the bubby, but the fang, too.
With each passing year, Nguema's thirst for blood increased, until members of his own family decided that enough was enough.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore the brutal conditions under Francisco Macias Nguema's regime and how an unlikely person led the coup to bring him down. For more information, among the many resources used in our research, we found Samuel De Calo's Psychoses of Power and The Trial of Macias by Dr. Alejandro Artucio particularly helpful.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other podcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators. Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Anthony Valsic, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Joshua Kern. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Richard Rossner and Kate Leonard.
April 1976. In a small village in Equatorial Guinea, a representative from the governor's office entered the village's center and ordered everyone to gather around.
Earlier that month, a military helicopter crashed on the outskirts of the village. When the flames were finally extinguished, all three people inside, including a government official, were dead. The investigation into the helicopter crash had led to the discovery of a plot among certain villagers to flee Equatorial Guinea. When word of the plot reached President for Life, Francisco Macias Nguema, he considered it treason.
Now, gathered together, this representative had a message for the villagers. By order of the head of state, this village doesn't exist anymore.
No sooner had the announcement been made than members of the military set fire to the village. The citizens were rounded up and forced to relocate. Some were arrested and imprisoned.
Before this, only political rivals and intellectuals had been targeted by Nguema's sadism. But now, some of Nguema's own people, the Fang, had their entire village wiped off the face of the earth. Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate.
In this season, we're looking at three African dictators who came to power in the post-colonial era. Today, we'll continue our look at Francisco Macias Nguema, the brutal despot who ruled Equatorial Guinea from 1968 to 1979. Last week, we explored Nguema's rise to power and how he began a brutal reign of terror. This week, we'll delve further into the terror perpetrated during Nguema's regime, as well as the coup that led to Nguema's downfall.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
For the first few years of his reign, Nguema focused most of his attention on slowly consolidating power. It all culminated in July 1973, when he had the Constitution rewritten to solidify his place as President for Life and gave himself total control over all branches of government.
Nonetheless, Nguema was convinced that someone would eventually try to overthrow him. If a formerly passive man like himself was capable of using violence as a means to an end, so was anyone else. A piece of paper wouldn't ensure his hold on power. For the rest of the 1970s, Nguema's main goal was to suppress any inkling of a coup. One of his first moves? Outlawing education.
In March 1975, Nguema banned all private education, declaring it subversive. The private schools in Equatorial Guinea were funded and run by Catholic missionaries who, after the ban, were forced to leave the country. The few public schools that remained open quickly fell into decay thanks to a lack of government funding. And it was all by design. The last thing Nguema wanted was for educated citizens to realize how oppressive and authoritarian the government had become.
Or how badly he tanked the economy. When Nguema drove the Spanish expatriates out of the country in March 1969, he doomed his country to economic failure. The Spanish were a major source of employment, not just as plantation owners, but as technicians, teachers, administrators, and doctors. Once they fled, roughly 15,000 Equatorial Guineans lost their jobs as assistants, servants, and clerks.
The entire private sector essentially collapsed. Tax revenue dwindled to practically nothing, which in turn decimated the country's infrastructure and civil services. By the time he abolished schools, Nguema had enacted a set of brutal economic policies to clean up the mess created. Policies that would oppress the majority of Equatorial Guinea.
Nguema focused exclusively on Equatorial Guinea's three major exports: cocoa, coffee, and timber. For the rest of Nguema's reign, almost all business outside plantation work ceased.
Nguema redistributed the former Spanish lands among the Fang, and only the Fang, excluding the Bubi and other ethnic groups. And even among the Fang, he chose only incompetent sycophants to run the plantations, just as he had done with government positions.
With many of the more educated citizens like the Bubi now unemployed, they were forced to return to the plantations as workers. Many of the Bubi were long removed from manual labor and had little experience tending crops. But the bigger fear among them was how they would be treated by their new Fang plantation overseers.
Many secretly fled to neighboring countries like Gabon and Cameroon. In response, plantation owners turned to migrant workers, particularly from Liberia and Nigeria.
As expected, the working conditions were atrocious. Many of these foreign contract workers were savagely beaten, sexually assaulted, and even murdered.
But unlike the Bubi, the Nigerians fought back. At some point in the early 1970s, many Nigerian workers went on strike due to a lack of pay. Why they weren't being paid is unclear, but it is very likely that this was due to insufficient funds in the government's coffers. Nguema wasn't too pleased by the challenge. He ordered 95 of the strikers to be executed.
Conditions got so bad that in 1975, the Nigerian government repatriated its laborers, demanding that their citizens leave Equatorial Guinea.
Between the lack of manpower and the poor management, the economy ground to a screeching halt. All three of the country's major exports, cocoa, coffee, and timber, saw dramatic decreases in both production and distribution.
But Nguema had an idea, one that would not only solve the labor shortage, but also the problem of what to do with all the kids who were no longer in school. He would make those uneducated, able-bodied young people work in the fields.
In March 1976, Nguema signed a presidential decree that established a compulsory labor system. This new law required anyone over the age of 15 to be sent to government plantations and mines, working 12 hours a day.
Can't organize a coup if you're too physically exhausted.
Essentially, Nguema forced his people into slavery, something neither the Spanish nor the Portuguese were able to accomplish. One report estimates that 25,000 people were forced into the slavery program in 1977. Another report claimed that 20% of the entire population found themselves on the fields or in the mines.
These workers weren't paid, and their only compensation was rations of fish, rice, and palm oil. They were only given enough food for themselves. Their families were on their own.
The effects of Nguema's ruthless economic policies reverberated throughout the country. With everyone out in the fields and mines, one European observer noted that the capital city of Malabo was so depopulated, it appeared to have been hit by war with plague.
Stores, schools, administrative buildings, even hospitals had completely shuttered. While the buildings still lined the streets, they were all but abandoned.
It was said that in Malabo, during the final years of Nguema's rule, 95% of the citizens had no power. The only places with electricity were those that had private generators, including a couple of government buildings and the few foreign embassies that were still left in the country.
But as Equatorial Guinea fell deeper and deeper into disrepair, Francisco Macias Nguema was living a lavish life in his presidential compound. Allegedly, the presidential palace in Bata cost $12 million, and Nguema slept on a $4,400 bed.
But Nguema's plan to control his people hinged on more than just forced labor and eliminating education. Nguema relied on another classic tool from the dictator's handbook, a cult of personality, one that rivaled any dictator we've discussed so far.
And one that would strike fear into the minds of his people, right up until Nguema's last breath.
Coming up, we'll explore Francisco Macias Nguema's supernatural cult of personality and his widespread massacres. Now, back to the story.
Since the beginning, Francisco Macias Nguema had lorded over Equatorial Guinea with devastating brutality. Through forced labor and outlawing education, he was able to maintain a stranglehold over his citizens, especially the poor. And yet, he still expected his people to worship him.
Like much about Nguema, the origins of his cult of personality are a mystery. The statues, altars, and images of the despot appeared gradually, but it began around 1972 when he first declared himself president for life. Not only did he proclaim that he would be subject to zero-term limits, he also referred to himself as Grand Master of Education, Science, and Culture.
This title would ultimately be one of 45 that Nguema gave to himself. One of the more famous ones, though, has to be Only Miracle of Equatorial Guinea.
Though it might seem odd that a man who despised both religion and education would use these ideas to build a cult of personality, it actually makes total sense. As we mentioned last week, political scientist Samuel DeCallo notes that Nguema had developed an inferiority complex stemming from his own lack of intelligence. Nguema even once declared that the greatest problem facing Africa wasn't colonialism, but education.
Getting rid of the intelligentsia and the foreigners allowed him to tell the uneducated population that he was, in fact, the smartest person in the country. Who would ever question him?
More importantly, with a country full of uneducated people, it was easier to manipulate them into believing absurd claims.
For example, that Nguema had supernatural powers.
While Spanish missionaries had converted the majority of the population to Catholicism, many of the indigenous people still clung to traditional beliefs. Nguema's own father was a Fang witch doctor. And now, Nguema wanted to take advantage of those beliefs to elevate himself into the realm of a deity.
For the Fang, the two major spiritual practices are the Bieri and the Buiti. Bieri focuses on ancestral worship, with a heavy focus on relics, which were protected by intricately carved wooden figures. These relics, often crafted from bone fragments of the dead, were believed to have spiritual powers and were passed down to each generation.
Ootd also involves ancestral worship, but it incorporates aspects of animism. The idea that all objects, animals, and plants have a spirit, and that everything is connected.
Nguema took the beliefs of Bieri and Buiti and manipulated them for his own personal gain. He collected skulls, which he claimed gave him magical powers, and he claimed to be able to control tigers.
The tiger became an important symbol for the Nguema regime and the official symbol of his political party. El Tigre was one of the 45 titles Nguema gave himself.
The grand irony is that Africa is home to no tigers at all. The tiger's natural habitat is roughly 5,000 miles away in Central and Southeast Asia.
You good,
Why
baby?
he chose this big cat when he could have easily chosen the lion is a mystery.
And yet, people fell for it. Nguema turned to spiritual leaders, sorcerers, and witch doctors to spread the word of his supernatural powers throughout the country. He essentially turned his country's traditional religions into his own propaganda department.
In the early 1970s, Nguema went one giant step further and essentially forced the Catholic Church to prop up his cult of personality. As political scientist Samuel DeCallo writes, Nguema's occult powers were formally canonized in church sermons by forced references to him as the only miracle, and even then contention that there is no God other than Messias.
He also demanded that priests, under the threat of imprisonment, proclaim that God created Equatorial Guinea thanks to Papa Messias.
Why is it so
Without Messias, Equatorial Guinea would not exist.
It wasn't long, of course, before church officials complained about the twisted and blasphemous additions to the ministry. So, by April 1975, Nguema decided to forbid any kind of religious gathering, including funerals and mass. Foreign priests were expelled from the country, and local priests were either arrested or executed. Empty churches were converted into warehouses or armories, and Equatorial Guinea was declared the first atheist state in Africa.
But despite Nguema's efforts to dismantle organized religion and supplant it with his own, the majority of the people weren't buying what he was selling. Some did genuinely fear his supposed superpowers, especially those within the military. However, many viewed Nguema as nothing more than a madman. In his book Psychoses of Power, DeCallo quotes a Spanish journalist who describes Nguema as unbalanced, inconsistent, and unpredictable, with a pathologically psychic incongruity which provokes his outbursts of unusual violence, interrupted by periods of equilibrium and lucidity.
Nguema's mental state has never officially been diagnosed, and while it may seem that the cult of personality was a power play, there is a possibility that Nguema really believed what he was saying.
Nguema became notorious for consuming massive amounts of bong, a form of cannabis, as well as iboga, a powerful hallucinogen, and in smaller doses, effective stimulant. Iboga is commonly used in Witi rituals. It often gives users the perception of a near-death experience. In religious ceremonies, it's believed to transport people to the spirit world and allow them to communicate with the dead.
Unfortunately, the study of iboga is limited, so we aren't sure exactly what the long-term effects are on the brain.
How much Nguema actually consumed is entirely unknown, but it's possible that he took enough of it to permanently alter his mental state, because as his reign continued, he became increasingly paranoid and unpredictable.
And even more bloodthirsty. He was not just targeting political rivals, but also members of his own cabinet.
By the middle of the 1970s, roughly 2/3 of the National Assembly had been executed, and scores of men in Nguema's cabinet were either beaten to death or hacked to pieces by machetes.
Next, Nguema began ordering arrests and executions, seemingly on a whim. For example, he ordered the execution of his third wife's former lovers. He would also murder the husbands of any women he desired.
In 1975, Nguema ordered the arrest of the vice president and several others and had them butchered for antisocial behavior. The charge was that a poster of Nguema had been mutilated.
You want to eat
How exactly the vice president was connected to the poster was never determined.
The vice president's wife was apparently guilty by association, too. In August of 1975, she was accused of trying to poison Nguema. The dictator ordered that 5 of her family members' houses be burned to the ground.
But Nguema wasn't satisfied just yet. He announced that their entire village was involved in subversive activities and must be burned to the ground. 173 people were forced to relocate, while the village of Mali, reduced to ash.
Malin was only one of several villages burned to the ground on Nguema's orders. With a government security service of roughly 3,500 illiterate and undisciplined men, Nguema had free rein to do whatever he wanted.
These soldiers terrorized anyone not associated with Nguema, Rabbi in particular. They were harassed, sexually assaulted, and murdered.
Nguema's reign of terror forced thousands to flee for their lives. Roughly 100,000 to 125,000 people were said to have fled to Gabon, Cameroon, and Spain.
One would think that the sudden influx of
I want to see
Equatorial
people
Guineans
fighting with
fleeing from
like
savage
wrestling
brutality would
alligator.
cause
There's a
alarm bells
if I
to
lived
ring
in
throughout
Florida,
the
I think I
international
never stopped
community.
on alligator wrestling.
Shockingly, it didn't.
Really?
Even after the human rights organizations like Amnesty International and the International Commission of Jurists investigated and reported on the atrocities, most of the world remained silent. The UN issued recommendations meant to curb Nguema's crimes, but more serious actions were not
Why
taken.
is this guy checking
Naturally,
something?
communist countries like the Soviet Union and North Korea weren't bothered by the human rights violations. They maintained good relations with Equatorial Guinea. What might be more shocking, though, was that France ignored Nguema's crimes. They were the only Western country that kept an embassy in Malabo.
It became obvious that if someone was going to bring Nguema down, it would have to be from within. As Nguema's wild paranoia started to directly affect his inner circle, it seemed like a breaking point must be on the horizon.
And in the summer of 1979, one of Nguema's nephews finally decided it was time for a new leader.
Yoshi, you play basketball?
Coming up, the coup of 1979. Now, back to the story.
For nearly a decade, Francisco Macias Nguema ruled over Equatorial Guinea with a bloody iron fist. After obtaining ultimate power in 1973, he enacted forced labor laws, built an absurd cult of personality, and ordered the mass murders of entire villages. But as the 1970s drew to a close, Nguema's paranoia was reaching a breaking point.
Fueled by his consumption of hallucinogens, which by now had grown into a daily habit, Nguema became more convinced with each passing day that people were trying to overthrow him.
His paranoia wasn't entirely unjustified. No dictator is immune from coups or assassination attempts. Nguema had uncovered a few plots throughout his reign, but he was always able to stop them.
One of the stranger attempts was in the early 1970s when British novelist Frederick Forsyth, famous for spy novels such as The Odessa Files and The Day of the Jackal, helped finance a coup against Nguema. Allegedly, Forsyth paid $185,000, worth over $1 million today, to a group of mercenaries on the Spanish Canary Islands. However, at some point during the planning stages, word reached Spanish authorities, and all 13 mercenaries were arrested. They were 3,000 miles away from Equatorial Guinea.
Around 1977, Nguema's fear of a legitimate coup became all-consuming. Rarely did he travel to the capital of Malabo, afraid that the Bubi population there would make an attempt on his life. Instead, he barricaded himself in his bunker in Mongomo.
Nguema essentially locked himself up in the Soviet-style bunker, surrounded by searchlights, guard towers, and a barbed wire fence. Roughly 200 of Nguema's most trusted men guarded the fortress.
While he was holed up 200 miles from the capital, Nguema left the duties of running his country to his cabinet, which was mostly run by his family. One of his most trusted men was his nephew, Teodoro Obiang Nguema Masogo.
During his time at Nguema's side, Teodoro Obiang held many positions, including the leader of the country's National Guard. He acquired a reputation for being one of the pillars of the regime of terror. But Obiang's loyalty began to waver as his uncle's paranoia grew. Once Nguema started arresting members of his inner circle, including family members, Obiang was understandably a little worried.
Obiang was a lifelong military man, having been trained by the Spanish military during the colonial period. So, similar to Idi Amin, Obiang had gained a loyal following among key members of the military, especially those stationed on the all-important Fernando Poo Island.
The tensions finally came to a head in June of 1979. Nguema had refused to pay members of the security service for the past several months. It's unclear if this was a blanket decision across the entire armed forces or a targeted attack at Obiang specifically. The fact was, officers were getting fed up.
So, Obiang sent some of his officers, including his own brother, to Mongomo to negotiate. When they arrived and made their demands, the 55-year-old president for life was irate. He responded to their pleas by having all of the officers shot, including Obiang's brother.
When word got back to Obiang, he was overcome with grief. He never imagined that his uncle, who he had been so loyal to, would execute his brother.
But Nguema clearly didn't care about familial bonds. Not anymore. Fearing that his nephew was starting to become too powerful, Nguema ordered the Navy to attack Fernando Poo to make sure Obiang's soldiers stayed in line.
Unfortunately, it was too late. The bulk of the military already believed that Nguema had lost his mind. Most of the Navy forces switched over to Obiang's side. Nguema was left with only a small cadre of loyal men, not nearly enough force to hold on to his power.
On August 3rd, 1979, Obiang went to the capital and announced that his uncle, Francisco Macias Nguema, was no longer the leader of Equatorial Guinea. Instead, the Supreme Military Council, with Obiang as its future president, was now in control of the government.
Obiang then ordered the military to advance on Mongomo to arrest his uncle.
Nguema and his small group of loyalists resisted for the next few days. But Nguema realized that if he stayed, he would be executed. So he fled to neighboring Gabon with a couple suitcases full of foreign money.
2 weeks later, on August 18th, Nguema was captured in the forest and sent to Malabo for a trial. His reign as leader of Equatorial Guinea was officially over.
The Supreme Military Council, made up of both Fang and Bubby people, decided that instead of exiling Nguema or throwing him in a psychiatric hospital, he should be allowed to stand trial. On September 24th, Nguema and 10 other lieutenants faced charges of genocide, embezzlement of public funds, mass murder, human rights violations, and treason.
As the charges were read and the evidence was brought forward, Nguema and his men denied everything. Of course, it didn't convince anyone. Whenever a defendant denied a specific charge, the tribunal would turn to the audience and ask if there was a witness who had evidence against the accused. Almost invariably, someone did.
In a twist that shocked almost everyone in the courtroom, Nguema's men all turned against him, blaming the dictator for everything.
Nguema defended himself, insisting that the other men were acting of their own volition. As he put it, I was the head of state. I was not a prison governor or prison guard.
This was not just a way to deflect blame onto the other accused, some of whom actually were prison guards. It was also a jab at his nephew Obiang, who had been head of Black Beach Prison, where some of the worst torture occurred. To Nguema, the trial was a ludicrous case of the pot calling the kettle black.
But the defense fell on deaf ears. It was obvious that the outcome for Nguema and his men wasn't going to be good.
At noon on September 29th, 1979, exactly 11 years after Nguema's election to the presidency, the verdict was read. Francisco Macias Nguema was guilty on all charges. His sentence was death.
Nguema wasn't alone. 6 of his compatriots were also ordered to be executed. The others were sentenced to various terms in prison.
Nguema and the others were taken to Black Beach Prison and stood against the wall to be shot by firing squad. However, the men pulling the trigger weren't Equatorial Guineans. Legend has it that local troops refused to kill Nguema for fear that he would return as a tiger and hunt them down in revenge.
So Moroccan soldiers on loan during the coup carried out the execution.
Francisco Macias Nguema, Equatorial Guinea's first independent leader, the man who was known by some as Africa's Caligula, was finally dead.
For 11 years, Nguema had ruthlessly lorded over Equatorial Guinea. Like many post-colonial African countries, the political chaos allowed him to take advantage of a vulnerable country and exploit his own people. Because he shut the country off from the rest of the world, it's hard to count exactly how many people died under his reign. Some estimates are as high as 100,000. That equals about 1/3 of the small country's population.
In addition to that, another 100,000 or more fled to neighboring countries. By the time Equatorial Guinea was free of Nguema, it was a ghost town.
But with Nguema no longer in charge, there was hope that Obiang would right the wrongs his uncle had committed for over a decade. And at the outset, it appeared that he might. Almost immediately, Obiang committed himself to the United Nations and pledged to reform the country's human rights laws. He released political prisoners, reinstituted religion, specifically Catholicism, and stopped petty arrests. Most importantly, the mass murders ended.
But the hope that life would suddenly improve under Obiang was just a dream. Though some restrictions were lifted, Obiang mostly followed in his uncle's footsteps and consolidated power. Instead of murder, he simply accomplished it through suspicious elections. As of this recording, Obiang is still, at the age of 77, the head of Equatorial Guinea, having won 5 consecutive elections with over 90% of the vote.
Under his 4 decades of leadership, Equatorial Guinea has still seen political repressions, torture, and mass corruption throughout the government.
Corruption in particular has become an even bigger problem under Obiang. Throughout the 1980s, Obiang struggled to repair the economy that his uncle had decimated. Equatorial Guinea was still producing cocoa, coffee, and timber, but not nearly as much as it had during the colonial days.
But in the early 1990s, oil was discovered off the coast, and Equatorial Guinea went from one of the poorest countries in Africa to one of the richest. Or at least, it should have. Most of the oil money made its way into Obiang's personal coffers.
In 2006, Forbes estimated that Obiang was worth as much as $700 million US. He and his government had deposited that very sum at a branch of Riggs Bank, the same bank that laundered money for Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet.
While Obiang and his government have insisted that the money in that account belongs to the public, records show that Obiang owns luxury houses all over the world and even several yachts. Meanwhile, the rest of the country continues to suffer. In 2011, data reports revealed that less than 5% of the state's budget was spent on health and education.
Such blatant neglect and corruption has led to 2 notable coup attempts, one in 2004, financed by Margaret Thatcher's son, and an alleged attempt in 2017. In the first instance, the mercenaries were arrested before even entering the country.
Perhaps this will be the legacy of Equatorial Guinea: corruption, human rights violations, and coup attempts. Sadly, this is no different from many post-colonial African countries.
Even 40 years after his reign, the foundation of corruption that Francisco Macias Nguema laid still remains.
Hopefully, when Obyang is no longer in charge, that brutal legacy will go with it.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll look into our final post-colonial African dictator, Jean Bedel Bokassa of the Central African Republic.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast News original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Anthony Valsic, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
October 1966. In Bangui, the capital of the Central African Republic, thousands packed into Boganda Stadium to listen to their leader speak. 44-year-old Colonel Jean Bedel Bokassa had only been in power for 10 months, but during that time, he had gained the adoration of his people.
Much of this public support was due to the promises Bokassa made when he seized power. He promised to root out corruption, to expel Chinese officials who were spreading communism, and to hold free and fair elections.
This promise of democracy was the most important one that Bokassa made to citizens. He had assured them that his time in power was only going to be temporary as he led the nation through a transitional period.
But after 10 months in power, Bokassa realized he didn't want to relinquish his throne. And so, stepping to the podium, he told the crowd that the elections were no longer going to happen. He would be staying in power indefinitely.
Bokassa said, "I am everywhere and nowhere. I see nothing, yet I see all. I listen to nothing and hear everything. Such is the role of a head of state."
With the announcement came a stark realization for the people of the Central African Republic. Jean Bedel Bokassa wasn't their savior. He was their destroyer.
Welcome to Dictators, a Parcast original. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
Today, we're looking at the last of our 3 post-colonial African dictators, Jean Bedel Bokassa, president of the Central African Republic. Bokassa, a man whose vanity knew no bounds, eventually declared himself emperor. He became infamous through tales of child murder and cannibalism.
This week, we'll take a look at how he rose through the ranks of the French army and, like many African dictators, came to power in a coup amid threats to his own position. Next week, we'll explore his actions as emperor and his eventual downfall.
Jean Bedel Bokassa has the distinct honor of not being the most ruthless of the African dictators we've discussed so far this season. But while he may not have been as
as bloodthirsty as Idi Amin or Francisco Macias Nguema, he still ruled over the Central African Republic as a fearsome dictator. With the military and rumors of cannibalism on his side, Bokassa knew that no one would try and topple him.
However, those rumors were a double-edged sword. Bokassa's rule was wholly founded on his ego. While Idi Amin mocked the rest of the world, and Francisco Macias Nguema shut himself off, Jean Bedel Bokassa wanted to be revered. Ironically, after declaring himself emperor around 11 years into his presidency, he became nothing more than an eccentric laughingstock among the international community.
And as his ego took hit after hit, he took his aggressions out on the country's students, a move that would lead to the downfall of Central Africa's first and only emperor.
Jean Bedel Bokassa was born in 1921 in the village of Bobangi, located in Ubangi Shari, one of the 4 territories that made up French Equatorial Africa. Growing up as one of 12 children, Bokassa witnessed firsthand the cruelty of French colonial rule in post-World War I Africa.
France viewed its African colonies as a source for quick cash. Rubber, gold, ivory, hardwoods. Any and all raw materials were mined and exported. To keep the business running, the French established a form of feudalism called corvée.
The corvée system was essentially indentured servitude. African laborers were required to work in a certain industry for a prescribed number of days each year, sometimes 60 days at a time, sometimes longer. And of course, there was no pay.
As a young boy, Bokassa saw his indigenous neighbors forced to work the rubber plantations, mine the gold, and cut the timber. To keep their workers in line, the French employed armed private militias.
Treatment was harsh and abysmal. Political scientist Samuel Decalo likened the system to a concentration camp. To incentivize the men to meet their daily quotas, women and children were locked in cages. Their freedom depended on their father's work output.
And should any of them act out of turn, they faced the dreaded cat o' nine tails, a multi-tailed whip known for its brutality.
In the 1920s, a Maya healer and prophet named Carnu advocated for resistance against French colonial rule. He quickly gained followers, among them Bokassa's father, Mindogan.
Mindogan was a foreman for a French company. He knew the extent of the brutality the French used to keep their local workers in line. So when Carnu began preaching resistance, Mindogan answered the call.
In November 1927, Mindogan released a group of women and children who were being held captive by the company's overseers while the men worked. He was quickly arrested, taken to the town square in the nearby village of Mbaiki, and beaten to death.
1 week later, Bokassa's distraught mother took her own life. At just 6 years old, Bokassa became an orphan.
In the wake of his parents' death, the young Bokassa was sent to a local French missionary school, where his life only got worse. During his formative years, Bokassa was bullied over his mother and father's deaths. But instead of becoming an angry child, he channeled that energy into becoming physically and emotionally strong.
This upbringing, combined with the harsh realities of French colonial life, would transform his despondency into egotism. It became obvious to Bokassa that the only person who mattered was himself. No one else would look out for him.
Which makes it slightly ironic that after graduating secondary school, he joined the French Army, an organization that required cooperation with others.
For 18-year-old Bokassa, it was less about being part of a team and more about the military medals and decorations. Being surrounded by French soldiers, he grew to love their uniforms and the badges of honor that officers wore. The prospect of being praised for his work appealed to Bokassa.
After hearing tales of glory about French generals like Napoleon Bonaparte, he realized that the French army might be his way to achieving prestige.
So, in May 1939, Bokassa enlisted. Less than 6 months later, he was sent off to fight the Nazis.
In the summer of 1940, France fell to the Germans. French General Charles de Gaulle fled to London and sent out the call to resist the new Nazi puppet government that had been established in France. Nearly all the French colonial forces ignored the call, except for one. Bokassa's unit was the only one to heed the call and join the Allies. They eventually joined up with the British Army and helped push the Nazis out of North Africa.
Bokassa proved to be a formidable soldier and quickly climbed the ranks. During the war, he earned a bevy of commendations, and with each medal that he won, his ego inflated. None of the people back home could brag that they'd won such high honors, but he could.
During the course of the war, Bokassa became a great admirer of Charles de Gaulle, even likening him to a father figure. In fact, impressing de Gaulle would be something Bokassa would strive to do throughout his rise to power.
After the war, Bokassa stayed in the military and was stationed in the French Riviera. In 1950, he was transferred to Vietnam, where he recognized France's declining hold over the Southeast Asian colony.
It was during his time in Vietnam that Bokassa began to believe he was destined for something greater. As one of the few soldiers to survive their fight against the Vietnamese rebels, he believed it was a sign that fate had special plans for him.
But Bokassa still had no idea what that destiny was. For now, he chose to focus on proving himself within the army. In the late 1950s, he was promoted to lieutenant, a rarity among African soldiers.
But while Bokassa was earning his bars in the military, his home region of Ubangi Shari was in the midst of a fight for independence. After World War II, European colonization in Africa was collapsing. The prominence of African troops like Bokassa's unit in the war effort was partly responsible for that shift. As historian Brian Titley wrote, the vital role played by the colonial troops in de Gaulle's army meant that the relationship between France and its African subjects could never again be the same.
And as resistance against the French increased in Vietnam and Algeria during the war, France feared that this resistance would spread to the African colonies as well. The last thing they wanted were more revolutions.
So France loosened their brutal economic oppression and allowed the colonies to be represented in the French National Assembly. But this wasn't enough. Many began to call not just for more equality, but total independence. And the loudest voice during this period was Barthélemy Boganda.
In the late 1940s, Boganda created the Movement for the Social Evolution of Black Africa, or MISAN. His grand vision was for all 4 French African districts, Chad, French Gabon, French Congo, and Ubangi Shari, to be united into a single country, the Central African Republic.
However, the leaders of Chad, French Gabon, and French Congo refused the plan. Only Ubangi Shari agreed to participate and was renamed the Central African Republic, or CAR.
Unfortunately, Boganda would never live to see independence. In March 1959, he died in a plane crash on his way to Bangui. The death sent shockwaves throughout the new republic. Boganda was instantly transformed into a martyr and a national hero.
Rumors circulated that the French government had secretly sabotaged his plane in an effort to silence him. The theory gained traction when, after a brief power struggle, David Dacko became Boganda's successor. Dacko was much more open to French appeasement, and with the backing of the French military, he was able to take control of the CAR's new government.
Dacko was also a distant cousin of Jean Bedel Bokassa. And right around the time when Dacko came into power, the 38-year-old Lieutenant Bokassa was transferred back to the CAR. For the first time in 20 years, he was home. What he saw was a very different country than the one he had left.
The Central African Republic was on the verge of total autonomy, and with his cousin at the head, Bokassa realized that being in Dacko's good graces would benefit him. It was a chance to make a name for himself at home, to earn respect and admiration of the people that had once rejected him.
With his 2 decades of military experience, Bokassa recognized that the CAR would need someone of his background to lead the military. And for David Dacko, bringing Bokassa into his administration made perfect sense.
Little did either know that within a few short years, they would be at each other's throats.
Coming up, family tensions lead to a coup d'etat.
Now back to the story.
In late 1959, 38-year-old Jean Bedel Bokassa returned to his homeland after 20 years of army service and saw that it had radically changed. It was no longer a French colony, but a semi-autonomous nation.
For 2 decades, Bokassa had climbed the ranks within the French army, reaching the rank of lieutenant. And when he was transferred back to the Central African Republic, now led by his cousin David Dacko, he saw the political transition as a new opportunity to achieve personal glory.
In August 1960, France finally recognized that it could no longer hold on to its African colonies. It finally granted the Central African Republic full independence.
A year later, in July 1961, Bokassa was promoted to the rank of captain in the French army. However, 6 months later, he resigned and joined the Central African Forces as a battalion commander. He became Dacko's right-hand man on the military cabinet.
How exactly Bokassa was able to insert himself into the cabinet almost immediately upon his return to the country is something of a mystery. It's possible that his meteoric rise was a result of pure nepotism. It's also possible that Dacko saw Bokassa's 2-decade military career as a safeguard against threats to his own personal power.
Indeed, in the first years of the new republic, David Dacko was already setting himself up as an authoritarian. Dacko's political party, called Misan, was still the dominant party in the new Central African Republic. But for Dacko, dominance wasn't enough. There was always the possibility that someone from the opposition could climb the political ladder. So he began arresting members of those opposition parties.
Then, in July 1962, Dacko announced that Misan would be the only political party allowed in the country. Every single citizen throughout Central Africa would be forced into membership and thus have to pay dues.
A year and a half later, in January 1964, David Dacko was formally elected president, receiving 100% of the vote. Of course, when there's no one else running, it isn't that difficult to receive such a favorable turnout.
And because the French still wanted to do business in Central Africa and already had solid relations with Dacko, there was no outcry from Paris. In their eyes, a Dacko presidency was a win-win.
Throughout all of this, Jean Bedel Bokassa was less focused on climbing the political ranks as he was in collecting military titles. In fact, in his eyes, honorifics were even more important than ensuring that the army he commanded was properly trained.
Despite his vast military knowledge after 2 decades in the French army, Bokassa reportedly never actually trained the 500 men at his disposal. All he really wanted was to say he was in charge of the military, to appear more important than he actually was.
Bokassa loved the pomp and circumstance that came with his so-called position. For example, he constantly insisted that during every presidential ceremony, he was placed right next to President Dacko.
All his vanity made others in Dacko's cabinet nervous. In their eyes, Bokassa's showboating was all part of a plan to gain the undying loyalty of the military in case he decided to stage a coup.
Initially, Dacko laughed off the idea that his cousin had his eyes on power. He famously once said, "Colonel Bokassa only wants to collect medals, and he is too stupid to pull off a coup d'etat."
But Dacko was wrong. Bokassa wasn't stupid. He was keenly aware that other members of the cabinet were looking for ways to rein him in.
In fact, from the very moment he was invited to join Dacko's cabinet, Bokassa understood that it was an attempt to decentralize the power he held over the military. But still, unlike the other cabinet members, Bokassa had 500 men who would actually follow his direction, poorly trained as they may be. And by the beginning of 1965, he refused to go anywhere without soldiers at his side.
When Dacko saw his cousin constantly surrounded by armed men, he started to believe that perhaps Bokassa did intend to overthrow him. As a way to combat this threat, Dacko established his own 500-man police force, or gendarmerie. These men would be just enough to take on Bokassa's army, if it came to it.
The tension between Bokassa and Dacko came to a head in the summer of 1965. In July, Bokassa was sent to Paris to represent the CAR for Bastille Day. But as Bokassa was preparing for his trip back, he was informed that Dacko had banned him from returning home. The whole diplomatic journey was apparently a ploy to send him into exile.
For 3 months, Bokassa publicly demanded to be brought back home, sending messages to his French allies and members of the CAR military. He even went directly to French President Charles de Gaulle.
De Gaulle allegedly sent Dacko a personal message writing, "Bokassa must be immediately returned to his post. I cannot tolerate the mistreatment of my companion in arms."
By October, Dacko caved to the pressure from France and allowed Bokassa to return to Bangui. But that didn't mean he was giving up. With Bokassa back in Central Africa, he found another route to silence his cousin.
In December 1965, less than 2 months after his return, Bokassa's military budget was rejected by Dacko. Meanwhile, Dacko had approved an increase in the budget for his own gendarmerie.
Dacko's plan was to financially weaken the military and replace it with a much stronger, much more loyal force of his own. He also was making plans for the gendarmerie chief to replace Bokassa as military advisor.
Unfortunately, Bokassa figured out the plan. He was so angry that he loudly announced he was going to stage a coup.
At first, Bokassa was all talk. These were idle threats, with the hope of scaring Dacko into submission.
However, one man in Bokassa's ranks was growing tired of the empty threats. Captain Alexander Banza thought it was time for Bokassa to put up or shut up.
Like Bokassa, Alexander Banza had spent his career in the French military. He was described by historian Brian Titley as intelligent, ambitious, and unscrupulous.
Banza saw the mounting tensions with Dacko as the perfect opportunity for Bokassa to seize power. If he did decide to stage a real coup, Banza would be on board, and in return for his support, he hoped to be rewarded with a nice position in Bokassa's new government.
Whatever Banza whispered in Bokassa's ear throughout November and December worked. Just weeks after his budget was denied, Bokassa was convinced it was time to make good on his threats of a coup. He set the takeover for December 31st, 1965.
In the lead-up to New Year's Eve, Bokassa wasn't hiding that he was up to something. Some members of the cabinet caught on and warned Dacko that Bokassa should be thrown into jail. for some inexplicable reason, Dacko ignored the advice.
At around 10:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve, Bokassa and Banza organized a unit of soldiers at Camp Daru, outside of the capital. They ordered the unit to go to the presidential palace and neutralize the security. Once they had control of the building, Bokassa and Banza would arrest Dacko.
At the same time, a different unit was sent to secure Radio Bangui, the city's radio station. This way, Dacko and his supporters would be unable to send radio signals for help.
After the units left on their missions, Bokassa sent an urgent message to Jean Izamo, chief of the gendarmerie, to come to Camp Daru to sign some papers. Izamo refused. It was New Year's Eve, after all. He had plans. But Bokassa insisted, and Izamo was forced to leave his friends and head over, a decision he would soon regret.
Upon his arrival, Bokassa and Banza told Izamo they were staging a coup and asked if he would support them. Izamo unsurprisingly refused, so Bokassa and Banza locked him up.
With Izamo out of the picture, Bokassa gathered the rest of the troops and finally revealed what was going on. Sort of.
He claimed that Dacko had resigned and given control of the country to Izamo. Izamo's plan was to strengthen the gendarmerie and weaken the army. It was either now or never to strike back and secure power for themselves.
The majority of the army fell in line. The few that didn't were thrown into jail with Izamo. With a group of men behind them, Bokassa and Banza hopped into a white Peugeot sedan and stormed the palace.
As they made their way through the dirt streets of Bangui, some of Izamo's gendarmerie became suspicious of Bokassa's convoy. A small firefight broke out, but Bokassa and his men were able to suppress it.
When they finally got to the palace, they were shocked to discover that Dacko wasn't there. Bokassa was afraid that Dacko had discovered the coup and fled the capital. But his fears couldn't have been further from the truth.
Dacko was, in fact, entirely ignorant of the plot. Earlier that night, he had left the palace to celebrate New Year's Eve. He was still at the party when reports came in that a coup was underway. Dacko immediately made his way back to Bangui to stage his defense.
Unfortunately, he ran into some of Bokassa's soldiers at a checkpoint and was immediately arrested. They took him to the palace, where Bokassa and Banza were waiting for him. With a smile on his face, Bokassa walked over and embraced his humiliated, deposed cousin. He whispered in his ear, "I tried to warn you, but now it's too late."
They forced Dacko to sign a letter of resignation. Banza wanted to kill Dacko right then and there, but Bokassa refused. Dacko was still family. Instead, they would lock him up and figure out what to do with him later.
In the meantime, there was one more stop on their road to total takeover. At a little after 3 a.m., Bokassa arrived at Radio Bangui and ordered that a message be played across the city.
In the early hours of January 1st, 1966, the people of Central African Republic awoke to the following message. Central Africans, this is Colonel Bokassa speaking to you. Since 3 a.m. this morning, your army has taken control of the country. The Dacko government has resigned. The hour of justice is at hand. The bourgeoisie is abolished. A new era of equality among all has begun. Central Africans, wherever you may be assured that the army will defend you and your property. Long live the Central African Republic.
Coming up, as Bokassa begins to consolidate his power, a rift forms between him and Banza.
Now, back to the story.
In the early morning hours of January 1st, 1966, Colonel Jean-Bedel Bokassa and Captain Alexander Banza overthrew President David Dacko. With very little resistance, 43-year-old Bokassa became the leader of the Central African Republic.
Like many young African countries in the age of decolonization, the new government quickly gave way to chaos and corruption. After centuries of European oppression, the power vacuum left by withdrawing colonizers made room for despots to sweep in.
Bokassa was now one of them.
The coup was, for the most part, a bloodless one. Only 8 deaths were reported, but the aftermath was anything but peaceful. Bokassa quickly filled Ngarakba prison, located in the capital of Bangui, with all the enemies of his revolution.
By the end of January, over 60 members of Daco's security force were shackled and awaiting their fate.
David Daco himself actually met a much kinder fate than some of the members of his cabinet, who were tortured or executed. Daco was simply thrown into a cellar in Camp de Rue and locked away for years.
But one man in particular didn't get off so easily. Jean Aizamo, the head of the gendarmerie. A week and a half after the coup, he was sent to Ngarakba prison. It's unclear whether or not he received any sort of trial, even if it was a show trial. But by the end of the month, he was dead. Many sources claim that it was due to neglect and mistreatment.
The weeks and months immediately following his takeover were chaotic for Bokassa, but the most pressing issue he faced was legitimizing the coup itself, both at home and abroad. In fact, outside of the capital, no one really knew who Bokassa was.
To solve that problem, Bokassa immediately crafted an image of himself as a man of intelligence and importance. On the day of the coup itself, he made sure that he had his picture taken with his military medals clearly visible. These photographs immediately found their way into the newspapers.
Bokassa wanted the people to see him as a freedom fighter, someone of strength and power. As historian Brian Titley writes, here was a man with experience of the world who had fought in France's wars, earned legitimate honors, and had risen through the ranks to command even Frenchmen.
Oh shit.
The contrast was simple. Daco was a slimy politician. Bokassa was a leader of men. With Bokassa in charge, the Central African Republic would become great.
For a man who seemed to favor the military over politics, Bokassa showed a true knack for political maneuvering. When he took control, he abolished the corrupt National Assembly and replaced it with the Revolutionary Council. He promised that this council and his reign as leader was only temporary, and that free and fair elections were right around the corner. Familiar promises made by many despots who have no intention of stepping down.
Bokassa even claimed that if the people wanted the former president David Daco on the ballot, he would allow it. He wanted to make it clear that the purpose of the coup was to root out corruption and to turn the economy around.
And for a while, that's what he did. With his co-conspirator, Alexander Banza, installed as finance minister, Bokassa went about enacting reforms that saved the country from potential bankruptcy. They got rid of corrupt officials and rooted out civil service grafts and bribery.
Next, Bokassa focused on putting the people to work. He knew that if the country was going to